Okay. I almost I accidentally started a stream and it had like some old title from like back in the day. It's kind of funny. Let me see. Can I pop out the chat from here? How does this work? I don't know. That's okay. We're gonna watch the. I guess first of all, it is Monday, September 8th at 9:06 p.m. Welcome to the most radical stream on the internet. We're about to get a Dusty raid momentarily, I believe, and we're gonna watch the Sarah Raging Tomato panel on sexism featuring friends of the stream, Soy Pill and Tollybots. Whoa. So that should be fun. Give me just a minute here. Make sure you like the stream on your way in. We need some stream likers. Is this? Here we go. This is better. Properties. There we go. There's the chat. And yeah, spam the chat a little bit when you get here, so I know that you are seeing it. And also, let me turn on Discord and post in Discord. Look at that, I'm live. Hello. Let me copy the link. Hey, everyone. We're watching the sexism panel over here. Come hang. Paste. What up, Garuda Legends? Can like me join in about sexism? Potentially. We're going to be watching a panel, so I don't know. Not sure if we'll be doing like call-ins and stuff. Audio's good? Good. Appreciate that. Thank you, Garuda. Good to see you, buddy. Appreciate you. So let's see, we can see the chat right now, but what we are going to want to see is Sarah's stream. Wait, who's actually debating this? Who are they going against? Obviously. Oh, they're going against Speakeasy and No Fugazi. Okay. Juicy. W sexism. I'm going to shrink down the chat to be over here. What's up, Nicody? It always says boats and hoes both doing well. That's hilarious. And then here we go. Now we can see the Sarah panel. Is this... Do you want to see the chat? Yeah, we should probably be able to see the chat too, so we can fight with the chat. You guys can see me in action. See how I am when I'm modding the chat. In my element. Duck asks, how are the boats? Okay, I see. So we got Sarah's chat right here. And then we've got the best chat over here. The safe space. Make sure you like both my stream and Sarah's. Garuda says, I'm a master of ism. I'm not a sexist, but a misogynistic person to protect women from themselves. That is sexism. That what you're describing sexist and misogynistic values that you hold. But okay, that's fine. Not everyone understands it that way, but that is in fact you're describing benevolent sexism. That is what we call it, benevolent sexism. I'm sexist against Tolly specifically. Make sure you like the stream when you get in here, guys. Like the stream, please. Please like the stream. It's so important. So important. You never know what will happen if you don't like the stream. But you know what will happen if you like the stream? I'll thank you. Although I guess I can't personally thank you because it doesn't show me who actually liked the stream. But you will be rewarded, presumably, with more of my streams in the future, for better or for worse. Also, I'm curious, did anybody get like a notification about me, about the other stream that I accidentally started, where it said I was reviewing a politically provoked debate? That was funny. That's like 3 years ago, because I just connected Restream. Corinth liked the stream. Be like Corinth. Like the stream. Good to see you, Corinth. Good to see you, KO Dave. Appreciate you all. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for stopping in. Should be a fun evening. Let's see. We should be yeah, like I was saying, we're going to be getting I believe we're getting a Dusty raid shortly, so yes, welcome Inquisitive Archivist. Good to see you. It was fun teaming up with you last night on Glenn's. I thought we made a good squad. What's up, Fuzzy B? Fuzzy B. We love Fuzzy B. Thank you to our mods like Fuzzy B, who really, they run the show. I am simply the help. Yeah, I guess this space will be a little bit less liberal once Flo's chat gets in here. Although Flo himself is a liberal, but more of a centristy liberal. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for saving me from my hood comment. No, you're good. Well, like I mean, you know, I don't know that you had what I said in mind when you threw that out, but like, you know, Marte's instinct to mock for it was like, well, wait a minute, you just like brought up that you were raised by someone who was hard of hearing, like, shouldn't you like be able to consider that? But he hadn't. So let's see. I missed you all in Glenn's. Yeah, I hopped on at like 3 a.m. I was just I woke up in the middle of the night and I hopped on there. Watching and participating in Raging Tomato open panels has fucked up my sleep schedule. For real. I did order a sleeveless hoodie and sunglasses for next time. Based. Yeah, of course, Fuzzy B. Is he? He feels so paleo. He might be. It depends on. I don't know. Paleo in what sense? I don't know how you're using the word there. But that's my own ignorance probably. Saved me from myself. Yeah, I got you. No, I am not sexist because I believe in equality. I'm misogynistic because women like rough boys. I mean, some women do. Yeah, it's fun. That can be fun. I don't mind that. I did put my hoodie on in Glenn's live, but I overheated. No idea how debate pros do it. Just niche politics. Oh, sure. Yeah. He's definitely got like he has the like very very anti-institutionalist, but not like in a populist sense necessarily. More of like a almost just paranoid sense. Not that his concerns aren't always like valid, but like it's like the all the politicians are corrupt, everyone's bad all the time, like that kind of thing. And it's like, well, it's a little reductive, you know, just a little reductive. It might be true in a lot of cases. I think that's why they never have sleeves on. Maybe. I love when you guys all say hi to each other. I like that. The community bonds. Get off my property style politics. Yeah, for sure. Get the government out of everything. That's the type beat. I just typed. I saw Duck say to P. Fletch. I don't know the context here. But Duck said, P. Fletch, why don't you say I'm a nasty girl before you do anything? So I responded, I'm a nasty girl. Is somebody going to match my freak? Is somebody going to match my nasty? Are they? Is somebody going to match my freak? We need to know. The people are wondering. Is Sarah late? Okay. Oh, they've moved it to 9:20. What do you guys think? Are we pro-sexism or anti-sexism here? What's our take? Pro-sexism, anti-sexism. Apparently France is beyond saving, according to Jason here. Well, rip France. That's when you know it's true love. What's up, Michelle Hunt? Good to see you. Christine says, I might need to go to bed. Flo's panel drained the fuck out of me. Yeah, this panel is probably, or this debate panel is not gonna be any less draining, I imagine. Anti-sex base. We got some anti-sexism. Got some anti-sexism in the chat. Michelle says anti-sexism. Inquisitive Archivist says anti-sexism. KO Dave says pretty anti-sexism. Gotta say, look at this. Look at this. What a great chat we've fostered here. We love our anti-sexists. I myself am an anti-sexist sexist. Sexism is stupid. True. I am anti-sexism, but I also recognize that I am a man and I have grown up as a man, and I've done a sexism or two in my time, and I'm probably not done. I probably will do more, and I just want to be conscious of them as much as possible. Yeah, Speakeasy is on the panel. On one sense, sexism is bad, but on the other hand, I can't tell what that is. I need to wash that hand. I don't know what that means. Dusty Raid. Oh, we got the Dusty Raid. Welcome, Flow State and Flow State viewers. Welcome, Powdered Dusty fans. Welcome. Make sure, if you are new here, to hit the subscribe button. I imagine if you are watching Dusty, then you are at least vaguely familiar with me, Radical Coder. But if you are somehow new to the channel, I'm Radical Coder. Progressive, coding educator, dog dad, foil of the panel space, #1 panelist. By the way, I didn't announce this last night, so I haven't even talked to you guys about it, but last night I actually went on Ruby Space K's panel. She was looking for new panelists. Umbreon was featured on the channel, and she was looking for new panelists. And I went on, and there was a $50 reward for the #1 new panelist, and I won. And she sent me $50. So we won $50 last night for being the #1 new panelist on Ruby's channel. Often when liberals call it sexism, I ignore it as them getting it wrong again. Well, I mean, I guess you could ignore it. Instead of ignoring, I encourage you to try to understand, right? Let's try to understand where people are coming from. Ryan, let me join your stream for a moment. The panel's about to start. It's about to start. Did you name your dog after the Pokemon? Of course I did. Of course I did. Come on. The fuck you think I am? Of course he's named after Umbreon the Pokemon. Thank you, Flezzy B. Thank you. 80-20 for Umbreon. Oh, no doubt. Umbreon was by far the secret weapon. Oh, yeah? Speak of the devil. Speak of the little devil. He just woke up. Were you sleeping? No, come here. Oh. Hey, buddy boy. We got our boy. We got the star of the show. Umbreon.
Here's what actually happened.
I'm mad that you received this money. I'm really mad that
What difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool. Robert. Oh, they
just like
for a while, you say.
So much quieter. We'll see how the audio. Once they start talking, it might be a little bit. I know how the intro is pretty loud. You can't hear me over the intro like at all. You know, turn it down more. Yeah, her intros are mega loud. Also, good to see you, Pokemon. Can you still not hear me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening I have with me
testing.
David Cooley from No Fugazi Podcast.
Let me know if I need to be louder, if Sarah needs to be louder.
The Soy Pill. They are here this evening to debate the concept, the statement, sexism is good for society. Speakeasy, would you like to start with your opening statement, please?
Yeah, Cooley is not the strongest debater.
First off, thank you, Sarah, for moderating this, and my partner in opposition that joined. Thank you for that. And let's get right to it. Sexism.
Soy and Tolly is like a banger team up, dude.
Sex is not bad for
like
society.
Yin and Yang.
It's good for society, and it's not just good; it's necessary. It's the whole reason civilization exists at all. If you all look around you, every single one of you on the panel, in the chat, lives in a world built on sex-based discriminations. Do you guys like women's bathrooms? That's sexism. You like women's sports?
I personally love women's bathrooms.
You like those nightclubs letting the women in for free on ladies' night? Sexism again. You like to rule women and children first when the ship sinks? The most extreme form of sexism. Yet nobody argues against it when lives are on the line. Why? Because sexism works. It makes society function.
Sexist against children?
Socially, we accept all kinds of sex-based boundaries because they bring stability. That's why we keep bathrooms and locker rooms separate. That's why women-only gyms exist. And these aren't flaws in society. These are features that everyone wants. Legally, sexism has always been protective. Women are
having women's only gyms. I don't think it's sexist. I feel like
the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938.
When's the last time a ship sank?
Protective labor laws.
I actually saw like a big yacht or something
heavy industrial
sink
jobs
the other day, or like I read about it.
Plants posed on reproductive health risks.
Yeah,
because they knew they had to protect the reproductive bottleneck of society. And this is all discrimination, and it's discrimination that society demanded and still demands today. Economically, sexism drives markets. Industries like fashion, cosmetics, entertainment, these are all billion-dollar empires built on sex-based discriminations. Even nightclubs use sexism to drive revenue. Entertainment thrives on it. From male heroes to damsels in distress to the women's sports leagues that nobody watches. These differences make culture compelling. Eliminate sexist archetypes and you erase most of culture. You put women's and men's sports leagues. Women.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of this we're playing fast and loose with the definition of sexism.
The only
some
reason
of it feels
women's
like
sports exist at all is because of discrimination. And for survival, it's not even debatable. Societies that embrace sex-based roles thrive.
We love our readers here.
Those that didn't collapsed. Men take on hardest, most dangerous jobs, and this frees women to manage homes and raise families. You send men to
Garuda.
fight and die because women are the reproductive bottleneck. You protect them, and your society lives on. So here's the bottom line. Sexism isn't going anywhere. It's in our laws, our bathrooms, our sports, our survival strategies. And here's the biggest kicker. Even feminism agrees with me. And I'm not advocating for feminism, but let's be honest. The entire movement is built on the idea that women deserve some
Appreciate you
special
for stopping
treatment.
in.
That's sexism. By definition, feminism says sexism good. It's just selectively for women.
What's it, Brandon?
Which
yeah,
means
it's not even
if
debatable.
the opposition holds a position that feminism is good, they have already conceded my point. It's inescapable, and it's what makes society possible. And I'll see the rest of my time.
Perfect. Thank you, Speakeasy. David, to you.
Yeah, so we'll get right down to it. In
Yeah,
their
Umbi's very
worldview,
invested.
I'll just make some assumptions here. I'll be sexist currently right now. In their worldview, they believe things, soy pill, just by his name being soy pill and the woman on the panel being a lesbian, I can make this confident assumption by saying that they both believe that feminism is good. And feminism is, in fact, it's at its core is sexist. Feminism appeals to male sex enforcing rights for women, but for females,
We'll allow it, Gorilla
for
Biscuit.
the female sex, they cannot enforce their own rights. So it's inherently just sexist. So if
Also
you
good to
believe
see
in
you, buddy.
feminism and if you think that's good, then obviously you think that sexism is good, just like Speakeasy said. I also make another confident assumption that they are pro-abortion. I believe that these two have some type of view.
Don't you know how many aborted babies would have been women? That's sexism.
Is itself sexist because it takes two to make a baby, but women hold all reproductive rights over men. So I'll go ahead and
We
make,
need artificial wombs for men.
Opening very short there, since Speakeasy, he broke it down.
She's no
perfectly for me.
Umbreon,
I have
that's
a lot
true.
to say, but you used a lot of what I was gonna say, so I'll make it short and I'll bring it to the opposition.
Perfect. Thank you, David. Tally, to you.
Okay.
Let's
Thank
go,
you
Tally.
for having us. Thank you, gentlemen, for bringing us to this debate. Is sexism good for society? I'll start this off by saying that I am not someone who complains about sexism. I think that social animosity between the sexes goes both ways, and I don't concern myself with accusations of toxic masculinity, the gender pay gap, or female underrepresentation in the sciences.
Ooh, already Tally
We are a
L.
sexually dimorphic species. We have evolved to be different and to be able to recognize these differences within each other. Like our opponents, I believe that there are, on average, significant and meaningful differences between the sexes, both biological and psychological, and that these differences are at the core of the discrepancies that we see between men and women, not discrimination or patriarchy. It is precisely for these reality-based reasons that I do not believe that sex discrimination is good for society. People tend to sort themselves on the basis of their skills, their interests, and their needs. These tend to fall on sex lines, but there will always be exceptions. We should demand competence and retain high standards, but we should not deprive our society of advancement or success on the basis of an individual sex. The answer to the future is female feminism is not repeal the 19th red pillism. America and our allies in the West are the greatest societies to ever emerge in history. We can promote healthier cultural messages to young men and to young
Here comes
women
Umbreon screaming.
without approximating the repressive cultures of the shithole countries around the world. It sounds like our opponents are arguing in favor of sexism against men, but that's obviously not the topic of conversation here. I take it that the prompt was not designed to promote the WNBA, so I would ask our opponents, what really are their prescriptions? What sexist prescriptions are they calling for this country? Thank you.
Thank you, Tally. And Soy Pill to you.
No,
sir.
Tally's gonna be. I think Tally's gonna handle this well.
I agreed to this debate because I'm generally curious as to what the affirmative position is. I appreciate that both of my opponents have shown that they can be just as retarded as women can by assuming our positions without doing any amount of research, despite both of us having numerous takes that you can just look up, which I did for Fugazi. Speakeasy, sorry, I didn't do that, so I guess I'm also stupid. Speakeasy, you said a lot of things I actually might agree with. You said that using the sexism definition that isn't pejorative, so for example, having different categories of sports isn't so bad, and I think that's totally fine necessarily. If that's all you want to talk about, I think that's a very weak conversation. However, most people view sexism as something more egregious, keeping women
will
out
not
of
be
jobs,
asking
voting,
that,
or
Knight
stuck
and
in the
Bishop.
house. Based on what I've seen of Fugazi, That's what he advocates for. They're going to do this by fallaciously blaming all of society's current problems on women's rights, completely ignoring all of the advancements in technology, life expectancy, and general standard of living that we've seen since women entered the workforce. I do predict that they'll be completely unable to point to a single society in which their ideal is carried out that is better than ours, which is exhibited by the fact that they would never actually nut up and move to any of these places. Sexism is not just wrong, it's literally suicidal if you want to have anything above a third world shithole where half your population doesn't contribute meaningfully to progress.
Perfect. Thank you, Soy Pill. I appreciate that. Thank you, all of you, for your opening statements. As a kind reminder to the audience, if you have not yet purchased your tickets to DebateCon, please do so now. That information is available over at Modern Day Debates YouTube channel. Otherwise, we're going to get through our debate. We will do closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats, and then, of course, we will move into open panel dumpster fire, everyone's favorite. Lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor.
Get ready for that, guys. We're going to be training.
So I'm
That's
curious,
one big pond.
like I said in my opening statement, what prescriptions you're calling for, because it seems like you focused a lot on sort of like interpersonal relations between men and women. So you gave the example of women and children, you know, getting off the
I don't know what you're
sinking
saying,
ship
big
first.
pond, but glad to have you here.
That's not exactly what I would classify as sexism. I see that as just a furtherance of the acknowledgement of biological reality that women and small children are more vulnerable than the men, and so you try to get them to safety first. But if what you're calling for is people to treat people differently, you know, interpersonally on the basis of sex, that's one thing. Are you calling for legal changes? Are you calling for structural changes and discrimination on the basis of sex?
We'll see, Dave.
Do you not
so.
realize you're conceding when you say that? I don't see putting women first on the boats as sexism. It's just reality. Sexism is
this
reality.
Is what I mentioned in my opening.
Yeah, that was the
if you're
point.
saying that we treat people differently based on their ability to perform, and that women on average are going to be weaker in a lot of instances, then if you're saying, well, sexism is good because we have sexually dimorphic sports categories, or we have, you know, gendered bathrooms, like, yeah, congratulations, you won the debate. Sexism is having different bathrooms.
Yeah.
Now,
So how
if you want to talk about like what
what's your definition? What's your definition of sexism?
Yeah, so discrimination, but like in a like keeping women out of
the
you know,
definition of
jobs, or saying
sexism.
that they can't do things based on their abilities that isn't just based on some like inherent sex.
No thanks, I'm Brown. Yeah, I'm gonna pause and see. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. Prejudice, stereotyping, or discrimination. Hey, what are you even trying to get to? Oh, you went to animal crackers? You went to animal crackers? Guys, I got him animal crackers. Look, they're little animal crackers, and he's a little animal who wants a cracker. You want a little cracker? You want an animal cracker? Oh yeah, yeah you do. There you go, Bucky. He's fighting for his life out here. Let's see. Prejudice, stereotyping, or discrimination typically against women on the basis of sex. So discrimination specifically.
Sexual dimorphism that's like acknowledgement of reality. So
Okay, give me
I
an
think saying
example.
that. So, for example, I wouldn't consider it sexist to say that women can't compete in men's sports. This is just a reality that most women just aren't as strong as men. It doesn't make any sense to not have different sports categories. Sexism might be, hey, you're not allowed to do this job, or you're not allowed to vote because you are a woman. Not because of your inability to do so, but because strictly based on the circumstances of your birth, we're going to bar you from that.
Got it. So you think that what sex is, and you would say that that's bad.
Yeah, I would say that's bad. Yeah.
And how do you define what's bad and what's good?
So, like I said, if you want to.
Ava calling out Sarah and Jubilee for shifting the Overton window. Actually, kind of true. Kind of true.
Talk about any of these standards of living, technological advancement, just how societies perform. Like in general, now that we have given women more of these rights, it's much better off. That's one way to put it. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And do you utilize the harm principle? So as long as it's so you don't utilize the harm principle.
Depending on how you're going to define it, but you might have to give me an example.
Well, you could define it for me. I'm asking you.
Well, what do you mean by utilize? What do you mean by utilize? Because if you're asking us to
determine
acknowledge
what is good or what is bad.
What?
So if you utilize the harm principle, meaning that, well, I see in society that this produces less harm for people or more harm, then it would be good or bad on your scale. That's how you would rate it on your scale. So do you utilize the harm principle or no?
That's not the exclusive way I determine whether or not something is good is bad. Obviously, less harm is good, but there are things that might be completely harmless to other people that would, you know, promote societal discohesion. And depending on how you categorize that as well, this action in and of itself isn't harmful, but 10 years down the line, that's going to cause some big problem.
Yeah.
It's
The reason why I'm asking this question, because you already made the concession that, you know, well, if you're going to say that, you know, women being in men's sports, that's
concession is an
if you're saying
interesting
that's
word
sexist,
for what
then I would
they're
agree with
describing.
you, and the debate is basically over. So you would agree that women being in men's sports is not a good thing. That that having this area be sexist, this would actually be a good thing, keeping women out of men's sports
it's
and
just
keeping
not
the sexes
sexism.
separated.
Discrimination
So therefore,
is
I'm
used as a
asking for you to
pejorative.
define like what is the good? What do you perceive as good? Or are we just going to talk like over one another? You're
Why
going to
don't you
say
tell me
something
what
is
you
good. I'm
think
going to
is
say something.
good
I'm asking
first?
you the question. I'm asking
Well,
you the
yeah,
question.
I'm sure that at the end of the day, you're just going to point to religion, right? And you have a prescription from a bunch of different books that says, well, this is good and this is bad. And I'm going to say I use it based on my empirical association of who can
You use it
enjoy
based off
life.
your preferences.
Yeah, well, your preference for a religion is just as valid as my preference.
True,
for
soy pill. True, soy pill.
If you use it based off your preferences, if everything is preference based, right, and we're only using our preferences to determine is sexism good, well, for you
As
it's
opposed
good.
to what?
Look, for you it's bad.
No,
for
no,
me
but
it's good. It's
before that,
preference based. It doesn't matter.
When you say preference based, when I say, well, all of society lives longer and
I
has
don't know, I'm
healthier
typing in my
lives, is
own
that a
chat.
preference, or is that just most people want to live longer and not die?
Well, based off of what?
What is your question?
Well, you said something. I'm asking you
Right,
based off
so
of what?
most people don't want to die. What is this based off of?
What's your definition of shopping?
you are making
Women
the
do be
assertion that most
shopping.
people
Let's be real.
don't want
Girl
to die.
Biscuits is right.
Drive.
Okay, great.
They do be
They're
charging
driven
their
to procreate
phone.
and further the furtherance of our species.
Yeah. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. Essentially, what I'm saying here is, if you are utilitarianism, then everything is based off basically your preferences. It's going to reduce down to your preferences. So you'll be utilizing your preferences. So I'll go ahead and grant the worldview, and I'll say, well, I'll utilize my own preferences. I think that I think that sexism is good based off of the separation of men and women for sports. I think that sexism is good because when the ship is going down, women and children off the ship first. I think that
I feel like
so many prescriptions how sexism is good for
He's not
society,
really
and you would
using
have
the
to grant it
preferences
because
argument
in
the
your
way he could.
worldview,
There's a
you
better way to
believe
handle that, I think.
in preferences.
Yeah. So again, when you dilute everything down,
Coder,
to
your
the
preference is
vaguety of
men.
preference,
Huge
which
if
is
true.
Literally everything ever.
It's
a
not
completely
diluting
meaningless
it
statement.
down.
No,
It's
it
not
is,
diluting
because
it down.
You
It's
can
what
say,
you
well,
appeal to.
you don't want to die. You don't want to stab you. Well, you're just preferring. not to
Inquisitive
die. Like, yeah,
Archivist
that's
is shopping
technically
online
true
right
in the
now.
Same way that
True.
the way that society exists now, as
Case in
so,
point.
correctly pointed out, there's tons of ways that we are sexist that probably Tali and I and probably everyone on this panel is completely fine with. But if that's all you came here to argue with, is, hey guys, I think we should keep having the bathroom.
So you're conceding, soy pill. You love sexism.
I think it's really gay to
Next.
call that stuff sexist.
Next.
Like, come on, that's not
Did
what
you say
we're
gay?
here to talk about.
It's really gay.
True.
Okay, but I take it.
But
I
once
take it
again,
that's
speak
not,
easy. These
that
two,
doesn't
they
encompass
these
your
two, they make up
concern.
their own definitions. Like, think about it. You're a lesbian. You're sexist. You only like women. You discriminate. You don't talk to men. You only like chicks.
She talked.
You're
Hey,
a sexist.
Tolly
So
talked to
obviously,
me.
your worldview,
Tolly talked to
sexism
me.
has
Okay,
to be
Tolly
good.
came on my
He
panel
likes
or on my
women
show and talked
Hold
to me.
on. Let's reset here. Discrimination, defined as the unjust and prejudicial treatment of different categories of people, especially the grounds of ethnicity, age, sex, or disability.
The first word is
For
prejudice.
bathrooms,
You know,
I feel
prejudice,
like,
stereotyping.
It's
I feel like these are the
like,
things that are
we
bad.
have a male bathroom and we have a female bathroom, right? Like, I don't foresee sexism is built into that because we each have one. Now there's the other
Separate but
going
equal?
on, but I don't even know if that qualifies in this
Uh-oh.
category
Not the separate but
necessarily.
equal.
Let me ask them a
Right.
question.
Well, no, I think I can clear this up. I mean, Fugazi, you obviously are doing like what I think is a Mott and Bailey, which, yeah, I don't think it's very easy to defend the idea of sex-segregated sports or
For sure,
bathrooms.
common
But I've
good.
watched your stuff. You advocate for women not being able to vote or being more in the, work. Why don't you operate on the fact that you think that sexism is good? Because that's really what we're here to debate, instead of doing some
I mean, that's
pedantic bullshit
what
about like, oh,
that's
you
what
think
we're
bathrooms
debating,
are
man.
fine? Cool.
Once
Like,
again,
let's talk about that.
you
Hold
think
on,
that
hold on,
women
dude.
not voting is bad. That's what you think. So
True.
once again, if I just go into if I grant.
Well, wait. I think that Republican women not voting is good. I just think they should be allowed to. I just think they shouldn't. Right? I think Republican men and women shouldn't vote, ideally. But I think they should be allowed to vote. I don't want to ban them from voting. I prefer they didn't. But
grant your worldview, then guess what? It's preference based. It's my preferences versus your preferences.
What
which
sexist
determines time
country
to
were
listen.
they discriminating
If
against
it's
women
my
would you
preference,
prefer
stop it.
to
Listen.
live in?
If it's my preferences versus your preferences, it's gonna reduce down to force. Who can enforce their own preferences?
No, that's not what it's going to be.
that's true, Inquisitive Archivist. That's a good point. That is why married men. That's one of the many reasons that married men live a lot longer than men like me, who are eating Taco Bell and like protein slop that we throw together.
It's going to be about. What's preferences?
Okay,
Who
well
do you
then
prefer to
how
live in?
then
So
how
I
do
can
we
point-
know that
if
your
I can
preferences
point
are
to a
better than
society
mine?
in which we are
How
less
do we
sexist,
know if
and I
your
can point to you-
preferences are better than mine?
Well,
The two of
let's
you
let the
aren't going
audience
to get.
decide, okay?
Yeah,
So
the
when
two
I
of
say
you
something
aren't.
like,
Hold on.
I'm
The two of
asking
you
him
aren't gonna
questions he's
get-
not.
Sarah's got her work cut out for her tonight. This is gonna be rough. Sarah's gonna be a misandrist by the end of this because these guys on the left are gonna. And Soy Tali's just chilling. Tali's just up here vibing. Sarah's being racist. It's awesome, says John Castle. Let's see. I think men and women should work to get the kids off the ship first, and whoever is best at keeping those kids safe and cared for. Yeah, true dat. True dat.
He's not answering any of them.
I get it, but we're running a little too far.
True, Brandon.
Like I see what you're trying to get to in terms of just in the concept of defining good, right? And in order to define
Because
good,
the
you want to
debate is
establish
sexism
harm,
good?
Booping out.
right? Like
That's
but
crazy.
Soy Pill
We
already
disavow.
said preferences. He's already answered that. And he
Got it.
agrees
Yep.
with
So
that,
I'm
and you
asking him a
already-
question.
You already
Right, so-
responded.
We
saying,
disavow
okay,
booping
our
out.
Preferences. My preference is this. So at that
Mhm.
point, I feel like that's kind of closed, right? We've already established where
It's
we are.
not closed. I'll tell you how it's not closed. So if he has a preference, his worldview reduces down to preferences, and I'll grant his worldview. This means that
Everybody's does.
How can we make a determination of who preferences are more valid? How do we make that determination?
Right. So
We gotta talk about
honestly,
it.
If you had preferences for certain types of sexism, like the voting thing or the women in the workforce thing, and I say those are bad, yeah, you can just say bad, good.
By the
bad,
way,
good.
make sure you all
Other
like.
than a society.
Take a moment and like the stream, okay? Like the stream, please. And by the way, just so you know, we have the best emotes, the best emotes on YouTube. Okay, check them out. Here's some. We're gonna have more soon. And if you get a Radical Quitter membership, not only can you use these emotes, but I will take your input as to what the future emotes should be into consideration. So, just one way to let your voice be heard, even if the Republicans succeed in banning women from voting.
Society in which these sort of things are enacted that is somehow better, because I prefer to live in America, or I think Speakeasy, or what, from Toronto, Canada. I hope that's not a dox. I think that's public. You know, these places are.
I have to
places
show
with-
you something if it's just my preferences. What do you
Okay,
mean?
you can say I prefer
Soy doxing Speakeasy as a Canadian. That's crazy.
to live in this place. I just will never move there because it's demonstrably worse in every way, and you look like a dumb hypocrite. But sure. if
But
that's what
no,
you
no
wanna
one
go
said
with.
that. But why do
Okay,
I have
well,
to
what
show
do you prefer
anything?
then?
Why do I have to show you anything if it's just my preferences?
You don't have to. You don't
okay,
have to
then.
show me. You
He gave you
How
an
would
really
answer.
validate
like-
anything?
Your
How would
question.
it validate anything to you if I'm just appealing to my preferences? So based off of
Wait, you liked it 3 times? So you like, okay, that's good. That's a good number. Don't like it an even number of times. That's important.
in your worldview, everything is subjective. It's subjective morality, basically. You derive what's good and what's bad subjectively based off your own preferences. So, in your worldview, how can you criticize me if I'm going to say, well, I think this
Because
thing
you
is
don't
bad?
you don't exhibit your preferences. You say I want to
I
live
think
in a
Cooley's
society
an
that
American.
places this kind of sexist, and you won't go live
I
in
could
that
be wrong.
society because you have all the benefits of a less sexist society. So you just look like a big hypocrite. But yeah,
No, not at all. Let's ask you a question. Do you believe that abortion is good? Women
that has
having
nothing to do with what I said about whether or not you want to live in a sexist
So,
society.
do you believe that abortion is good? Yes
Why
or
are you
no?
running from
Cooley-
the question? What sexist
You didn't even ask
society
me.
Cooley always does this shit. I watched some of his. He was supposed to be in my toxic masculinity debate against Andrew, and he couldn't make it. But I watched some of his content, and all of his questions are like, oh yeah, well, like they start to get like. They're always deflecting from the topic, and they'll go from like abortion, like you think abortion's good, or like he'll start asking you about your relationships, like he just like completely avoids the topic. It's kind of funny.
do you want to live in? I
Do
did.
you
I
believe
said,
that
what
pointing
sexist
out that
society
you
do
wanna
you
live in a
live in?
sexist
What-
society.
I
What's
answered
more
the question.
sexist society? Which one?
I already answered the question.
What was the question? What was the answer?
I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm asking
So
you a
you-
question.
None of us-
said
none of us
you
heard your
prefer-
answer.
Yeah,
No, you heard my answer. You heard
We
my
know
answer.
everybody's going at once.
Sarah, I
Sarah,
appeal to
did
you.
you
Which
hear his
country does
answer?
you want to live in that's more sexist than America?
Yeah,
I'm
I didn't
curious.
hear that. I
didn't
didn't
hear
hear
it.
that. I
Yeah,
do apologize if you
answer-
said it, but
Yeah,
everyone
the
did go
answer
at
to the
once.
question was, it's my preferences. I don't. It doesn't matter because it's based off of my preferences. I can say that America. I can say that Ukraine. I can say any country. I can say
Wow, epic.
So
Papua
name
New
one that
Guinea.
you actually want to live in.
Look,
It's not
I can
America.
say any. I can say any country at all. It
Mhm.
would still be my preference, and under your worldview, you would have to grant it because preferences are valid in your worldview.
So you,
What does that mean? Grant it. Like, you mean acknowledge that you have preferences? Like, yeah, you do. Including the preference to outsource your morality to God, right? Like, yes, I acknowledge you have preferences, and I prefer to override those preferences if possible when I can. Is Cooley's name a reference to indentured servitude or a coincidence? I don't know. I am unaware of that. Is Soy Pill is straight, I believe.
So you think that
Well,
every
we can assess your
one
consistency.
is
We can
equal
assess
in
your
my worldview?
consistency, though, right? So yes, if this is all subjective, right, and certain people think other things are good and other people
They
think
might
other
call
things
it
are
an
bad.
internal
But we
critique.
can test your consistency, right? So if you're
What's
saying
up,
that
Group
you want
Leader
to
Co?
see the various things that you're choosing not to touch right now that Soy Pill brought up, like
No, I
discrimination in the
answered his
workforce or
question.
taking away
I
the
still
right
would
to
I
answer
vote,
said that
can
in
you
my
point?
opener.
Hold on.
I
Can you
also-
talking?
Can you point to societies that have enacted the type of society that you would like to see? Can you point to a country that has enacted that type of society that you think is preferable?
It's
We're
the,
testing
it's
the
the country you live on.
of your
The country you
stated
live in
subjective
right now
preference.
was built on this society. I mentioned
So you're
it in my
okay, wait,
opener.
so everything is doing good then? So we
Christine, Soy Pill always wears the propeller hat. He's a big propeller hat fan. Well, KO Dave, a real internal critique is going inside of someone's worldview and finding contradictions within it, right? I think for like Andrew and Crucible Co, internal critique. I'm the imp. Oh, group leader. Are you from the? Okay. Yeah, you're one of the. I don't remember. Oh, were you just leader in that? What was your name in the? What on the clock tower? What are you crying about? Umbreon's the imp.
So we
Better than
agree
most of
that-
the world.
Yeah, I said the same thing. This country here, or I can appeal to
So
any
hold on.
country
So the
and say
type
that
of
it's good under
sexism
my.
that you guys
Oh, it's
are
on his
fighting
tank top?
for,
I don't know,
just
does
to
he have a
be clear, the
lifting
type of
belt or
sexism that
something?
you guys are fighting for is women and children off the boat first, support the WNBA, and no trans women in women's locker rooms. Because then, sure, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
What would-
draft exemptions for women, like I mentioned, right?
I think
we
you guys are
should bring
really
back.
hiding the ball here. Like let's get into the meaty stuff. What type
Yeah,
of
yeah.
discrimination on the basis of sex? Okay, let's change the question. What type of sex discrimination that is not present in America and Canada today would you like to see implemented?
That's a great question.
Well, I brought up the Fair Labor Standards Act that we had of 1938, right?
Oh,
were
I'm sorry,
laws that
Christine.
barred women from certain heavy industrial jobs and specific chemical plants. They weren't allowed to be around certain chemicals that posed reproductive health risks.
Thank you, group leader.
And as you see, as we've stopped doing that, it was around the
Coleman.
1970s where
Word.
we really
Thanks for being here,
started
buddy.
not caring anymore for this. And as you see, it's a huge rise in autism since those years too. So not only are we screwing up everyone's reproductive risk of even being able to have children, when they do have the children, they have a bunch of problems too.
Okay, so ignoring the fact that we're just going to spuriously claim that autism is caused by the specific women in the workforce at these chemical plants with like absolutely no evidence. If you want to say
I
that we
just
should
said
be
it correlates.
yeah,
You
I
don't listen
understand
too good,
that-
huh?
No, I understand why you think it happens. You just have no idea like how to demonstrate that in any way other than well, this happened and then this happened. You know, like nothing other than the
Do you
correlation.
understand
which
what
is
correlations are?
Do you understand the fallacious nature of saying that correlation is not causation? Do you understand that the less amount of pirates that we see over the year correlates with the rise in global temperatures and these things have
Yeah, women getting the vote caused autism. We got to stop women from voting so we can end autism.
nothing to do with each other?
Wait,
Don't save us, Christine. We don't want to be saved. Don't save us.
it would be fallacious to say correlation is not causation. I didn't
No, it'd
say
be
that.
fallacious to say the correlation is causation. As
He
in,
didn't say that. He
after
said-
that
he's
women
saying
started
that it's
joining
not
these things, we've
causation.
seen more
I
autism.
didn't
Therefore,
say
this is
it's
the reason we have
causation.
more
I
autism.
didn't say it's causation, but when you
Why
see a
did you-
heavy
why did you
correlation,
even
what
mention
is the
autism?
causation exactly? How
Why
do you
did you
find the
mention
causation?
autism if you weren't
How do you
claiming that
find the
women working in
causation?
this? Why did you?
All right, pick a
How do you
question.
find the causation, Toyko?
How do something doing
You have to
something
be
that
able- you
results
have
in
to be
another thing
able-
happening?
The most correlates, right?
No, it's actually no. You do not derive causation from correlation. You need to be able to temporally control for when in time these things are happening, and to control for other extraneous variables. Basically, make sure that these things are
True.
happening at the same time of day. That you can control who we're observing and all of this stuff, not just based on correlations. Like
I
Soiko
didn't
said,
say
there are a lot
just
of
based.
right.
Well,
but so
that's
if the
actually that
only
is all you
evidence-
I think you guys
the
heard the
only
opening
evidence
and you're
you provided-
desperately clicking onto
True,
anything
Wicked
you can
Wally.
argue
Good to see you,
about
buddy.
that.
I think
Let me
your
ask you guys
team
one
actually
question.
unfortunately has
Are
made
you
it
hold
worse.
on,
Maybe we should direct-
Is feminism good for
hold on.
society? That's my one question to both of you. Yes or no? Is feminism good for society?
Yes.
I
How do you
think
define
feminism
it?
has
Sure.
gone too far. I've debated about
Stand on business. Stand on business, Tolly. Come on.
that in the past.
It's
So,
not
yeah, no,
clocking
I'm
her.
not a.
But
Feminism,
Hold on, maybe we
no,
could
I
just
think
circle
feminism is
back.
bad
I
because it
think-
allows Tally to have that opinion. To be fair.
I think Callie had a question.
Could we? Yeah, I want to circle back to my question because it wasn't answered. I asked what forms, what implementation of discrimination on the basis of sex, or sexism as we're calling it, that we don't have today in the United States and Canada, would you push for? And your answer was that you want to reinstate.
yeah, that'd
the-
be one of them. I'd take women out of.
Okay, so
any
again,
Yeah, Tolly is our. I don't know how much you know about Tolly. She's our problematic fave here. My problematic fave personally. I shouldn't say we. She's my problematic fave. She has a lot of terrible takes. Many terrible takes. Okay, many terrible takes.
again, like you're coming.
I know she.
Really,
I know she believes that, KO Dave, but she's just. It's a dumb take. I don't like it.
like a simp, because all of the sexism supposedly that you want is like to protect and coddle women. Can you give another example?
Yeah, I would take women out of all combat roles, like patrolling police officers.
It's true,
They wouldn't
Corinth.
be women, right? The women are more likely to have to use lethal force in a situation out in the field, more likely to do this than the man is. So I would take all the women out of those parts.
Good to see you, Latavian.
I would take women out of the military completely, right? Because a brotherhood makes a stronger unit, right? When you start adding women into
Garuda, it's not my panel.
these
You're,
roles,
like, completely in the
No,
military.
Tali's not an OF girl,
yeah,
as far as I know.
it would be completely out of the military for me.
Doesn't that sort of put you at odds with the rest of the argument, though, coming from your side, right? So you're saying it feels contradictory when, on the one hand, you have people saying like it's not fair, women, like don't have to go into combat roles and don't need to be on the front lines, but then you're calling for that level of sexism.
I didn't say that.
That's not what he said.
So what if there is? So let's get back to the policing thing. So I think there's a lot of.
Listen, can I ask a question real quick? Because Tally, you have a hard.
I want to drill down.
You have zero active listening skills. Like it's very bad. A question, like so we can get on a topic, so we can determine what you think is good or bad.
He gave examples of sexism that he would want to implement in society, and so I'm asked. I'll if you listen, you'll find out where I'm going with it. So I think there's merit to the idea that overwhelming majority, most women, 99% of women, are going to be limited in their ability to like fight street crime or chase down the burglar or something like this, and that does raise the higher likelihood of using lethal force. I think that's totally valid. Do you think there are ever exceptions to this? Do you think there is ever like a big old
Yeah, but Garuda, I'm watching this debate. I'm watching this one.
broad Samoan woman who could
It's never a monolith. To argue something in a monolith would be insanity, right?
But that is what you're arguing, right? Because your specific.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna. Why take the chance? You take 100 men.
No, he doesn't realize that, Cody. And if you brought it up, he would deny it.
Let's do one at a time, please.
Yeah, so,
so again, I'm okay. I'm okay with a society where there's only 2 police officers anywhere in the country, but that doesn't mean that you need to make it illegal for women to join the academy. It means that you need to maintain rigorous standards, physical standards for police officers, and that might result in no police officers that are women, but that shouldn't be the basis for the discrimination.
Okay, so you could reply back to that, Speakeasy. Go ahead. No,
I was just gonna say, if you were gonna take a 100 random.
Oh yeah, Corinth. Did you see Latavian apparently went on? You said you went on Speakeasies afterwards, right? Russia won World War II, not women. I don't know. I mean, like maybe both helped. Just maybe.
Men and 100 random women, you're more likely out of the 100 random men get more men that are capable of the physical combat. Okay.
Totally.
Did you notice that has nothing to do with what you just said? You said you should hold rigorous standards, and if women can meet those, they can do the role. If they can't, which a majority of them can't, then they should.
You want another ammo cracker? Look at these. They're so
to
cute.
have. Also,
so
it's
cute.
just completely based on.
I want to. I see the. I want to eat them.
Done, but you just ignore that completely. Speaking of active listening.
Well, based off of what you just said on. Well, based off of your worldview again, everything is preference based, so it's based off of perception. So you may perceive something to be, good or bad, and he may perceive it differently.
Right.
But
so I think that people getting killed because women can't do their jobs is bad, which was why I would prefer to have rigorous standards that everyone must meet regardless of their gender.
Once again, exceptions don't make the rule, and I think he was clear about that.
Well, no, actually, in this case, it very much does. If you're saying no women should be able to do this, you are by definition saying, hey, everyone who can do this, I'm going to just cut off a certain percentage of you for absolutely no good reason other than because I have a dumb sexist rule. In the same way, if you want to ban them from the military, you're going to throw out like 20% of people that make us more effective. Now, if you say, hey, there's reasons we have studies that they're not as good at combat roles and co-ed units, that's a perfectly valid argument.
Yeah,
but
so
to just blindly cut them off from the military is just brain dead and stupid. And this is why I said this is shooting yourself in the foot if you want to just completely like cut people who are effective at their jobs out because you have no other good reason than women are bad on a whole in certain roles, but I'm not going to judge them based on individual merit.
Yeah, I would have a different view, though. I would think that it's okay. I'm for women being in supportive roles in the military, but not on, supportive roles where they don't have to, where the military doesn't have to lower the physical standard for women to meet.
We agree.
So, sure. Yeah, but real quick, because I want to ask a question. So, would you say that abortion...
What's up, a couple of borks? Wait, suddenly we got abortion again. Who does the cooking and... Radical Coder, who does the cooking and cleaning? You should help. Or just you. I'm just going to say you. Hell yeah, sipping Squirtle.
1 million babies per year. A study came out that 28% of Gen Z was aborted. So you would say that that's a bad thing, right? Because we are below replacement level, correct?
Why do you care? It's a preference. I don't think it really matters, right? You prefer not that to happen. I prefer maybe that it could happen. I mean, what does it matter, right? I thought we haven't defined anything other besides preferences. So why are we somehow able now to nail down what is good or bad?
Oh yeah, no, that's what I've been trying to do. What do you consider good?
I'm just doing your thing, buddy. Do I think it's good that abortion exists? Is that what you're asking?
Do you think it's good that women abort over 1 million babies per year? We are below replacement level. 28%, literally a third of Gen Z has been aborted. Do you think that women having all full reproductive rights over who is born and
does that include like miscarriages, and does it include like abortions, like I guess any sort of like are they including like Plan B and stuff in there? I wonder. Like when it comes to 27% of Gen Z thing, it's such a weird number. I really wonder like what does anyone know like what how they reach that? Because like there's no way they don't inflate it like as much as possible, right? Like if they could push it to be higher by using Plan B, I feel like they would. That's why I assume that it's probably included in there.
And who is not born in America, do you think that is good?
Are you asking because you would imply that any restrictions on abortion would be sexist, and that's how it relates to the debate? Because I've noticed you've tried to shoehorn in abortion twice now.
Is it good?
Is sexism good? Are you saying that abortion restrictions are sexist?
Do you consider it to be sexist?
I mean, inherently, because men can't have abortion restrictions.
Now, is
but
abortion
whether or not,
good?
I don't think aborting a baby is inherently good, but I would prefer to live in a world where women could choose. Yeah, you got me.
Okay,
buddy.
so yeah,
Amen,
so
brother.
sexism is good. They just conceded the debate for the third time.
Wait, how does that follow? Wait, how is it sexism to allow women to have the choice to choose? Isn't that the opposite? How are they defining sexism? How are they making it sexist to block or to allow women to get abortions? What is going on here?
Hold on, can you just point out where specifically where is the sexism? Because again, as Soy
Thank you,
pointed out, yes,
Tali.
men can't have abortions, and I think that there's something inherently unfair about the fact that if a woman gives birth and doesn't want to marry the man, then he would be on the hook for financial payments to this child. But if a woman decides that she wants to kill the baby of the man that she was sleeping with, she gets to do that without his consent. I think that there's clear unfairness there. I wish that less babies were being aborted. But can you highlight like what's the sexism angle here? What would you want to change?
Oh, well, once again, I'm not making any prescriptions here. I'm just asking a question.
Bullshit.
Do you think that gynecologists are sexist?
I'm sorry to hear that, Austin Krasinski. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not making any prescriptions here, but when you're.
Do you think gynecologists are sexist, Fugazi?
You said, do I think gynecologists are sexist?
Yeah.
Gynecologists are sexist. No, gynecologists have a specific job,
and but they won't see men.
That job itself, just like men having a bathroom and women having another bathroom, the job itself would essentially be.
So that's not sexist.
No, I'm saying that
and
it is.
Separate bathrooms also isn't sexist.
Yeah, Fuzzy. That's exactly the line Soy Pill was bringing him down. Yeah, I mean, Austin, I hear AIDS is more treatable now than ever, so it's probably good.
No, what are you can't hear, man? Active.
Oh, I'm just look, you have a debate partner that was saying some stuff earlier, but if you guys want to move off of that, thanks for wasting 20 minutes. We could have.
No, I said yes, man, not no.
Okay, well maybe you guys aren't fully on alignment of what should be done with sexism. I think maybe you should have coordinated.
Neither are you and Tali.
This alignment was pretty good. We both brought up many examples, like even in his opening, I said.
He brought up bathrooms as an example, but you don't think that's sexist, so you guys disagree.
When did I ever say that it's not sexist?
Just now, 10 seconds ago.
You have bad active. You have the ears of a female.
Okay, well then I'll ask again. Do you think that gynecologists are sexist?
Okay, so once again, I already answered the question. I'll go ahead and answer it for you again. So since gynecologists, it's a category of a medical field where doctors do a certain procedure or medical care for women. That in itself is inherently sexist, just like bathrooms and everything else, like I said.
So it is sexist now, okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You can play the tape back.
Nah, we could play the tape back. It's exactly what I said. But
roll it back. Jamie, pull that shit up.
I got some time for the open panel, Sarah, because they just conceded the debate. Let's bring up some more people.
Let's go. Hell yeah. Bring on some radical coders. Am I right?
I just don't know why you're running away from your real positions. Like you're like,
exactly.
So you think we should have separate bathrooms? Guess you concede, but I know what your real position is, which I think women shouldn't vote. I think women shouldn't be in the workforce as much. Like I've watched your videos. Why don't you want to defend that at all?
What are your prescriptions? What are your prescriptions? So your debate.
At least Speakeasy gave one, as much as it was something like, hey, maybe women shouldn't go places where their pregnancy is going to be threatened, which makes perfect sense. But do you have maybe some prescriptions on what sexism?
Well, he gave another prescription and then walked it back. He said he would take all of the women out of the police and the military, and then he said, well, of course,
he didn't walk it back. Fugazi disagreed with him.
Well, he did. He sort of did. He said, of course, it's not a monolith, right? And there are going to be some women.
I said it's not a monolith that women aren't going to be able to, but none of them should have women being hired as police.
Okay, fair.
Why waste resources on sending women through police academy when they're not going to make it? Why would we spend
you only spend the
millions of
resources on
dollars
the one
trying to
who
train
meet the
women that aren't going
criteria?
to make it? Do you see how brain dead that is?
Even in the military, you test I had a very specific physically demanding role. I had to test into it before I could even sign up for it, and then you even get tested again even more after that to ensure.
It's a waste of resources.
It's a waste of resources if you put people through who can't meet that standard, but it's not if you
Love
check
that for you,
the
Austin.
standard
You're in the
before
right
you admit them
place.
and before you spend the resources.
Found the study, they assumed the represented number of abortions was 55% of the actual abortions. Okay, interesting. So wait, does that mean that like more like a much larger number of Gen Z technically was aborted? I don't understand.
Even you trying to argue that you want women in the military would actually
I want the most
you would be
competent
favored
people
for
in
the
the military.
sexism that goes on there, right? Because women have their standards lowered to be able to enter into the military.
I'm against that. I'm totally
you're against that? Okay.
Yes. Yes,
So
it was in my
if
opening
you-
statement.
if
Back
you
to
want
active
women in the
listening.
military-
Yeah, totally against that.
But if you want women in the military, but you do not want them to lower the standard in the military, then how would they get in the military?
So I'll tell you. So it's exactly like what I said with the police. I don't care about there being women in the military. I'm okay with having a military that has no women. I'm okay with having a police force that has no women. However, if there is a competent woman who is going to be an asset to that police force or to that squadron or whatever, then yeah, I think they should be allowed if they reach those standards.
Hear this. Just the simple fact.
Reasonable take, Tolly. Any reasonable Tollies in the chat? Women do get aborted more. That is a fact, and why feminism is a contradiction. Wait, what do you mean women get aborted more? Umbreon, what are you freaking out about? What is even happening? Nothing's happening. You gotta calm down. While Ryan isn't looking, we should riot. Oh no, don't do that. Don't riot. No, we don't want a radical coup here. DM do the study that's being used in Discord. Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Fact that you are in favor of women not being in the police
I'm gonna go to the
force,
bathroom.
or even if you are in favor in certain positions that women should be in the police force, it is all still sexist. Sexist is.
So again, back to the active listening. It's not.
necessary.
I'm
You
saying
can't
that we
get-
should
in
have
charge.
one standard. We should have one standard, and any of the humans who can fulfill that standard should be admitted. That is going to overwhelmingly be met. Overwhelmingly.
If you're
be met.
thinking that
so
Tolly
now-
or
so
I
then
are
if
arguing for
only-
equality of outcome, you've come to the wrong debate. Neither of us think that there
Correct.
should be 50-50 in everything. It's
That's
not
fair.
even
So
close
that's-
to 50-50.
That's fair.
I'm
but what
cool.
saying
I'm
here is
cool with
even if-
discrepancies and outcomes.
Got it. So if you are cool with discrepancies and outcomes and stuff like that, even if you are for the movement towards women in or out of the police force based off them meeting a standard or not meeting a standard, right? Even if you're for it or not for it, it still is inherently sexist. You want
It's
me to
not.
explain it to you?
So it's not, because it's not on the basis of sex. It's on the basis of a standard. Okay.
Once again, even if they can meet this, if they meet the standard or don't meet the standard, it's going to create a category, and that category itself is going to be sexist.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Wait, Tolly, let me clarify this.
Listen,
Are
if
you
all
saying that
men
it's
meet the
sexist
standard,
because
it's
more
sexist.
men are going to meet the standard than women, just inherently?
What I'm saying is sexism basically reduces down to category placements based off of sex. That's what it reduces down to. So
I don't
since
agree
it
with that
reduces down,
definition.
well, if you
I don't
that's
either.
totally that's totally fine. If you don't agree with that definition, then explain to me the breakdown of the Google definition, which is prejudice, discrimination, and stereotypes. What is
Because
prejudice?
when we're
It
talking
usually-
about this in the pejorative way, there's a very obvious meaning to it. In the same way that we can concede that obviously having different bathrooms or different sports categories is technically discrimination based on sex, no
That
one
makes my
uses this to
point.
say this is sexist. So, for example, would you say that Ryan Coogler is a racist because he only cast a black guy as Black Panther? Technically, he is discriminating based on race, but anyone who would call this man racist for doing so is absolutely absurd. But if you want to say that's where the debate ends, like I guess if you want to run away from your real positions, it's just silly.
Well,
What real
hold
positions
on,
are you
hold on.
asking
Let
for,
me
man?
clarify
I'm
that too.
I've seen them. I know them. I just don't know how you want to say them.
Pardon me, all of you. Shut up. Sexism is meaning like you give an opportunity to one but not the other, right? So even if you like Fugazi, the example was there's a standard to get into this either police or military, whatever, and anybody who can pass that standard gets through, right? It went men and women included, but essentially, let's say 90% of men pass through and only 10% of women pass through. That's still not sexism definitionally. They were all granted the opportunity. Now it comes down to a physical fitness test or maybe an aptitude test, so on and so forth. Even
Ability.
MEPS,
Yeah.
even your MEPS. Even to get into the military, you have to take the standardized testing. And if I score a low
Oh my God, what happened while I was gone? Okay, Fuzzy told everyone to like and subscribe. True. The Cry Clouds, we got Cry Clouds. Awesome Cry Cloud usage. Really appreciate it. Highly recommend you guys get Radical Coder channel membership so you can also use the Cry Cloud emotes. She's the worst. She doesn't have the range to include effective variances, multiple aptitudes, provide to any organizational body, including Popo, military, etc. El Tali?
Number, I couldn't get into, let's say, linguistics, right? I couldn't be a linguist because I didn't pass high enough. Or even if you score low enough, like you're only allowed to go into services where you're just doing like cooking or dumpsters or whatever, like dumb shit. Right. Yeah. So would let's say more women go into be linguists and more men go to do dumpster shit or something. That's still not sexism. That's just where you're
dumpster shit is crazy.
Well, let me
dumpster shit is crazy.
Explain how it all reduces down in their worldview into category placement based off of sex, because in their worldview they adhere to their preferences. So everything is perception based. Is based off of how they perceive the good or the bad or the unfair treatment or the discrimination or the stereotypes. It's all based off how they perceive it. So since it's based off how they perceive it, based off of their preferences, it reduces down to categories. So they may not favor certain categories, just like I asked him about abortion, right? And then he had to concede on it because in his worldview, he thinks that, well, women should have the full bodily autonomy and the right to abort children. That's what he thinks. So, and this would be a category. Within this category, women have all the right to it. You get what I'm saying? So this is how they perceive it. So this is why he thinks it's good. This is why the debate is over, because the debate is sexism good? They already conceded. The end of the debate. Let's bring up some people. I got a few more. I'll stay for at least 45 minutes more. Bring up some people because they are trash in this
debate. Do you think racism?
Wow,
that's crazy.
Sarah, he's trying to get out early because even our portion of the debate was supposed to go longer than another 45 minutes.
It was trash.
Cooley, you're conflating several things. So again, it feels like a W
to you. I'm conflating in your worldview.
It feels.
She's trying to.
Like a W to you
in my
to say, like, well, I thought you were very angry about interruption. So you keep falling back on, well, according to their worldview, everything is subjective. It just matters what I want and what you want. And let's even accept that, even though, again, I think like Soipil said, you are also exhibiting your preferences in your worldview. You just pull from a different line, right? So you're rooting your worldview.
Let her finish, please.
I'm listening, buddy. I know it's hard.
Let her finish.
Yeah. So this idea that, like, let's say you're totally correct and the Soipil's worldview is just entirely about preferences.
Cooley is trying to run.
You can have subjective preferences and measure things objectively. So Soipil might have his preferences of how he wants the military to look, but you can still look at objective measures of speed, of intelligence, of strength, of all of these things when you're coming to these conclusions, when you're making these determinations. So those things are not necessarily based off of preferences, and they don't have to be, and we're not advocating for them to be.
Okay, so let me get this clear. You just said that subjectively you can have your preferences, but you can look at data objectively and appeal to the data. So it's basically off your preferences. So
yeah, no, Cooley, here's a good example, just because I know, like, when it gets more complicated, you get a little confused. But no, because you're not going to get it, and I need to clarify this for you. Do you think it's a preference if I say I want the military to be able to defend against attack?
Man, they're always so much talking over.
Like, would you say it's a preference that I want our military to be functional and like not dysfunctional?
That's a very broad and open-ended statement. What do you determine
that preference? I think
it's such an easy question. Come on.
From an attack of an invader, that is a preference.
Yes,
of course.
The asses of our enemies.
This would be a preference as well.
Right. So it is a preference if you go vague and abstract enough. But obviously, everyone thinks that the military should be able to do the thing.
Fuzzy B says, most abortions over 90% are performed during the first trimester, true, with the highest percentages occurring at less than or equal to 9 weeks. The difference isn't detected until 12 weeks. It's simple math. But yeah, and by the way, if you guys remember the other day, I don't know who all saw this, but I was fighting with Rob Noor on a specific study regarding abortion. Like, he provided this study that was allegedly giving the reasons that women get late-term abortions. And the more I dug into it, the more I realized that's like not at all what the study was. That is what the study was talking about, but it was like explaining what the reason for deterring the abortion was. Like that's what it was about. It was like, why did they deter the abortion until after 20 weeks? And also there was an addendum or an update or something, whatever, a correction maybe, or just a clarification that was added where they explained that, like, a bunch of people are like reading it super out of context, and that the study is primarily about abortions like around like 21, 22 weeks, like just after the 20-week period or 20-week point. Not like a really the end of an abortion, or I'm sorry, the end of a pregnancy. Umbreon.
Thing the military was designed to do. So you can say, oh, you just prefer that you don't want China to be able to take over. Yeah, sure. But obviously when I say sexism, i.e. cutting 17% of our military off would make us less functional and more susceptible to attack, everyone can understand that means, oh, you want there to be less sexism because you want our military to be more functional. And then you can talk about...
Oh, defer. Yes. Yeah. I was saying deter, but I meant defer. You're right. Yeah. I misspoke. Yeah. Or I used the wrong word rather. Yeah, I meant defer. You're 100% right. Like delay. The reasons that they didn't get an abortion until later is what I'm saying. And they were like talking about things like abusive partners, and stuff like that.
Preference is all you want after that, but everyone else can operate in the basis of what colloquially we talk about when we mean military effectiveness.
Yeah, but all you did was you just moved the goalpost to effects, and manipulation happens when you focus on the effects, when you go to the effects instead of getting to the root, the cause of things. And this is what I'm sticking on. This is why you guys don't like it. It feels uncomfortable because I'm going right to the root of it. I'm going right to, the root of everything. Meta ethics, epistemology, the things that you believe.
He's going right to the root of epistemology.
Truth and good and bad, and all of these things that makes you feel uncomfortable. Guess what? The topic of the debate is sexism good? We've already demonstrated multiple areas where you conceded and you said that sexism is good.
You think racism
if this
is
is not the end of the debate, then I do not know what
Do you think racism is good?
Define racism.
Discrimination based on race.
Discrimination. Give me an example of how would you discriminate based off of race?
Yeah, so I'm Ryan Coogler and I want to hire the next Black Panther, and I say no white people.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that to be necessary. It can be good. It can be bad.
Well, wait. What do you mean? How would that be bad?
It can be good. It can be bad.
Why would it be? Why would that be bad? Wait, no, don't move on. How would this example be
in
bad?
my worldview? So in my worldview, this can be good or bad.
Well,
so
one, dude, don't run. Why is it bad? Why is it good?
Why are you cutting me off again and saying don't?
Because you're running away. I'm trying to pin
my
you down.
Worldview. I'm explaining to you my worldview.
Yeah, I agree, Brandon.
Okay. Yes or no?
Sure. Tell me.
Okay, got it. So in my worldview, which is Christian ethics, I appeal to divine command. Discriminating based off of someone's race. Nothing.
Yo, Tolly ran from the debate. BTFO'd. Lesbians, am I right, guys?
No, only just race. This is you're not utilizing any reason, any logic, nothing at all. It's just solely discriminating based off of the color of someone's skin. In my worldview, this will reduce down to being bad. Yes.
So it's bad if Ryan Coogler says, I want a black guy to play Black Panther, just to be clear. Based on Christian meta-ethics, is what you said.
Oh, well, no, that's not what I'm saying. It depends
well,
on...
hold on. He's discriminating specifically based on the amount of melanin in his skin, no?
Okay, now you just once again, if it's based off of he written a script, and the script is a black guy in it, then this is what he wants. This wouldn't be bad at all.
Okay, so you're saying...
But he's discriminating based on race because of what he wrote in the script, to be clear.
If he wrote it, that's totally fine. This would be good.
Tag me in. We gotta up the stakes. Okay, so
you're
saying
racism
that
is good in certain examples.
I already said it's good, and it can be good in certain examples, and it can be bad in certain examples. And I gave my example.
Cool. So you said it would be good if Ryan Coogler picked a black guy, which I concede is totally true, obviously, right? Because that's what the point of writing the script to be a black guy is. So therefore, would you?
Nakoti says Tolly L seems more conservative than progressive. Yeah, Tolly is something of a radical centrist of sorts. She did vote for Trump. She is a Trump voter, technically. She makes a bunch of excuses for it. Damn, I'm reading DMs. Hang on. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm having too many conversations at once. But yeah, Tolly is a Trump voter, is a centrist by trade. She has like she talks about a lot of like topics like that are on their surface. She's approaching them from a conservative angle, and then like when you dig down, there's kind of like a progressive understanding of them. It's actually very interesting. I actually quite like talking to Tolly, even though I don't like the centristy-ness of it all. Why do these people spend their time debating each other? Why do they enjoy it? For the love of the game, bro. Love the game. Love of the game. You know, you're always telling me to read books and stuff. Read books. And you're right to some degree. But there are other ways to acquire knowledge. And for people with like ADHD like myself, real-time conversations and debates are actually really like pretty helpful at like determining like figuring out what my beliefs are and where I might be wrong about them, and like what gaps in my knowledge I have. I don't know. I think it's fun. Radical centrist is just a centrist who thinks they're smarter than normal centrists. True. I don't know if she identifies as a radical centrist, but I consider her something of a radical centrist. Tully honestly is bad faith or pushing propaganda and therefore undesirable. To some degree, I agree with that. But I still I'll be honest. I did enjoy my conversation with her, and I like having those conversations. But I talked to an enigma wrapped in a riddle and shrouded by mystery. No, not really. I wouldn't go that far. Anyway.
Would you acknowledge? Would you acknowledge?
Good night, couple of birds.
Would you acknowledge that saying racism is good? Cooley thinks racism is good, but has a completely different connotation. If I explained it as Cooley thinks it's okay to cast a black eye, and Cooley thinks it's okay to discriminate against people like in segregation.
What you're doing here is you're conflating the two. So when you cannot compare apples and oranges because you're comparing race and sex. When we're speaking about sex, there's a different capacity that the sexes have. When we're speaking about race, there's not necessarily a different capacity than they have in society.
Did you watch the Tim Pool Peace Code debate? It's that stuff we need to avoid. What do you mean avoid that? Like we shouldn't have conversations, or we shouldn't do like debates with Tim Pool, or like, I mean, I did watch some of it. Those are very frustrating. I mean, there's he had some crazy like Christian nationalist people he was talking. I didn't watch the whole thing. I don't know.
So these two things are comparing.
I mean, there are
more power
differences.
than black people in society.
Yeah, hold on. There are racial differences between humans that.
No, Tully, no, Tully, drop, no, Tully, stop it. What are you talking about?
We can track these patterns, right? I mean, the NBA is not majority black because of anti-white.
Why didn't Tully bring this shit up on when she was talking to me? All right. That's crazy. That's a crazy take.
Discrimination, right?
Like, I don't think the NBA is majority black because like black people are like inherently better at basketball. I don't think that's it. Yes, Latavian, I watched most of it. I don't know. I like Prime. I understand you're frustrated. I don't agree with his analysis of harm reduction and stuff, or in his but like, I don't know. I think he's not like too far gone or something. I don't know. I think he's a reasonable guy. He says like he sees like elections different than I do.
Right, like all of the fastest runners in the world don't come from African countries and African diaspora islands and stuff like this because of anti-white discrimination. It's because of differences. So I want to up the stakes a little bit because Cooley, you're right. You acknowledge that racism and certain things like sexism for certain things is acceptable.
It's because they fit the uniforms better. That's crazy.
But you did draw a condition where you said that racism would be bad. And that condition was if it's based only and exclusively on the person's race, they're not using any other logic or evidence behind it. Do you want to clarify that? That's what I heard you say.
Once again, even when he gave his example, he said that if Ryan...
I'm not using his example. His example...
Yeah, great. So once again, listen, even when he gave his example, it proved
that... Forget his example. But I'm trying to pin down for you what is the... You were able to make a determination that there is bad racism. Can you just, again, make that definition?
Totally fine.
I'm going to kindly remind all of you, because all four of you have been doing it since the beginning, if we could mind the interruptions. I know when we feel something, we want to say it really loud and proud, but let's be mindful. We can't hear you if you're talking over each other. Nobody can hear you.
She's asking me to justify a reason. So what I'm saying is I already did.
Sorry. I literally just want... I'm just trying to make sure...
His entire position was, I'm too far gone and you cannot do anything to convince me. I am rejecting every argument you make without spending a moment's consideration on it. I don't feel like that's what was happening. I mean, too far gone. I mean, like, Latavian, you don't have to agree. You got to understand. I mean, I think we have to engage with the fact that there are a lot of people who are just at the end of the day, if they and I'm sympathetic to the view that there's a genocide happening, and they view that's I think there is actually, and if you like, there are people who believe that voting for either party that's going to continue that is like a bad thing to do. Like I don't agree with that analysis. I think it's better to have less genocide than more, but like I don't know. I like people are coming from a different perspective. I don't know.
Make sure I'm just
like I don't agree with it, but it's not like it's not insane, you know.
Trying to make sure that I steel man you. So you stated a condition for when racism is bad. I just want, if you could even just reiterate it, because I didn't want to put words in your mouth, and then I'm going to bring a different example, totally separate from soy pill. So if you could just state one more time for my benefit here,
even
under
his
which
example.
racism is bad.
So once again, so even in his example that soy pill said, which he was totally fine with, he said, oh, okay, I see what you mean. So even when he said that, well, if a director writes a script and the script in it has a white guy, so he's looking for the white guy, he's not looking for a black guy, is that discrimination? Is that racist? I said, no, that's not racist. You get what I'm saying?
But you
so
said it was
then
racist, actually earlier, just to be clear, and you said it was good racism, and then you said
no,
it would be bad if he only did it.
No.
He said if he was hiring actors based on them strictly being black, not for a black role.
That is what he's doing, because he wrote a black person.
Not for a black role. You get what I'm saying? And I broke it down.
Do you understand that he's discriminating by saying only black people can apply based on?
He's sad because I beat him senselessly whenever I'm streaming. No, he's sad because I'm not paying attention to him. And instead I'm paying attention to you guys. So, Brenone, you should be thanking me by liking the stream, sending super chats, donations of other sorts, and super stickers, gifting memberships or getting a membership. I see a lot of gray names in the chat right now. A lot of gray names in my chat. And Umbreon is very sad because I am engaging with you guys instead. But if you want to give me more time to engage with him instead of you guys, well, wait, I'm gonna tangle myself up here. Give me your money is what I'm saying fundamentally, and I will also give Umbreon treats.
Based on race, and this is fine.
Not when it's to play a black. If Marvel had hired only black people on the set, everything, you'd have a point here.
Hold on.
Marvel hiring a black man to play a black man isn't racist.
The vast majority of the Black Panther cast was black. Like almost everyone. There was like a token white guy, which was the Hobbit guy. Right, like there was like, and the I guess both the Hobbit guys, because one of them's the voice of oh no, not Bennett, no, it's who's the whatever, the guy who directed the latter Venom movie.
Racism.
What Soypill is saying, doesn't actually challenge.
What a stupid pivot, man.
Hold on. Stop. Tali, I think you're trying to get into a point. If we could just let her get there, that way it'll help.
No, we got to stop Tali at all costs. We cannot let Tali get to her points. Not anymore. She's ruined her opportunity to get to points with the race realism. That's crazy. It's insane in its outcomes. It leads to absurd conclusions such as being right to not vote for the candidate supporting one genocide compared to the candidate supporting 10 different genocides. Look, I agree it's a bad take. I don't agree with Prime. But like there are a lot of people who have this position, and like I'm not. I don't know. I'm. They're not coming from like a. Like I have more sympathy for someone whose fear is supporting a candidate who's engaging in genocide or like supporting genocide than one who's like excited to vote for that candidate because they're doing genocide. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference. I don't know. I'm sympathetic. I understand it's frustrating. I'm not saying it's not annoying. Whatever. Honorary. Wait. So Grelly, you're not a black man, is what you're saying. You're a ginger.
Help move the conversation
She's giving them
forward.
a little too much crowds there. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I probably.
That's being way too kind to them.
I'm a lady.
I'm
a lady. So again, I don't think that Soypill is not really saying anything against your point. He's calling it
we
good
gotta speed this shit
racism
up.
or acceptable racism, a la good or acceptable sexism, like discriminating on the basis of sex for which bathroom you go into or something like this. So I think Soypill would make the same argument that if there's a role that was written for a woman that you
I voted for Biden, so I'm black.
should have a female playing it, maybe that's sexism. You are literally discriminating on who can be cast for this role on the basis of sex, but it's not bad sexism. So along these lines, when we're talking about racism, you said that would be an acceptable form of racism or not even racism. Fine, I completely agree with you. What would be a bad form of racism? Can you provide an example? Or would I have an example that I want to work out with you, whichever one you'd like.
I'll go ahead and give you one. So slavery would be a bad form of racism, meaning that when I think it was in the Constitution at one point where they looked at black people as being like not even three.
Latavian, I thought a lot of the conversation between Pisco and Prime was circling around the fact that like it wasn't even just that like it wouldn't be like they weren't arguing that it wouldn't be worse under Trump or whatever. Like the argument was more like there was a bunch of the argument that was taking place around whether or not like that individual vote really matters. This is what Pisco was debating him on, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having too many different conversations. I can't do it. I gotta watch the sexism. Gotta watch the sexism.
3/5 of a white person. So, that would be, bad racism. You like
Bad
that?
racism.
You want another one? And tell me how
before you give another one, the reason
wait, let me
Sarah, let me go ahead and ask my question.
Look, I want to piggyback what you said, because you did point out correctly, but this is holding up a mirror to your guys' argument that somehow we've conceded by saying sexism is sometimes good insofar as bathrooms, as in racism is sometimes good insofar as casting for a black role, but not saying, hey, obviously there are bad forms of racism, obviously there are bad forms of sexism, and we're arguing against those, not whether or not we should have gender segregated bathrooms. So if you want to actually engage with the point that we're making and not, oh, you think there should be separate bathrooms? Okay, debate over. That's why we're bringing up the racism example.
Yeah, so
you also agreed to the labor laws.
David wanted to make a point, and then I want to hand it back to Tally, and then I'll hand it back to you, Speakeasy. In that order.
Thank you, sir. So even when we're having this discussion and you guys are bringing up the example of race and you're trying to make a comparison to sex, the reason why it's comparing apples to oranges is because there's different, sexes have different capacities. Men and women, we are actually like different in many different areas when it comes to biology. It's not to say that races, like your ethnicity, is all the same too. No, races are different as well. There would be, certain capacities based off certain little categories. But when we look at it at an overall view, if we are comparing men and women and give them, men and men, no matter what the race is, and we give them the same opportunity, well, I would say in the same starting point, I would say that they would have the same capacity.
The audio is fast because this is happening in like live. And I'm trying to catch up so that because we can hop on the open panel later. Sorry, Garuda.
Capacity to reach said goal. I would say any goal that you go ahead and put in front of them. They would have the same
goal.
I would
So
say,
if I took a suburban white male and a Afghani Taliban child and said, learn JavaScript in a week, do you think they'd have equal capacity to do that?
No, once again, you are putting culture in there now. You're putting culture in there. What we're speaking about is race. So I'm speaking about Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid. Those are the three races.
Actually,
the three races.
Okay, so
these guys believe in races, but there's only two genders. Come on.
What I'm trying to hammer out is if we're using the very loose definition of sexism that you guys are using, then we can make this comparison to racism. Because fine, maybe I'm acknowledging, I won't put soy in there, maybe I'm acknowledging that under your definition of sexism, there are perfectly acceptable, mundane, even good, positive versions of this type of discrimination. But like the definition that Sarah read out, we're talking about unjust discrimination. So Cooley, you conceded that there would be forms of racial discrimination that would be not a big deal, even good, even makes sense, right? But it would be bad if it was unjust. And you said the word something to the effect of if you're not looking at the data, if you're only basing it on the basis of race. So in a similar vein to wanting...
Yo, Garuda Legends with the Power Supply Unit Radical Coder membership. Thank you so much, Garuda Legends. Enjoy your wonderful access to the best emotes on YouTube. Feel free to spam those emotes as much as your heart desires, realistically. Enjoy. Love that. Love that. Thank you for the support, seriously.
Okay. Again, I'm trying to steel man you here. I'm trying to be fair. But so let me get my point down, then you can pick whatever I said. That was wrong. So along the same lines of we should pull all women out of the military regardless of their role and regardless of their competency, I think that we should kick all black people out of major cities because the statistics do show us that they are contributing to a significantly higher crime rate and like flight of white people out of these communities. So that is based on data. That's not just based on race, right? That's based on well-being and quality of life and crime statistics. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, so once again, in your worldview, that would make sense in your worldview because you appeal to utilitarianism and harm principle as well.
Fine,
so
in
you're
your
looking at data. In my worldview, it doesn't. In my worldview, it's totally different, right? So in your worldview, something would be wrong with that. You can say that, well, we have. Well, actually, I don't think how you find anything wrong with it because if the data shows that it's good, then it has to be good. If the data shows that we'll have better outcomes if we discriminate based off of this race by utilizing what's best for the majority of the society, in your worldview, that would be good. This is why your worldview is dangerous.
Sure. So how about your worldview? Because I'm asking you.
Yeah. Once again, I don't even have to give my worldview because your worldview is preferences. It reduces down to preferences. So once again, I granted your worldview. No.
I hate this. I hate the way these Crucible adjacent people engage. They're not fucking utilitarians. That's why I don't like them. Should I be a utilitarian, Corinth? I don't know. I don't. Like I said, I don't believe in utils. I don't know. I could be persuaded. Should I be?
No, I granted your worldview in the beginning of this debate. I granted it.
Why don't you
just based on preferences?
But I'm
to be fair, Cooley and Speakeasy, you are on the affirmative. Just to clarify that.
We are, yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely. I mean, earlier, Soy Pill, you agreed to the labor laws of keeping women away from chemicals that are going to hurt the reproductive health.
I think that the labor laws might be a little different from what I would advocate for. For example, better safety regulations as to who and who cannot operate certain machines that might expose them to said chemicals. But barring women from a position, just absolutely, no, I would not be in favor of that.
So you wouldn't be in favor of barring women from a position that is a risk to the reproductive health?
I think anyone who has any risks shouldn't be doing the job. And if that's women writ large, which I don't think is how this works in any of this case, yeah, I guess if that's the only way it's done, I'm willing to bet that we have PPE and all sorts of other things that are going to make this a job that's able to be done by plenty of people with no exposure to said chemicals. And you don't need to make a law that says no women allowed at this position.
Okay, and do you think we should draft women too?
No, I think no one should be drafted, but if a draft is necessary, then absolutely we should draft women.
So if it comes a time that a draft is necessary, do you think we should draft the women too?
If the walls
actually, I haven't thought about this very much, but like realistically, if we were gonna lose the war without drafting women, would these guys like still not draft women? Like let's say we're being invaded, all right, and the men are just losing, and women are like, should we just like let the women like sit back and like, no, sorry, no girls allowed? like we'd want them to help, right? Should we? Is there no condition where these people would draft women? That seems crazy to me. It seems suicidal even. Right?
The walls are closing in, and we're last line of defense in Berlin. Yeah, put the children, put them on the howitzers. I say yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So you just want to give up the chance of any survival.
Yeah.
No, I just said in an existential
what
situation.
society has ever done this that
Their
survived?
I'm
worldview
frustrated that
reduces down to
neither of you-
utilitarianism. So whichever brings the best result, that's what they're going
Would
to
you
appeal
consider
to.
an entire eradication of the human race, or I guess America, and if we want to get a little less specific, to be a bad result, or would you say that's just a preference?
Sorry, repeat it again.
Yeah, would you consider the existential eradication of all people on a country, would that be a preference to say I don't want that to happen?
If that's your preference, yeah.
Okay. Well, I prefer not to have my country now.
Guys, if you're going to lose the war without drafting them, then you would still lose. Well, what I'm saying, I'm saying, imagine a scenario where if we could just draft the women, we would win. Like we're gonna lose unless we draft the women. Like we need the support. We don't have the raw numbers. They're moderate. That's all. First of all, hilarious name, moderate coder. Welcome. Is this like a real account, or did you make this like to meme related to me? Because that's awesome. But they're okay. Yeah. No, I don't think they are. I don't think they're okay with trans people in the military either. But yeah, what I'm saying is like we just need the raw numbers. We just don't have enough people to win the war because we drafted all them in, and we just still don't have the numbers. But if we had women who could fight as well, then what do you think? Do you think that they would accept that? Would they allow it? I don't know.
If you're asking
the
me if
only
I think
way
it would be
to keep
good
it from
for
happening
society to
would
function,
be
yeah.
women and children on the front lines. I would. However, I think at that point you probably already lost, and it's not going to make a huge difference. So just to be clear.
Well, do you realize that in the late Roman Empire, what they tried to do was a military overextension instead of sending the women to fight too? Do you know what the results of that was?
Do you think that was because they were overextended and desperately
Yes.
enlisted women,
Yes.
or do you
They
think
had
it was
no one
because
to reproduce their society? When you have no one to reproduce your society, society goes bye-bye.
do you
That's
think
how
that
it works.
do you think that the low reproduction rates are because of the participation in the military of women at the current moment?
It's a part of it, and it's a part of the participation in
If
the
you had to
workforce.
put a
too.
percentage
This
on it, would you say
this
it's
DEI policy that we want to put in, that we need to, for some reason, bricklayers should for some reason consider hiring women, roofers too. Can you explain to me what reasoning a roof?
Because women can lay bricks and women can roof. I'm just curious. How many women are roofers and bricklayers in the U.S.? About 2. Okay, so like 5%. 2.5 to 5% of roofers and 1% less than 1% of bricklayers. All right. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? What's the problem? I don't get it. I don't get what the issue is. Why do I care? Why do I care about that? I don't understand. I don't understand sexism.
A roofer has to hire a woman, put them on. Can't regulate their body heat the same as men. Okay, they can't lift the 90-pound bundles that go up that men are carrying three at a time.
Hey, buddy, I've already said if she can't do the job, she shouldn't be hired. If he says that.
Why should we?
Yeah, it seems like some of them can do the job. Flezzy, that should be illegal. We should lock Flezzy up for roofing and laying bricks and being a woman at the same time. That should be a crime. Ryan, obviously they shouldn't. As you know, all women are deathly allergic to the color red. That's why they hate red 40 or whatever, right? That's why they're all maha. Regulate their body heat. Is that a... I can't do it. He might. Maybe he's right. I don't know.
Why should I hire a woman for my roofing company?
You're really not listening. We just both said that's not something you should do.
You guys were hoping to argue against people who are like affirmative action for ladies who want to see equal representation of women in every field, except that's not us. Those are not.
Yeah, but nobody holds those. Like nobody serious holds those positions. Even like the progressive, like the far left progressives don't want that. Like that's stupid. Nobody wants to like draft women into industries that they don't want to be in. You know what I'm saying?
Those are not the opponents.
I'm pretty sure Soytail has called himself a male feminist at one point. I may be mistaken.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, do you think me calling me that means that I want 50-50 outcome in every job?
No, I didn't say I called you that. I thought you called yourself that. I could be wrong.
I'll say it right now. I'm a male feminist, goddammit. Do you think that means I want 50-50
so then
outcome
you are
in every
for
job?
sexism.
Based.
Do you think that means I want 50-50 representation in all fields?
It wouldn't matter if you want 50-50 representation. As a feminist, are you doing something to change the high incarceration rate of men? As a feminist, are you out there advocating for men and fathers' rights?
Are you out there doing that? You're just kind of
as a feminist, are you advocating?
Yeah, I actually do advocate for more representation of men in the court system, which is unjust to them, actually. So yes,
as a feminist?
Well, sure, if you want to say because I'm a feminist, in the same way.
Yes, feminists talk about. I hate this idea that feminists like only talk about issues that affect women. Like this is just they're completely femilliterate. You know what I'm saying? We recognize that trans women are an unfair advantage in competitive sports than women, so why not want trans women to replace women in the military? The unfair advantage. I guess if they buy all that, yeah. But they just it's because the whole sports thing has never been about. It's always been about just not wanting trans women to be participants more than it has been about fairness. They don't actually care about that.
Well, I can say as a white man I do it, but I just advocate for it, period. The point is you were bringing up roofers, and both Tally and I will say if she can't carry the 90-pound things, if she can't regulate her body heat, if she's incapable of doing the job, she shouldn't have the job.
Yeah.
Okay, and would that be sexist, yes or no?
If every single woman can't do it, I would say yeah, I guess inherently, but I don't think it's sexist to say you must meet this merit and it has nothing to do with your gender. It's just if you can meet it, you can meet it. Like that's like saying is men's sports sexist? Technically.
Inquisitive Archivist, the answer is because men said so.
Not really.
You know that MMA is a gender-neutral sport. It's not a man's sport. It's a gender-neutral sport. Women couldn't compete. That's why we have the WNBA. You understand that, right?
You're preaching to the choir. I know.
Okay, so
I got a quick question. One quick question for both of you too. So if the woman can meet the standard, or if she can't meet the standard, or she can meet the standard, you are for the woman having the opportunity in certain areas.
Sure.
Whatever it may be, it will still reduce down to a category. It's gonna reduce. Let me finish. I know you're about to speak. Just let me get it out. Not understand.
He's said this like a few times. I don't understand what he means. It reduces down to a category, but it's not exclusively that category, or like that category isn't exclusively like sex based, right?
Understanding the point, right?
Drafting women is actually banned in the NBA, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if it. I don't know about like. I feel like wasn't there a woman who was like trying out for the NFL or something at one point? Like there are some like I feel like there are probably some women. Like there's a couple of them out there, like a handful, who could potentially play with the men. You know, like there's at least a couple of them. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm a dummy. I feel like there's some buff ass ladies out there. You know.
I'm going to explain it to you. Just listen and wait. It's going to reduce down to a category. And when it reduces down to a category, it's going to be based off of how you perceive it to be sexist or not. So you may view it as being negative, or you may view it as being positive. You may view discrimination as negative, or you can view discrimination as negative or positive. It can be good. It can be bad based off how you perceive it, right? So this is going to reduce down to your preferences. So anything that you bring up is, since men and women are different, right? Everything is always going to reduce down in certain categories where you're going to view that some categories are good. We're going to view that some categories are good or bad, whatever it may be. It's still going to be sexist within itself, which means that if you appeal to just one of them, that if it reduced down to a category and it's sexist, then that's the end of the debate because sexism is good for society.
You've reiterated the point.
You are, hold on.
You guys are repeating this.
Sorry, hold on. It's a bad argument. You are perhaps unknowingly, literally making the woke argument that if we see any type of discrepancy in the outcomes based on these groups, then it is racism. So if you see differences in racial outcomes, in academic achievement, in employment, in any of these things, that must be due to racism. You're making the same.
What else does it do to Tally? What else is causing them? Huh? What is it?
argument. You're saying that no matter what we have, it's going to come down to
one's based on biological distinctions. These other ones you keep naming are arbitrary lines.
They're
You
not
understand, right?
Yeah, race. Very good at explaining things, and you
explain to me what race is.
Why is Tolly? I'm sorry, Umbi. I just stomped on my boy. Why is Tolly doing the race realism defense? I hate it so much. Like, attacking sexism by doing race realism. This is why Tolly is a fascinating character.
What's race? What's race?
Ooh,
I mean,
Speakeasy with the CRT. Speakeasy knows. I did a Speakeasy panel a while back, and I was laying down the law about CRT. I think Lauren De Laguna was on there too, and I was CRTing her in real time. So he knows his CRT. Let's see if he uses it correctly to defeat the race realists on the panel.
You don't know, right? You don't know the answer, right? You're asking a question about something you don't know.
So, Speakeasy, do you think there are no such thing as racial differences?
What is race?
Do you think race is just the?
Why are you answering my question with a question?
Speakeasy's asking the right question. What's going on? What's going on right now? What is race? Explain. What is race, Tally? Tally? What is race? Answer the question.
What is race?
Race is basically it has two different aspects to it, because race on the one hand is in the eye of the beholder, which means looking at someone you can assume what their race is, but you don't necessarily know if you're correct. But these are based on biological, evolutionary differences of different distinct people groups, right? Who develop different.
Okay. I'll give you based on that. There's a little bit of legwork being done there, but that's a defendable answer. There are phenotypical differences that we use to determine whether or not we categorize someone in a certain race
differently in different parts of the world, and now have different outcomes in various aspects of performance and ability and all of these things. So yes, the crude categories that we use, like black or white or brown or mongoloid, right? These don't necessarily get down to the differences that we're observing, but these are based on biological differences between people groups. It's not like, again, this is.
They're called Kleins, by the way. Kleins. Wait, no, not Klein. Klein's Wikipedia. Klein. A Klein is a measurable gradient in a single characteristic or biological trait of a species across its geographical range. This is like the actual way that biology could account for quote unquote race. It doesn't line up with races. But obviously people are different, right? People are different. It's just race adds in a bunch of other extra stuff that is not about they add in all these personality traits and shit like this, which is just not there. People obviously look different.
And this is a very woke thing. Race is just a social construct, right? Well, yeah, kind of.
All that to say, race is whatever the fuck I say it is. Yeah.
I gave you a.
Yeah, but again, Tali, even the wokes don't. Nobody on the woke side is denying that black people look different from white people. You know what I mean? That there's phenotypical differences in black and white people. It's just not. The wokes don't do this, Tali.
You a way harder answer than race is whatever I say it is.
No, but that might as well have been what you said.
Not, I don't. Fine, sir. So what is race to you? Now that I answered.
I'm not the one using race as an argument.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys
True.
have actually stuck down to a definition. You only critique because you realize that all of your positions and definitions fall apart when we
I definitely stuck to a definition. Okay, and when I've been responding to things that are good, I'd use a definition that you would probably be okay with. If you were to say things that just sustain survival, stability, functionality, advancement in society, that would be good for society. Wouldn't you say that?
Whoa, Speakeasy just literally joined our team because that's the exact argument that the Soypill and I are making.
No, you aren't. You aren't making that argument. You aren't making that an argument whatsoever. I'm showing you your definition of good and how sexism fits your definition of good. Do you understand that?
We are against the unjust discrimination on the basis of sex
Who decides
only
what's just?
when it ignores
who decides what's just and what's good or bad?
Yeah, who decides just?
Who literally decides? The government, the ruling government at any point in time.
Okay.
So just things are good? Is that what you're saying right now? Just things are good. Just to give you an example, back when slavery was allowed and it was justified to go catch a slave that ran away and bring him back.
You think Cooley's making the best points so far? The bar is low, but you might be right. Soy and Cooley. This should just be Soy and Cooley. Tully and Speakeasy. They're having a whole different conversation.
Back to a slave owner and beat the shit out of him. I was justified under law. Was it good?
Yeah, morally bad, bad, legally justified. You didn't ask
me Is it good, Tally?
No, it's not good to have slaves.
Oh, okay. So just doesn't mean good. If you look in the back, I put the actual definition from the Merriam-Webster dictionary of sexism, and it's prejudice or discrimination based on sex.
Right.
I've been going by the definition
the reason
of
you have to
sexism.
keep going back to this, and the reason we brought up the race thing, is there are obviously good forms of sexism when you discriminate against sex.
Race is an arbitrary, socially constructed line. Sexism.
Wait, if sexism can be good for society, then they lost, right? Sexism is good for society. If sexism can be good for society, then L tally, L soy pill, W sexist. What can we say?
Is a biological objective standard.
Why does it matter? There are both ways that they're both be considered.
I can't believe you're
They're
a
literally
science
comparable,
nihilist.
buddy.
A science denialist?
Yeah, you are literally a woke. These are the gayest arguments ever. Race is actually just a social construct.
These are the gayest
that
arguments ever. Good
in
one.
their society, like we have a
Aren't
tremendous
you
amount of
gay?
science that goes against.
God damn it,
How are
Tom.
you using that
That's
as
her
a
word.
Still
negative term?
my favorite derogatory word.
Well,
Say the F slur if it was loud. I know it.
okay, so let me maybe try to bridge the gap here.
She probably
so
would, yeah.
Sexism defines as prejudice, stereotyping, or discrimination, typically against women on the basis of sex. So the word discrimination, I went and pulled that, and it says discrimination is the unfair or less favorable treatment of a person or group based on protected characteristics such as race, gender, age, religion, disability, or sexual orientation. So it is tied in there if you like take the definition of it, right?
Well, Corinth, I think the issue is, like, we didn't say the prompt isn't all sexism is good for society. It says sexism is good for society. So if they yell that some sexism is good for society, then this prompt technically holds. I understand what you're saying about the future tense, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about right now. They're agreeing some sexism is good. The prompt is sexism is good. It's fair to say if some sexism is good, then sexism is good. But it doesn't mean all sexism is good. So that distinction is worth making. But
right, I think most people understand one thing comparable to another just based off of the word discrimination and how we as Americans understand it. Go ahead.
Just the fact that we're utilizing the Google definition and we're utilizing it because we.
Ryan, do you think anyone in either side in any topic on YouTube debate will ever let their minds be changed, especially when you have to have the same argument to keep debating? I feel like I learn and develop my arguments like in real time. I feel like I learn things in debates in real time. So maybe I'm just the one exception. Maybe you should like the stream, give me super chats, get a Radical Coder channel membership, because I am the one YouTube debater who does what you're looking for. That might be a good way to handle it, so you can unlock these phenomenal emotes, including the Low Coder, which is a little guy, cute little coder guy. It also has Baby Umbreon, who is crying right now. But yeah, just something to think about.
Because we would perceive that, well, we're going to this source because it's a good source. And the fact that Google in itself, with the definition of sexism, is because they say they put in their women. They don't put men and women. So Google itself is sexism, and we're utilizing this Google definition because we perceive that the Google definition is good, which is in itself good for society.
What?
I perceive the Google definition as bad because it should say men too.
Yeah, well, your preference, yeah, your worldview.
Well, it says especially, so it says the one that's speaking
This is typically in mine.
Or discrimination based on sex, and then it also says especially discrimination against women.
Especially against discrimination against women, not against women and men. So
somebody gift Kaiser a membership, okay? Someone gift him a membership. That's not true. Some sexism being good and some sexism being bad shows that sexism is not good and sexism is not bad. There are some other discriminating factors there to look. I agree. I'm saying it's a bad prompt. Okay, to be clear, I'm being kind of contrarian and just pushing back against these two. But like I think it's just a bad prompt because of all the things that we're arguing about right now.
And so the Google definition itself is sexism, and we're utilizing it because we think that it's good, which means that sexism is good within itself. How many times can I refute the arguments quick and easy? Let's get some good arguments up here.
Hold on, I'm trying to understand. How are you perceiving that as good?
Okay, I'll tell you again. So
I want to make sure I understand what you're saying here.
Yeah, I'll say it. So the simple fact that when I typed in sexism, right?
Yo, Gorilla Biscuits with the one Radical Coder gifted membership. Mandy Cush, welcome to your membership. Enjoy. Please spam these emotes whenever you get a chance, Mandy. Happy to have you here. Enjoy your Radical Coder channel membership. So proud of you. Thank you so much, Gorilla.
The reason why we're going to Google is because we trust Google to give us a definition that we would perceive to be right, which we would perceive to be good. And Google in itself, their definition of sexism is sexist because they did not include men. They only included women in the definition. This would conclude that, well, sexism has to be good since we're all utilizing this Google.
Well, moderate coder, I don't think Sarah generally picks the titles. Usually people present her with a debate they want to have. So in her defense, she is a little, she can be a bias. Sometimes I think Sarah's a pretty decent moderator, all in all. There are some times where she tilts one direction or another, more so in the open panels than during the debates. But there are times where she's her bias shines through. But generally, she's pretty good. Is there a minimalist coder? There might be.
This Google definition,
and that's why I just avowed. I just avowed the Google definition. It should say men in there too. Also, does anything in your Christian meta ethics tell you why you should or should not trust Google?
It doesn't say men aren't included. It says based on sex, and then it says especially,
meaning that it's appealing to the bad things. It's appealing to the negative things towards women, not the negative things towards men. So the Google definition is sexist in itself, and we're all appealing to it as it is good because we're all utilizing it in this debate.
We're all. I disavowed Google. I'm disavowing Google right now.
So what's your definition?
Wait, it's not sexist. The definition's like descriptive, right? So like mine says prejudice, stereotyping, or discrimination typically against women on the basis of sex. So it's just saying that sexism, at least when it's talked about, is typically against women. That's not sexist against men. DefNot says Sarah is definitely biased. It's her right to be on her channel, but she is, and it shows often. Yeah, again, I agree it's there. I just think that she at least puts in like some real effort in most debates to try to just like engage like with the arguments. But I agree her bias like shines through. But I think she does put some like real effort in. You know, I wanna give her credit for that. But I agree, it's like she's definitely biased.
Definition of sexism, then, man.
Discrimination based on sex.
That's it.
Yep.
Where'd you get that from? Your preferences?
A bunch of
like
I've
what
read,
Common Good
all
said. Yeah.
Conglomerated into my brain as a definition that I spurted out all on my own.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, cool. Do you think that it's sexist to have a bathroom that is only for women?
Yep.
Okay, cool. We did it. Sexism's good. Now let's talk about what you actually want to talk about, which is whether or not women should be able to vote, serve in the military. I don't know why this is taken.
True. Thank you, Soy Pill.
Yet again, an hour and a half for you to just keep walking back.
I've mentioned other things too. It's just like
funny.
you do this thing where you interrupt while people are talking, and then you're complaining because we can't get to an actual argument.
How about you just ask a question on voting if you want to get to it, and we can get down to it, man. Go ahead.
Oh, we tried. Which country where women can't vote would you prefer? Would you think that was a better, based on your, no, sorry, not preference, based on your Christian meta ethics, would you say would be a morally better country?
Yeah. So under my worldview, it doesn't matter because I granted your worldview. But I would say granting.
That's so cringe. These people just don't want to. They don't want to have those conversations. They always avoid talking about that because they like they said they do want women not to be able to vote, right? They do want that. That is the world they want. They want not just women. They want less people in general to be able to vote. And like sometimes they'll like argue. They'll argue look, we don't just want to disenfranchise women. We want to disenfranchise a lot of men too. It's not sexism. We also want to disenfranchise a lot of men. It's crazy.
Granting your worldview.
Yeah, actually, we grant your worldview.
I would utilize.
I think the Christian God is real and His word is.
Yeah, no, you don't. That's a lie.
No, I did. I'm granting it right now.
That's totally fine. If you do, can you justify that?
No, I read it in the book.
Okay, just because you read it in the book, can you justify that the Christian
true
God is the real true God? Can you justify?
Well, I think there's pretty good evidence that Jesus rose after 3 days, and I find it the most compelling religion. All the other ones really don't speak to me. So Christian God is the one true God, yeah.
Yeah. See, you can't even justify. The thing is, if you're trying to do an internal critique and grant someone's worldview, you would have to understand their worldview in order to grant it. The thing is, I understand your worldview. This is why I granted it. But I'll go ahead and entertain this a little bit. I'll go ahead and entertain your question a little bit here. So essentially, what you're asking about what period of time or country was it ever?
Ever heard Sarah debate? Yeah, no, Sarah can be like a really good debater. Especially like the less emotionally invested in the topic she gets. I mean, that's probably true for everyone. Like the better she is at it. Like she can hold her own. I mean like she's been moderating debates for 2 years and she engages in them like it's no wonder she's really toned the muscle, you know what I mean?
Ever good with women not voting?
No, right now, not period of time. Because you can look back and when no women had any rights whatsoever, there were certain countries that did better than others. But now that women writ large have entered the workforce in almost every good country, I'm curious what country where they haven't or can't vote is somehow better.
Yeah. So once again, you are assuming that I think that women shouldn't vote. Under my worldview, I don't think that. I think that a lot of people shouldn't vote. Men and women shouldn't vote. I think you should have some stake in the game in order to vote. Now, can I appeal to
Fuzzy B with another Radical Coder gift membership going to Eric Deep. Welcome, Eric Deep. Great to have you here. Thank you so much, Fuzzy B. Enjoy, Eric, your new Radical Coder emotes. They are sick. Check out, we got the Baby Umber, we got the Radical, we got the Angry Jiggles. Whenever you're mad, you can drop some Angry Jiggles. Whenever you're vibing, you can drop some Sippy Squirtles. Thank you so much, Flezzy. Appreciate you.
To a country, the time would have to be in, so like, in the early 1900s, before women had the chance to vote. And even when this country started at a certain time, only people that had a certain stake in the game could vote. So yeah.
So like black people not being able to vote because they were slaves, that was
when
fine?
When it's based off of race, no. When it's based off of sex, yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, you said I wouldn't advocate for women not being able to vote, but your preferred country is the early 1900s, where women couldn't vote. So you do want that, but also fewer other people to vote, not just women.
Well, but fine. He doesn't want to take away the vote from women.
and-
So can you just
Okay,
can you
go
give us
ahead.
an example? This is what like Cyple and I were just begging. Like if the only forms of sexism that if you're arguing sexism is good because women have their own restrooms, the WNBA
No, we're not arguing
can
that.
this,
That's
and
not what
because
we're
men are
arguing. You're
chivalrous,
straw manning
and
our
because men are
argument.
chivalrous. So then give us.
Then why are you
Straw
conceding every
manning our
time you
argument.
get that that's true?
What forms of discrimination on the basis of sex, i.e. sexism,
So
are you
once
calling
again-
for in our society that don't exist already today?
So we take the affirmative position that sexism is good for society. One of the reasons is because it's necessary. You can't get rid of sexism in society because
Fine.
men and women are inherently different.
It's good because it's necessary. I don't know how I feel about that one.
We have biological
Fine.
differences.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
even when we try to break things down and we have standards and X, Y, Z, it's always going to reduce down to certain categories. And in your worldview, based off your preferences and how you perceive the good and
Okay.
bad, you may think that this sexism is
I'm gonna get
good
some
or
water.
this sexism is bad.
Okay, cool. So fine. Let's take all that. So then my next question will be: do you think that our
Okay, Dave, you have to sell your Transformers and spend all your money on Radical Coder channel memberships, okay?
society is properly sexist, or would you take it further? So you're arguing that that sexism is essentially inevitable, that it's a good thing because the sexes are different. I agree.
Well,
the sexes are very different.
He's arguing that sexism is when men and women are different, just to be clear.
True, but fine. So again, do you think that we are calibrated to the correct, precise level of sexism, or would you like to see more? And if so, where? In what form?
Yeah, so
Because it's not voting. So
well, I mean, that would be something different as well too. Once I said, even when it comes to voting, I would say that currently right now, everybody can vote. You can vote when you're 18. I don't even think that you should be able to vote when you're 18. I think that you should be able to vote if you have some stake in the game, whether if you're man, women, or black or white. You need some stake in the game, right?
Stake in the game.
So meaning that, like, if you are in the military, if you've done X amount of community service, if you're and with maintaining and keeping up with the infrastructure, like having in certain career fields, if you are like surgeons and doctors, things like that,
like
where you are actually
podcasters should be able to vote?
where you're actually
shouldn't we
to society, then I think that
let's
you should
move
have
past
the ability
voting, because
to
Cooley
vote.
has already conceded that he doesn't want to draw lines on the basis of sex. He would have other
Okay, fair enough.
criteria.
Yeah, go ahead.
So then
So move
where
on to something else.
correct? Where in our society do you think that sexism has not gone far enough? Where would you like to see more discrimination on the basis of sex implemented?
Okay, so more discrimination based off of sex. I would say when it comes to abortion, I think that currently women have it's so sexist, and women have all full bodily autonomy on who is born in America. They have all the rights when it comes to who's born in America, and we've seen how that's detrimental. We see that we are below replacement level. It's supposed to be 2.1 babies per woman, but we're at 1.6 babies per woman. So if we actually granted more rights to men as well, this would still be considered sexist, though.
So we need to give men more rights to control whether or not women give birth, is what he's saying, right? So that's fair. Ryan, I love you, but you ain't seen a cent from my Transformers. I don't know. Look, we got to handle this gray name issue, okay? These gray names we can't maintain a chat with so many gray names. What if I turned on memberships only chat? What would you do then? I have that authority. I have the power, okay? I could. You don't believe me? I could do it right now. I can make gray names not allowed to chat. Watch this. Sorry, gray names. What you gonna do? It's over. It's over for gray names. Okay. It's back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing that. Okay. I don't want to be like that. I'm just saying I could.
So this would still be a good thing in my worldview. I think we would see less, divorce rates. Even I think on contraceptives, all of these contraceptives that we have, women can take a plan B all the way to a plan
Ryan hates women. That's true, but yes, that is true.
Z, which
What's
it's an
plan
incentive.
Z?
Abortion.
I mean, yes, basically abortion, off in the baby. But you got Plan B, you got birth control, you got all of these. I think it's 16 different methods of or processes of contraceptives that women have currently in society today. But I would say that, and we see the negative side effects that women are pretty much incentivized to be more promiscuous because they can take a Plan A all the way to a Plan Z. So I don't think that that's good. So
okay, but so what's the prescription there?
Well, he's obviously saying get rid of birth control and abortion, right? But also, he says negative insofar as like what? Negative what? Your preference?
Like Stalin.
Like, she's assuming you're saying something smarter, but you take a long time to say.
Damn KO days.
Well, no, I just want him to cut to the point because I feel like he's jumping around a little bit. So he starts with abortion and says that men should have more rights in this realm, and that would still be sexist, but it would be good. So I'm curious, A, what rights do you want men to have in this realm? And B, again, you talk about the negative side effects about different forms of birth control, but I would like you, yes, to just come out and state your prescription.
Well, Polygraph, it's their fault because they're getting pregnant and they're ending those pregnancies. If they didn't end all those pregnancies, then we would have more kids, right? Polygraph, agree?
As someone in the affirmative arguing that sexism is good for society and that you want to see further sexism, I would like you to state your positions in the affirmative.
Yeah, and once again, it's always going to be good no matter what. It's inherent. Sexism is just the reality of the world. But what other positions do you want me to give?
Well, the point, Cooley, is if you're saying it's always going to be good because men and women are
sure
different,
do,
it's a very different
Well,
position from we should
saying-
discriminate against women in this way, this way, this way.
Yeah,
because
I'm
that
sorry.
would be
I
good.
misspoke when I'm saying it's always going to be good. What I'm saying that it's necessary. Like you can't get rid of sexism.
I mean, we got rid of women not being able to work. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That would still be sexist.
Letting women work is sexist.
So letting women vote and work. What did you say? Vote or work?
Well, both, either one.
Okay, yeah, letting women work. It would still be sexist. You want me to explain? Because we see
Are you
currently
going
right
to say
now.
because there's a disparity in the jobs that they take?
That's true, common good, and it's actually it's one of the I sometimes wonder like engaging. A lot of these debates are like so goofy and like esoteric and like very abstracted, and they don't really like. This is why I try, like when we have like abortion debates, like I try to talk about like, look, there are people who need abortions who are being denied them because of like legislative actions that are like banning abortions. There are people who are like what do we? This is happening right now. Like I don't want to talk about some fucking violinist or like whether or not it's justified, like whether or not like I would allow every abortion at 9 months. Like it's just I don't like. This is not the conversation I want to have.
Is that why?
Yeah, and most.
Okay, so
most
women working,
say that
women
that's
not working as
sexist.
sex
Disparity
receivers,
does
and
not equal
like-
discrimination. This is the same thing with racism. Disparity in outcomes does not equal discrimination. Just because we allow women to work and they show up less representatively in various jobs does not mean
Technically right, but like I don't like the implications.
And if you
Based
define
off of
both
your
women
worldview,
working and
it
not working as
does.
sexism, then what's the point of having the word sexist?
Yeah,
No,
so
based
you
on my
wanna
worldview,
understand.
it does
So
not. You
it
claim
does.
to understand my
Because
worldview,
you
but
didn't
you
give
have
me
not
any
been
solid
able. You have
definition
not
of
been
what you-
able.
how do you
Cooley,
define
can
what
you
world my
maybe we can clear this up. Cooley, can you steel man Tally's position in your
Yeah,
words?
yeah. Her to still
No, you
in her
can't.
position, she's essentially saying that. Well, Cooley, basically what you're saying is it's always going to reduce down to differences between the sexes in regards to certain career paths or things that they would choose, but it is not discrimination. So she's saying that it's.
Why not adoption though? Seriously? Well, the whole thing is like whether or not we should force people to go through pregnancy and to give birth, right? It's not about whether or not we like want to force them to have the child and like take care of it after the fact. Like we allow adoption, obviously, but the whole issue is like whether or not we should force people to carry a pregnancy to term. That's what the debate's about.
That is not discrimination, and what I'm telling her is, did I still mean that correctly or no?
You kind of made your own argument in your steel man horse, to be fair, but you can
'cause
try.
you were saying what she said. Your like what you said. She was saying your
Yeah, you told
argument
me
was.
this- yeah, that's what she was
is-
telling me my
now
argument
tell
was. I was
me,
still man in the position.
what is Tally's position? Not her thoughts on you.
Oh, that's what you told me to still man her position. I thought you were saying to still man her position on me.
Why?
You're making assumptions about
Why
my
did you
worldview,
think
right?
that?
I said it's not discrimination. You said, well, in your worldview it does, and I said, the fuck it doesn't. So do you understand my worldview that you claim to be? You claim that we can only speak in terms of me and Soy Pill's worldview because unlike us, who does not understand your worldview, you understand.
Ryan, did you miss plans A through Z? I did, but I'm excited for Pokemon ZA.
That was perfectly. That's why you are able to participate in
I got it.
internal
I'll still
our
man.
worldview.
I'll still man you guys' worldview or in your position. So essentially, you're saying that discrimination is sexism is bad for society because it produces negative effects where people will be discriminated based off of like if women didn't have the right to vote. This would be considered bad. If women didn't have the right to an abortion, this would be considered bad, right? Is that correct?
That's like the possible way you could steal man. Just like, oh, because we think it's bad. Do you know why we think it's bad that women can't work
Yeah,
or vote?
I already went through that because of utilitarianism. You think that, well, if it produces the good outcomes for people, then it has to be good for society.
Right, so like when you brought up birth rate and how we're below 2.
Pokemon B will be banned. No. Actually, Pokemon fan games are often attacked by the Pokemon Company and Nintendo. Just something to keep in mind. So, if there was a Pokemon B, perhaps it would be banned.
One replacement rate. Why would it be bad if we went below 2.1?
In my worldview, that would be bad, is because then we have to bring in immigrants and we can't sustain our current economy.
Wait, that's the only thing we could possibly do? We couldn't say incentivize women to have more kids?
But we would have to do that. Then we would have to.
Wait, aren't you making a
more
consequentialist argument as well?
Of abortion.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, but why is it bad?
How can they have more kids? How can we incentivize them to have more kids and still keeping abortion around?
Whoa, Cooley just completely.
Garuda, here's how I'm gonna explain what. So Garuda said, so if a male unalives a pregnant woman and it is a double homicide, if a female unalives a baby in the womb, it's not a homicide. Let that sink in. If you force someone to get an abortion against their will, I would consider that a homicide. Let that sink in.
Gave credence to our worldview. He said, by the way, I agree that we need to increase the replacement rate and get it above, get it at 2.1, that we are actually replacing our population. But he said that the reason that having it at 1.6 is bad is because then we have to open our borders and bring in immigrant labor and stuff like this. That sounds like you're making a utilitarian argument about the well-being of our society and not something based on your Christian worldview of the world. So can you tell us?
Are you going to debate him about what God says is good?
Yeah, we're heading.
Of course, he's giving you that worldview. What are you going to debate about?
You guys are hopping back and forth. Like, okay, if you want to argue worldviews, we can do it this way. And I'm totally happy to argue worldviews. Please define good. How do you determine what's good and what's bad?
Define good.
How we determine good and bad. The problem is you keep using bad, and then it's like, well, are you using bad in our sense of bad? Because I can clearly point to you how it would be bad for women not to be able to work in our worldview. In your worldview, you don't want to give it because you're like, well, I'll just operate in your worldview, and then you don't actually say why the sexism would be good in that case. So that's why we're a little confused, I guess you'd say.
I mean, you haven't asked a question on that.
Which question would you like me to ask?
Do you want me to go ahead and, if you put it into question form, I would answer the question.
Okay,
They're very bad at asking questions.
What
you guys
about
haven't.
1900s society, early 1900s society, was better than we have it now? Was it the rampant polio? Was it the poverty?
I would only if it were conscious. Ridiculous, Latavian. Ridiculous stance. I don't like this idea that consciousness should override, like, or maybe you're not saying this, but you might. I don't feel like consciousness should override. And like, if something was like, let's say there was a baby you could prove was conscious at like 10 weeks. Would we then be justified to force a woman to give birth to that baby? I don't think so.
Was it the lower life expectancy? Was it the world wars? Was it like everyone? Yeah, like what about it was better?
So who said that? I think that is overall better. I do think that there are some
said,
things
my ideal
society is better. No, I didn't say that it was ideal.
You meant it would be better.
A specific question about something else, Toy. Right? Okay. You're asking a question on something else. So your question again is, ask it again. So I hear it.
To be clear. Women suck. Can we all just agree? Women are awful. We just all hate them. I just want to say that while she's gone because I don't want to
I keep my headphones in. I hear when you can't see me.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm asking you, what would
Tully hates women too. It's okay.
More sexist or has fewer rights for women look like, and you went back to the 1900s.
No one hates women more than lesbians. Okay.
And I said, well, what about that is better than what we have today? Now you can say, I think it would be better if we got
you're
rid of abortion.
Taking it out of context. I went there to express when we were speaking about voting. So you're not still meaning the position properly.
Okay.
So we were specifically speaking about voting. That's why I went back to the 1950s and stuff like that.
But what about it is better specifically on the voting prospect? I'm not sure I understand. See, when I say better, I think that it's better on all those metrics I gave you. You say better because
I'll explain. You want me to go ahead and explain? So once again, so I think that feminism is not good for society. And when women got the right to vote, which, they vote for things that's not even beneficial to them. They think that it's beneficial to them, but it's really not beneficial to them. So,
but see, Cooley, ladies, Cooley knows what's good for you. You don't know what's good for you. Cooley knows. Listen to Cooley. Cooley's going to tell you what's good for you. He's going to stop you from voting for things that are bad for you because Cooley knows. He knows what's good for you, ladies, okay? Listen to Cooley.
So, once again, women got the right to vote. This is why...
that is the plan, Nuxus.
They abort 1 million babies per year. The fact when women got the right to vote, they voted themselves to be for abortion. This is why it's legal, because this is what they voted for. You get what I'm saying?
A majority of men also vote for abortion?
Great. I know men did vote for it, but if we didn't have any women voting, guess what? We wouldn't be below replacement level.
Okay,
so
wait, hold on.
Give a reason?
Wait, no, this is perfect. No, I thank you. It's been an hour and a half. You've finally made a prescription. Women should not be allowed to vote because they will vote for abortion. Would you say that is a good argument on your end, or what you are kind of advocating for in some sense?
Once again, so when we're speaking about voting, I never said that women shouldn't vote. This is when a different topic. So you guys don't know.
He did just argue that it would be better. Like he literally just said, if women couldn't vote, then we wouldn't have abortion. Did he not just say that? He literally just said that. Speak for yourself, K.O. Dave. I've been conscious since I came out of my dad's balls. All right.
You don't know how to have conversations and stick to one. You'll utilize something that I said in another conversation and try to map it.
I was woke when I was a gleam in his eye.
to here when I was making a different argument for something else. I gave you my position when it comes to voting. Even Tally knows it. This is why she moved on. Once again, when it comes to voting, I am for my prescription is for men and women. It's not based off of sex or race or anything like that. Right. Having stake in the game.
Okay, so you wouldn't have a problem if
wait.
If there was mandatory civil service and women voted for abortion, would you be okay with that?
No, I'm not for abortion at all.
But so you'd be fine with women voting for it, even if because they're only voting based on the sake of the game. You don't want to outlaw them from voting. You would just be upset with the outcome.
Yeah, I think that a lot of women. So like, I think that if how you have stake in a game if you have a nuclear family. So of course, women wouldn't be going into military. Oh, well, I want to vote. Well, let me go into.
Ryan remembers racing the fallopian highway. That's right.
The military. Men are still going to overwhelmingly be at the helms
Good
of
to see you, Josh.
The military. They're going to be the majority of the military. They're going to be the majority of even maintaining the infrastructure and stuff like this. So what this would do is incentivize women to stay with a man and lock down with and not divorce their man, have a nuclear family, get married, and this right there would then give them the ability to have a vote. So it'd be one family voting. That would be something as well.
So you advocate for only family units to be
not only family units, and if you have stake in the game, because not everyone is going to have a family, so you have to have stake in the game. So now let's just correlate this. So since this prescription is going to incentivize women, because this is one of the ways where they can still, get at least some say in the game if they lock down with a man and build a nuclear family. Well, generally speaking, men are the head of the household, so they would still have to yield to their man, right? So since they're yielding to their man in the household, they're less likely to abort their baby.
Okay, so having civil service in any capacity doesn't necessarily incentivize having a nuclear family, although I could concede that based on metrics, which is my worldview, there are certain aspects of the nuclear family that are really, really good. Whether or not you would want to restrict people's vote based on whether or not they do that, I think is a different argument. But I think we're finally getting to this idea where you want women to be in more subservient nuclear family positions where they can only vote if they're in that thing that you think is furthering society, no?
Once again, you said only. No, I didn't say only. They can still have stake in the game if they can still have stake in the game if once again, if community service, if they once again, you can get into certain job fields, but women just choose not to get into these.
Also, what's this idea that like you don't have stake in a society unless like you like participate up to Cooley standards? Like if you live in society, like you have a stake. Your stake is your life in that society, right? Right? What does it mean to not have a stake in society if you live in a society? I don't understand. I came to see my emoji. It's not here. What was the emoji you asked for? I forget. I said I would think about it, right? What did you ask for? I'm sorry. Here's a Shrek care to apologize.
Into these certain job fields that maintain our infrastructure. So if they get into certain job fields that do maintain our infrastructure, they can go ahead and vote. If they get married to a man, not a woman, they got to get married to a man, they can vote. At least they'll have some,
They can't vote if they marry a woman. Tolly is married to a woman. He wants to disenfranchise Tolly directly.
To say something to the man so the man could then cast that vote.
So Cooley, I'm not cheering. I'm not voting for you on this basis, but I don't think anything that you're saying right now is like totally ridiculous. But I think it falls perfectly in line with me and Soy's arguments for all types of sexual discrimination, which is we should be doing it based on other standards,
Christine.
other criteria. Those criteria might very well correlate with sex because the sexes are different.
But we shouldn't
make the deciding factor what someone's sex is. Rather, we should make it their abilities, their interests, their efforts, or in the case of voting, their stake in society.
This would be sexism.
So it
would it
sounds
be
like
good for society?
It sounds like you. Would what be good for society?
What you just explained, would it be good for society?
Yes.
Well, then that's sexism. That's sexism. Sexism is good for society. How many times?
No.
Everything
So again,
reduces
it's
down.
Oh, 100% of the women have no power on this panel now. True. That's true. Sarah's unmarried and Tolly's married to a woman. If you start blowing a balloon and I say only stop when I tell you to, and you can't disobey me, won't you just technically do it till it pops? I guess you would. Oh, I requested something creative that resembles my username. Up to you, Mr. Coder. Okay. Let me cook.
Let me translate. Hold on. Let me translate. What she's saying is what you're saying for the vote, Cooley, is that like they need to have some kind of stake in America. Essentially, have a nuclear family, a woman married to a man, so on and so forth. But these are like behaviors. These are characteristics these aren't biological. These are behaviors. So it's not sexual discrimination. It's doing exactly what Tally and Soypill are saying. For instance, to compare it, would be like getting into the military. You have to pass, maybe certain jobs or certain things. You have to pass a certain standardized testing. Yeah. Male or female doesn't matter. Just the characteristics, the behaviors that you have to portray. So you're actually saying the same thing that they are in your argument there.
Yeah. No. And what the difference? What I don't think that they notice that even if it all reduces down to a category. I don't think you guys understand, but let me explain it a different way. I'll explain it a different way.
What is the category? Could you just label these categories? Before you explain it, could you just label them so we just know what you're talking about?
You already labeled it. So just like Sarah just said, you know, men and women, it's not just the biology thing. It's going to go ahead and they're going to go off of interest. They're going to go off of skill level, what they're good at, what they're passionate about. They're going to go
those are
into
based in biology.
They're going to go into certain fields, right? And even when you reduce it down, the majority of the men and women are still going to go into different categories because it's all based off of the biology.
That is not sexism because the determining factor, the discrimination is not because it is not discriminating on the basis of sex. You might have outcomes that are heavily clustered by sex, but the actual discrimination, the standard that you are putting is not about sex. So it is not discrimination.
So if you have a standard, that men are more likely to hit than women, you don't think that is a sexist standard?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I'm glad it took us 2 hours to figure out.
So, David, if you
They're
and
finally
I had
engaging.
a jumping contest, I'm
Took them that
5'2".
long.
We have a picture of you and I next to each other. It's a very stark difference between us, right? You're very, very tall. I'm very, very short. Okay. So if you and I had a jumping contest, and whoever hits the 7-foot mark can move forward to the next level or something.
Yeah.
I obviously can't hit it, right? You probably can reach it with just putting your arm up. So is that sexism, or can I just not jump that high?
So in my worldview, I would say that you just can't jump that high. Right. And their worldview, let me break it down to you. And they keep shaking their head no, but you keep appealing to it. You keep making fatal mistakes. And your worldview, it still reduces down to sexism. You know why?
No, you know saying that when we both keep saying no, we don't think this is sexist. You're like, well, actually, you do think it's sexist. Like we don't. Like, why do you want us to believe us?
That does keep happening. That's true.
How would you? Okay, let's break it down. Is sexism? Is it prejudice?
Kind of break it down.
Is it discrimination? And is it stereotyping?
If you are making a determination on the basis of sex only, that is sexism.
Okay,
let me switch it for you, David. If me and another very tall girl do the same test, she hits the 7-foot mark just by reaching up because she's 6'5" and she's a Amazon.
Yeah,
okay,
Sarah,
and I still can't hit it.
Yeah, let me explain it in a different way.
Not based on.
Let me explain it in a different way. Yeah, no, it's very, very simple.
Another shot.
Because one, if we're going to use the Google definition of sexism, it is prejudice, it is discrimination, and it is stereotyping based off of sex. That is the Google definition. If you want to use a different definition.
All right, pause before we learn more about sexism from Cooley, who is, as we know, the expert on sexism, unironically. I just want to show you guys that if you get a Radical Coder membership, like Nuxus has, you might find yourself in a position where you have access to your very own emote. Because we've just created a Nuxus nuke emote, named after Nuxus. You could be next, all right? If you get a membership, you may be the next one to get your very own emote in the Radical Coder chat. Just saying. See you, Gorilla Biscuits.
Different definition. Please tell me what your definition is.
We can discriminate based on sex, right? And
we can get rid of the stereotyping.
Stereotyping.
So you can see the debate.
But obviously, colloquially, when we're talking about sexism, we don't mean, oh, we have different categories for sports, because that's sexist. But we both agree, we all agree, that's totally fine.
Totally fine.
We're talking about keeping women from certain roles because of just their gender, not because of their abilities, but because of specifically.
Wait, what happened with Gorilla and Michelle? We're going to be wishing about women who will die in abortion. Not going. Okay, true. Kind of true. I mean, sorry, Gorilla. That's kind of real though. Like it. Yeah, I don't think Gorilla is bad faith. But like, if you're calling people killers for wanting people or for like wanting abortion to be legal, you're also a killer for wanting to deny people the right to an abortion. So you got both sides. You have to accept both sides of the coin, right?
Oh, you're a woman, you can't do this job. If she literally physically can't do it.
Let me ask you a question. How can you make that determination and put it on everyone if your worldview reduces down to preferences, so your preferences is just as valid as everyone else's? So it will come down to how you perceive stereotyping, how you perceive discrimination, how you perceive prejudice. So Sarah, even when you give listen, let me just land my plane because I don't think I understand. Sarah, even when you give the example and you say, well, Sarah, you say, well, David, I'm much shorter than you. Cooley, you're much taller. I'm 6'4". Sarah, how tall are you?
5'2".
5'2". So we was in a jumping contest. Yeah, I would win. Now, based off of how you two would perceive it, if I just always keep winning all the jump contests, or even if I win this one, based off the perception, then someone can perceive it as, well, it's unfair that he won.
Yes, there are retards out there, but that's
why do I have to validate
because you believe in preferences.
Why do you? You keep bringing up this preference thing, and this is why I had a problem with your vagity, because your implication is that no, it is because your implication is that all preferences
vagary.
Vagary have some sort of merit to them, but some of them are fucking dog shit, and some of them aren't. And it's just because I acknowledge that they're both cultures, and all of these are subjective based on your upbringing and what you formed and how that anthropological like development happened doesn't mean that they're good or bad based on my worldview. I don't have to honor someone else's preference just because it's a preference. I can say it's a dog shit preference. Now that's my preference to say it's a dog shit preference. But at the end of the day,
no one said you honor it. You're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts. You're talking about honor. I'm speaking about if it's as valid. If your worldview reduces down to preferences, my preferences versus your preferences. What I think is good, what I think is bad, is much different than yours. It would still have to be just as valid as yours.
Fine. Hold on.
Okay, children. Tally, go ahead and step in because I think maybe
I've been chill, but y'all just dumb. Just stupid.
Acknowledging the reality that people's perception is literally subjective, whether we like that or not, whether we think that's good or not, whether we agree with someone else's subjective.
Vagueness. Maybe you're right. I know there's vagaries. Like vagary, isn't that a word? Yeah, what Fuzzy said. Yeah, vagary, as we pronounce it vagary here, okay? Because we're pro women.
Subjective perception, that's not getting at the heart of the debate here. So yes, Soy Pill and I have our preferences.
That does get at the heart of the debate.
You also have your preferences as well. Us acknowledging subjective preferences does not entail us supporting every other person's subjective preference. Soy Pill and I think that we have the good.
No one said supporting. No one said honor. You're using wrong words.
We would want to fight for our preference.
No, I didn't. I said, is it as valid? No one said honor. I said, you're saying honor. I'm not using those words. So once again, can you guys still man my position? My position is very simple.
They are valid insofar as they exist. Different preferences are valid insofar as people sincerely hold them. That doesn't mean that I want to implement them in equal ways. And because we all have our subjective preferences, everyone's going to go out there and lobby on behalf of their subjective preferences, and may the best preferences win out. And best at that point will be defined by what the overall group believes, I guess.
Right, and the reason I keep saying vagaries, Cooley, is because you have yet to present an alternative to everyone has subjective preferences, as opposed to what? What else would you consider everyone's individual life experience in which they try to impose on other people, other than a preference? That's why it's vague, because you can just say that about literally everything.
Well, under your worldview, it is everything is relative. So
okay.
Yeah, man.
Well, what is the alternative? Can you give me an alternative?
Yeah, it's divine command. Do you know anything about divine command in Christian ethics or no?
I prefer that certain religion is your preference, but I would say it's
Once
just
again,
as valid.
like I said, this is why I grant your worldview.
Right, because you can't defend your religion because you can just say, I read it in a book.
No, totally fine. This is why I grant your preferences and your worldview is because
because yours are indefensible.
Because you think that mine is all preferences as well. This is why I go ahead and grant.
It is. You prefer divine whatever. You prefer divine commands. Like you can't get past that. They'll just deflect about it. But they can't engage with that. They do prefer that at the end of the day.
Granted, so
well, no, actually, no, I don't know. I don't think you're right. I don't think it's a preference.
It all reduces down to preferences. So basically, it's going to reduce down to force.
That's not true.
Gentlemen, I'm going to put you on a speed date and make this really uncomfortable if you keep talking over each other. All right, go ahead. David, finish your thought. Boy.
Got it. So if it's just preferences, Soy Pill, this is why I granted your worldview, because even if I try to push forth an argument and to justify my worldview, you're gonna say God not real, you're just delusional, these are just your preferences, right? Fair enough. So now I'll just grant it. Everything's preference based. The debate conversation is sexism good for society? Good would be like that's a moral argument, right? Mm-hmm. That's a moral argument. So how each person defines good or bad. In your worldview, morality is subjective. You define your own good and bad. Under my worldview, I appeal to Christian ethics. Morality is objective. Morality is objective. So what I'm saying is we can just grant your worldview and say that it's preference-based. And my question to you is, it doesn't matter what example you bring up. It doesn't matter what category it is, or if you're saying, well, it's not sexist, but it's all going to be based off of preferences. And preferences is based off of how you perceive things, right? Perception. That's what it's based off of.
Right, so you would need some sort of metric to measure.
Just let me land my plane.
You never do, though.
If it reduces down to preferences and is based off of your perception of said thing, then my question to you is, how is your preference more valid than my preference?
Right, which is why we brought up metrics of longevity and better society and happiness. And you say, well, I don't really know about those. And that's all subjective too. But these are objective metrics of things. Yeah, everything's a preference in my worldview. In your worldview, there's a
yes. I prefer good things.
Objective God, you can't prove it. So
mandate good things, ban bad things. Let's go.
End of the day, we're all going to be just saying, well, this is good because I think it's
about it.
That's how everything works.
The topic of the debate is sexism good? If everything reduces down to preferences, I think that sexism is good. So therefore, sexism is good.
Well, okay, so that.
No, cool. Okay, these people, they don't. I don't think they understand how debates work, right? You are making a case in a debate. You're making a case for why you think sexism is good. They are making a case for why they think sexism is not good. That's all that's happening here. That's what's happening. You're making your case.
So then,
metrics by which your sexism is not good, like when you point to the 1900s and everything is just worse on many, many levels, and then you keep deflecting to, well, you just prefer that it's not that bad. You think bad.
No, Latavian, you can't leave. Everyone, block Latavian at the door. Put up some radical barriers. You can't go. Sorry.
There is by certain metrics, but I prefer.
But have a good night if you must.
Well, yeah, sure. If you go into every debate saying, "Well, you don't believe in the objective God, therefore we couldn't possibly agree on anything," like, cool. I don't know why you're here. Do you want
to
my
follow-up question? Why you're here if you think that everything is preferences?
Children. Cooley, I think what Soy's trying to say is, okay, we're all on the level of yes, we all have our preference, but what is your defense, right? How do you back up your preference? Like,
why do I need a defense? Mine's good is bad. Yeah. Why do I need to argue on this debate? Okay, I guess you concede and we win. Is this fun argument? No argument.
What metrics were you talking about?
Children.
Please, everyone all at once.
All of them. Listen, that's enough.
On defense, yes.
Cooley, you already put everyone on the equal playing ground by saying, I agree, we'll just go by preferences. Okay, now we're all there. We're all on the preferences. Yep. However, Soy Pill is taking it the next step, and he's defending his preferences by providing the backup, the background, the metrics.
And we defended ours.
So forth.
We gave so many different examples. We gave examples on Speakeasy gave so many examples in its opening and then reiterated those examples. I gave many examples when we're speaking about, you can say bathrooms, you can say abortion, you can say women having the ability to vote, which I think that it should be. Some would say that it's still going to be sexist because it's still going to be the majority of men under my worldview, even when it comes to voting anyway. So yeah, man, like we went through these arguments already. Like we're almost 2 hours in. We went through them and they conceded on all of them. They literally conceded on all of them.
Yeah, Soy Pill's over here mentioning like metrics, right? Like, so you mentioned the 1900s, how it's better now. So in the U.S., right, in 1950s, U.S. produced 40% of the world's GDP. It's down below 24% now. The median household income was enough for one man to support a family of 4 or more. Now you need 2 people working just to survive. What metrics exactly are you talking about that it's so much better now than it was in the 1900s?
Because GDP is an interesting one because we're still the #1 GDP in the world. What market share of that we produce is kind of irrelevant to me. Globalism is great. I like certain things, right? Because certain things being produced out of China or Taiwan because it's cheaper and allows more people to have them, I think is a great thing. More people are allowed to have TVs, microwaves, refrigerators. People live longer. People die less from disease. We have better technology. Idiots are allowed to buy microphones and computers.
You don't have access to
opinion opinions thanks to women participating in the workforce. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm
fine with
making money off being this retarded. So yeah, I think it's a much better.
Okay, Soy Pill. That was actually a really based answer. I wish Speakeasy hadn't screamed over it.
If you want to go live in the 1920s, I'd love to hear why you think it would be better.
Well, I just mentioned a few things. So just to be clear, you think it's better now that the median income...
Hold on, Soy, let him respond now.
So it's better now, just to be clear, that the median household income used to be one man could support a family of 4 or more. Now,
I don't know that it ever was. Was it really? Was the median household income in the U.S. ever at a level where the average man could provide for a family of 4 with one job? Like, I feel like this is like a maybe like technically I feel like there were just always like a lot of poor people like who could barely scrape by, people who were like fucked by this. Look at it think. Well, while that's cooking, because it's thinking hard on that one.
Now you need 2 incomes just to survive. You think it's better now?
I think depending on what the job is, I think that there are problems right now we have with wages. I believe real median wages have actually increased since then, but I don't know if you know what a real median wage is.
Okay.
He doesn't, unfortunately. Sorry, Speakeasy.
So I know what real median wage is. Like to talk to people like they're stupid, right?
Well, I'm not talking to you like because I enjoy it. I'm talking to you like you're stupid because you're a retard.
Do you think it's better now that it takes more?
Do you know what a real median wage is?
This guy, man.
So fair enough. So yeah, according to, I think this is like GPT-5 that this uses, especially from the late 40s to the early 70s, a median single earner could support a family of 4. Well, there you go.
Can you answer my question? Do you know?
I'm not going to play your whole. I think
understanding economics is hard. I understand. Why don't you go make another Post Malone album? Do you know what a real median wage is?
Well, if you don't want to answer that one, what about the marriage rates being at record highs?
Why don't you? First, I think marriage rates being lower right now is probably better because people were locked into marriages that they couldn't escape thanks to no-fault divorce. But again,
true.
Is that what you think? You think that everyone was just slaved into their marriages?
Did I say everyone, or did I say that a lot of people were?
Most
he did not say everyone.
I don't know if it was most, but enough people that the reason is a lot. If you can bar people, if you can bar people from exiting a marriage based on nothing, but you need to have a legitimate reason instead of hey, I'm unhappy. Yeah, at least a bunch of people.
Also, I was on Glenn Lawrence's panel last night, and they were literally basically advocating against no-fault divorce, like saying, like, so this is something we got to watch out. This could happen again. It might not just be, even if it's 5 people who are trapped in marriages against their will. That would still be bad, right, Speakeasy? It would still be bad if there were just 5 people.
People, as we see, there are more divorces now.
Yeah, look what it's done. Wait, it's better. It's better that it's easier.
It is better that more people are able to divorce when they want to. Yeah. Can you answer my question about what real median wage is?
How's that working on children? Is it better for children?
Wait, Polygraph, are you asking me? You know, I'm a lefty, right? You know that.
Is the nuclear family a bad
I don't
thing?
know your
Then?
messaging.
I think overall it's probably a good thing, but I don't think it should be enforced.
Oh. If it's a good thing, then why are you for no fault divorce?
Did you hear the second part of my statement, or were you not listening?
I've heard the second part of your statement, but how is it a
crime rate? You'll have to answer now that the crime's higher, or what?
Wait, can you answer your question with my answer that you were listening to?
Crazy, man. How is it a good thing? Yeah, how is it a good thing if you just admitted that? So you said the nuclear family is a good thing. Yeah, but if no fault divorce leads to women divorcing their man without giving any reason, we would say that this was one of the factors with the increase of why the divorce rate is so high is because of no fault divorce, and we see the differences before no fault divorce and after no fault divorce. So this is one of the reasons why the divorce rate is so high.
Right. So
and
obviously,
I hear you,
Polygraph.
Yeah, I
but you say that the nuclear family is good.
Right. So what was the second part of my statement that answers your question?
I'm asking you a question. What are you talking about?
What's the second part? Were you listening?
I just asked you a question.
It is good if people stay married and they want to stay married. It is bad if people stay married because they have to stay married. It's so simple. It's so simple. This applies to so many things. There are so many things you can apply it to a pregnancy. Pregnancies are awesome if people want to be pregnant. They're horrifying if people don't want to be pregnant.
Question. Why are you asking me a question? What's the question?
Because you said you were
I'm asking you, how is it a contradiction?
Because the second part of my answer was, I don't think it should be enforced. So if someone doesn't want to be part of a nuclear family, the state shouldn't say, you have to be, unless you can come up with some reason.
Who said that? That's not even, you're just speaking nonsense.
No fault divorce is. If you can
no, it
say,
isn't. You have to give a reason. A valid reason. You go to court. You go to court for it. Like if the man cheated on you, and you can show proof that the man had sex with all of these women and gave you AIDS or something. Oh well, yeah, the judge is gonna go ahead and grant that. But
why do you have to do that? Why would we want people to have to go through that to force their husbands? That's crazy.
If the woman wakes up one day like, I don't really like you anymore.
Yeah, but Fuzzy, if they can't prove the cheating, if they can't prove the abuse, then we should keep them in that marriage. Sorry. They have to prove it in a court of law. You have to prove in a court of law that your husband cheated on you, that your husband abused you. You have to prove it, all right? Otherwise, you're stuck there, all right? If you can't demonstrate it, then you have to stay, no matter what. That's what these guys want.
And I'm going to go ahead and divorce you because I fell in love with a milkman. Well, no, that's not a valid reason for divorce. Let's go ahead and work this out. Let's go to counseling. Let's go to therapy.
Who wants to stay in a marriage with a woman who's in love with the milkman? That shit's wild. What you want the state to force your wife who's in love with the milkman to stay in the house? Like, what is going on? These people are crazy.
We should have things in place, not enforced. We should have things in place.
You can't not choose it, right? You can't say, I'm not happy, I want to get out of this. No, you have to do it, right?
Once again, we should have things in place when the woman is unhappy. No, I am engaging with you, man. What are you speaking about?
He's not engaging.
Right? We're speaking about no fault divorce. Right. And I'm saying that currently, women do not have to give a reason. They can just divorce their man. So based off how they feel, they can divorce their man. And we see how this was the destruction of...
And men can divorce their women. Vice versa is also true. Men can also divorce women if the woman is like cheats on her or cheats on him or whatever. And women do be cheating sometimes. Let's be real. Women do be cheating, all right? Yeah, Umbreon. Yeah, I know. It's horrifying, right?
Of nuclear family. This is one of the reasons that...
So that's the entailment that you haven't proved. So, like, again, I'm not entirely with you, but, like, I think that there are cultural issues that we have in our modern society that we need to take seriously.
Yeah, I said that is one of the reasons why I destroyed the nuclear... It's one of the reasons why...
Can you
if it's the case, I can. If it's the case, and you can go ahead and look it up. The divorce rates prior to no-fault divorce was way...
Fuzzy, maybe you're also into the milkman. Yeah, maybe you want like a little trifecta thing going on.
Lower than after no-fault divorce. What we've seen in society, when we legalized no-fault divorce and women didn't have to give a valid reason why they were divorcing their man, we've seen that the divorce rate increased. It skyrocketed. Now, his position is the new...
What does that tell you? That tells you that there were people who wanted to get divorces for reasons other than what you think are good reasons, other than what you think are valid reasons. It skyrocketed because there were people who wanted abortions I'm sorry, not abortions, who wanted, I'm abortion pilled right now. People who wanted divorces for reasons other than what Cooley thinks is okay. And so the rates skyrocketed because we allowed them to get divorces for other reasons, right? Right? Wait, what happened? What happened?
The nuclear family is a good thing. My question to him, if the nuclear family is a good thing and that's something that you want to maintain, why would you then why would you be pro no fault divorce? It seemed that would be nonsensical.
I don't think you should enforce it, right?
Then how is it enforcing it? How would that be enforcing it?
Yeah, you might be right, Common Good. I could see that.
A reason that the state deems valid, aka if you're unhappy, that's not enough. Ergo, you have to be forced into the nuclear family.
Why is that bad?
Well, that's a different question. Do we want to talk about why I think that forcing the nuclear family is bad?
I think it's good.
No. Uh-oh.
These questions.
I'm abortion pill right. Yeah. Well, sorry guys, we just skipped 10 minutes because I don't feel like going back. So we're now at the real time.
In the same household, or even have sex. Like when I got my divorce, it said like, have you had any sexual interactions and so on and so forth in the last year, right? Because they want to make sure there's no potential for you to get back together. They want you to really think about it. So Cooley, I do understand your sentiment in the idea of like just going and getting a divorce tomorrow and calling it a day. But most states recognize exactly what
easier
you're
to watch
saying,
now anyway.
and that's why they kind of allow kind of force a buffer between people.
It can go further than that. There could be financial incentives too, right? That if you are specifically,
though, Sarah. Like that isn't any force. Like what I'm saying is, it's in order for you to be divorced. If we get rid of no fault divorce, prior to no fault divorce, you had to show some proof, right?
Look at that, Vincent. Someone dropping a 50 over there. What, you guys? Show them up. Show them up. We can do that here, right? We could do that here.
Right. You had to have a valid reason. And even certain states had stipulations where you had to have marriage counseling. Certain states did have that, where you had to try to reconcile your differences. One of the main reasons for divorce that women check off is that they can't reconcile their differences, but they haven't even went to divorce counseling. They haven't even sought out therapy. They haven't even went to the church to try to see what's really going on with their relationship. They did nothing.
Right, but Sarah's encouraging that we do enforce those types of things. And again, even to take it a step further,
soy pill isn't.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think the state.
He's not entirely bought in.
Yeah, this is why this is why it's an entire worldview contradiction. Real quick, this is why it's.
Well, Fuzzy, to Sarah's credit on this talking point and her history, I believe that she did not want the divorce.
An entire contradiction to a statement that if it's the case that the nuclear family is a good thing, but you are pro no fault divorce. Literally, you not with it at all, bro. I tried to give you a bone here and try to create some nuance. You're still not with it. And we see that is the decline in marriage rates, which is the destruction of nuclear family. So how can you be for the nuclear family, but
because he ranks his priorities.
No, and also you're assuming that
it's not even a priority. He literally just said that
it is a ranking of priorities. Hold on.
Let's Soy answer.
You're assuming baked into this premise that every single one of these nuclear families is necessarily good, when I am saying that if you look at the stats of a lot of people who are forced or in marriages that they don't want to be in, you actually do have worse outcomes for a lot of these children. And even the people that are saying, oh, we'll stay together for the kids, you end up having fucked up kids with parents who don't love each other and always screaming at each other, who then in turn abuse people around them because of that. If you look at these stats, so
yeah, no, she didn't. My understanding, this is recollection. I haven't talked to her about her divorce in a long time, but I remember a couple years ago talking about it more often. And it's my understanding is that she did not want it. She was she preferred. I think maybe her husband was might have been cheating or something as well, but. Yeah, that's just if that's wrong, then forgive me, any Sarah fans or Sarah herself who might hear this in the future. I don't know for sure. I'm just speaking from my memory.
Your utilitarianism does the stats
does
not compare to that, because single mother households do much worse than 2-parent households. So what are you speaking about?
Yeah, like you keep saying this. Oh, well, there's.
Bro, they do this all the time. They say single mother households do worse than 2-parent households. Single parent households do worse than 2-parent households. Not just single mother households. Single parent households do worse than 2-parent households. For obvious reasons. Like, you literally have less support.
There's a lot of situations that people are unhappy. Stats show most 2-parent biological homes have the best metrics in all metrics you're gonna say that are good for society.
Are you comparing today people who are staying together in a world where no fault divorce is allowed to people who are single now, or are you comparing it of people before marriages when biological
parent homes compared to everything else?
No, because you would need to show me that before no fault divorce laws came into about, so when people were forced into these marriages, that necessarily these kids.
Wrong Sarah been lying to grift on people like the Crucible podcast? I don't think so. My recollection of these comes from like panels where she was being like kind of radically vulnerable, I would say, about her experience with that, and she was it was not a this was long before Sarah was like making money off of the platform. So I think that I think those things are true.
These kids are going to have better outcomes than parents.
But she is like, I think she believes in her heart of hearts anyway that those things are true. But she's still, obviously, you're right. There is the like, yeah, it didn't work out for her. So like, why would she push it on other people? I guess sure, that's a real critique.
Parents who are happy or divorced trying to raise kids. Now, obviously, having two people doing any job is going to be easier. I'm saying there's a lot of places where I wouldn't want, just because I might disagree with the concept of getting divorced for no reason at all, that forcing it from the state is going to make that worse, and I don't want the state to be involved in that capacity. And those aren't the two dichotomous options. It's not like these are the only two things you could do. And also, last thing, because I kept looking it up, the 1950s median real wage was $40,000. Now it's $80,000. So you're wrong there too.
Doubled, yeah. Well, and also they're just it's not necessarily a contradiction of worldview.
Did you account for inflation when you said that?
No, oh, that's funny you asked. You know what real median wage means?
We're gonna
Yeah.
That's really funny. That's literally that's that's what he was just asking. That's why he kept asking that.
Yeah, did you account for inflation?
Yes,
for inflation in the real median?
Definitionally, it adjusts for inflation. Definitionally, real median wage adjusts for inflation.
No.
Yes.
No. Speakeasy, no. Oh man, he doesn't get it.
Increased.
Yeah.
It's a 100%.
Tell me what you're looking at.
Just look up real median wage for the years you're talking about.
And then look up the definition of real median wage.
Let's put a pin in the real median wage. All right, we're gonna hold that little bubble in our head. Let's go into work because we're almost 20 minutes over. I was letting it go because you guys were kind of.
Look how long he is. Look at this long dog.
I wanted you to tail end it, but now we're starting a whole new conversation. I don't want to do that. So let's do closing statements, and then of course once we move into open panel, you guys can fire off all this stuff, and I won't stop you. Soy Pill, would you like to start with your closing statement?
Oh man, I didn't prepare anything. Yeah, sure. I guess I came to debate whether or not certain forms of sexism that aren't currently exhibited but may have been exhibited in the past, like not being able to vote, not being able to work, things that we would consider bad for various reasons, are still bad by the metrics that I would bring up. Instead, we argued for 2 hours about whether or not having different bathrooms is sexist, and therefore, if I think it's sexist, it's good.
I don't think we should be bringing other streamers' lives into a discussion about generalities. Out of respect, just saying Sarah was the one who brought it up. Sarah was talking about her own divorce. That's why the questions came. That's why the questions came up. Thank you, Care Dave. Yeah, I'm watching for the link.
But that's kind of what I predicted. But also, as soon as we got into
Sneaky
anything,
dog,
we
yeah,
just
true.
everything from correlation of women being able to do things as that's why society is bad now. Doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter if we can attribute actually directly that this is the case or no fault divorce or any of this stuff. We can just kind of vaguely point at all of the things that are wrong in society and say, oh, it's the women's rights fault because there's no actual data to back this up. Yeah, everything's a lot better now. There are things that are bad, but everything that we are allowed to do now, such as speak on mics and talk for a living, is because of women being able to enter the workforce. If we remove them from the workforce, if we remove them from the military, we would just be worse off in every single capacity. And I appreciate that my opponents demonstrated this by 1, being fucking retarded, and 2, Fugazi specifically asking Sarah for help because he was too incompetent to use the technology that allowed him to stream. Thank you very much. I'm the Soy Pill.
Thank you, Soy Pill.
Sarah was cackling behind that. Or yawning? I can't
Soy
tell.
Pill is from the West Coast and not the East Coast because he says Fugazi instead of Fugazi, and that is a Fugazi mistake and slip up here on the stage. But to reiterate from my opening,
I didn't know Tolly was
there
black.
are significant differences between men and women biologically and psychologically, that acknowledging these differences and accepting that these differences mean that we will see different outcomes in society is not sexism. I am okay with having extreme discrepancies between the sexes in all number of domains of life.
Ryan, is there any right-leaning topic that you have been changed to believe in any of these debates? Probably. Actually, earlier in a panel, someone brought up, I guess in Tennessee, I think it is, they have a mandatory gun training in schools now, which I think is maybe a little bit too far, but I'm not necessarily against. I think it's good for people to learn gun safety. So I was kind of, I mean, like I don't like forcing it, like imposing on people. But I think at least being able to opt in, like having it offered for anyone who wants to opt in, I think that would probably be good.
However, I don't think that the determining factor on whether someone is eligible to participate in a certain sector of life should be their sex. It should be their competency and whether they can rise to the challenge, not whether they have a vagina or a penis. you are overwhelmingly going to see these things pan out along two lines or categories, as my friend Cooley might say. But just because we see a discrepancy between these categories does not mean that there is some nefarious sexism monster leading that. And I think that even if the overwhelming majority of women are not suited to be a police officer, I want the one woman who is. I want her on my streets. And yeah, that's my closing.
So true.
Thank you, Tally. David, to you, sir.
Sure. So, yeah, Tally is a complete sexist. She is a lesbian. She prefers women over men. She's that's the definition of sexism. Why don't you like penises, Sally? Well, I don't know. I like vagina more. Sexist. You can't even.
That's what sexism is.
I don't care about my biological superpower. I'm gonna go ahead and give that.
Cooley is also sexist against men.
Up, sexist.
I'm not giving it up.
When we're speaking about soy pill,
my wife has a brother.
Then when we're speaking about, I thought this was my closing. You see how chat, when they were giving their closing and they mentioned me, I did not interrupt. I didn't say anything. So we really see who's triggered here during this debate. So when it comes to soy pill, and we're speaking about, once again, everything reduces down to preferences. What these two people don't understand is that, well, all I did was this entire debate was an internal critique and granted your worldview. And under your worldview, it doesn't matter what definition you provide of sexism, it still includes things that's going to be based off of preferences because it's how you perceive prejudice, how you perceive discrimination, how you perceive stereotypes. This is what it all reduces down to. So what you deem that you would deem something that's sexism is good, someone else may deem sexism is bad, both are still valid. I heard no one give any distinction towards how would we determine which one is more valid. No, they didn't give no distinction which one was more valid, chat. What they did was, well, which one we would honor more based off of data. Then when we get into the intricacies of everything and we're speaking about data, well, me and Speakeasy, we gave many data points when it shows that, well, Soy Pill says the nuclear family is a good thing. And then he appeals to, he's for a no-fault divorce. When data shows specifically, it's a perfect correlation that when no-fault divorce was introduced, the divorce rate increased, which then destroys the nuclear family. So it's a contradiction. How are you think it's good, but you are for destroying the nuclear family? Totally contradicting yourself. But yeah, man, I think that
we're in, boys,
right in the
and
first
girls
10 minutes,
and non-binary friends.
That, sexism is good for society. They conceded on many points, and I put it to my partner Speakeasy.
Thank you, Cooley. Speakeasy to you, please.
Yeah, Cooley covered most of what I would repeat, to be honest. The other side just conceded the point.
I still need some help understanding some things being said tonight. Okay, War Dog over on David's side.
It's because of your lady brain.
Yeah, you're stupid to understand it, to be fair.
I guess so.
Biologically predetermined not to get it.
All right, I'm gonna make some coffee.
Oh my goodness.
You guys,
War Dog says
we'll be diving in soon.
David's side, locked in. Very nice.
Hey, War Dog, were you born in 1988? That's an interesting name, buddy.
What's wrong with being born in the 80s?
Nothing's wrong with being born in the 80s. I'm just curious why the 88 in this username. Do you know what 88 means, Sarah?
Probably a year of birth, or they like the number 8. 8s are prosperous.
Kanye has something else to say about it. But...
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, Neve says, and you guys are welcome to respond to any and everything. Try to keep them somewhat concise. I know sometimes we can stir up more arguments from the super chats. Neve comes in to say, ban women from industrialist jobs because reproductive health, and ban men from taking YouTube as a job because they can't protect women if they don't go outside.
True. I support it. Men should not be allowed to podcast. It's degenerate.
Yes. Besides, women like talking more anyways. XQ says feminism is a male supremacy movement. Why else are men to blame for all the problems? Is it because their lives, actions, and beliefs are unimportant?
This seems like super incoherent. Is it one of those
it's bad to blame men for all of your problems? If you're a woman and you do that shit, that's
women can be just as dumb and as harmful as men. I'll say that. I'm not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
I mean, statistically, there are more dumb men than dumb women.
Whoa! I was granting the bridge, Tali. You didn't have to.
Oh.
Yeah, but the smartest people in the world are men. Just to say.
If only we could claim it collectively.
Said that, but that's fine.
Fair enough. War Dog says exceptions don't make the rule because men are the enforcement in general. Women are not actually doing anything, even as cops, military, etc.
I'll extend that. I'll say most cops aren't doing anything, etc., regardless of their gender. They're just kind of fat and they sit in their cars and give you a speeding ticket when you don't deserve it.
Most cops?
Yeah, most of them. Well, at least I'm in a nicer area. I'm sure there's worse areas where they actually do stuff, but
yeah, that's the type of shit people say when they don't have actual problems to deal with. Most
yeah,
cops
but the reason
are
I don't
bad.
have problems to deal with
Yes,
is
when
not
they
because
don't
the
live
police
in
are doing their
black
job.
crime-ridden neighborhoods, which is why
Totally.
we should make it illegal for black people to live in cities, and we should make it illegal for women to participate in the job market.
I disavow! I disavow!
We should follow the statistics.
I disavow.
Again, your arbitrary line versus a
It's
biological
not
line.
arbitrary.
It's a
not
stupid
arbitrary.
argument.
It's
Yeah,
based
it's a
on
stupid
statistics.
argument. It's just
Not
dumb.
Yeah, she's comparing apples to oranges, race and sex.
Those are both
Fire.
fruit.
Yeah.
They're comparable.
Oh, good
Low IQ
fucking
argument.
point.
Oh dear Jesus, Lord save me. Matt Skinner says this is for Sarah for listening to four tards. Yeah, this was a lot of talking past each other, and then you guys all came back around on each other's side, and then you guys went back the other way again, talking past each other, and ended up on the other side. That's the best way I could describe this conversation.
Sarah, I've always hated women. Don't strum me.
I know, Soy. It's okay. You're allowed to, actually. Thumpy Weevil says women are good at making sandwiches. Yes. But I also heard that in the chat that men make better sandwiches than girls.
I'll
So
also say
maybe
making a sandwich is like the easiest meal to
that's
prepare.
probably
So
true.
if you're trying to like stand on some high horse woman, like learn to cook for fuck's sake. You're putting like a slice of meat and cheese in between bread. Literally 5-year-olds do it when their single mom isn't home. So
that's fair. That's fair. Neve says Cooley already conceded that his views are also based around preferences. Every argument he makes to criticize someone else's position can be made to defeat his own. What a dumb hill to die on.
Not exactly, because the thing is, when it's reduced to preferences, and I'm asking them the question to how can we validate our preferences? Then it would only reduce down to force, and men have the monopoly on force. And I would think that they would concede and say the patriarchy is inherently sexist, men having this enforcement,
Hello.
men having this ability.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
Sarah
I'm
totally missed that
actually-
Nazi dog whistle.
What do you mean men have a monopoly on force?
Let me finish my point, right? Keep on cutting me off. This is why you don't understand, because you keep talking while I'm talking.
Why don't you force him to stop cutting you off?
So at the end of the day, when I ask you the question, if it all
Sarah and I
reduces
just
down
synced
to
up there.
preferences, how can you validate whose preferences is more valid? One of the ways that you can validate it, the only way to truly validate it, it would reduce down to force. And since men have the monopoly on force, this would still, in your worldview, be sexist.
Would you say that white men have the monopoly on force over black men?
What does this argument or this question have anything?
Yeah,
to
in this
do with
country,
race
probably
when it
just
comes
based
to
on
sex?
the sizes of the population.
At the end
So
of the
black-
day, rights come from force, right?
Yeah, but what it doesn't matter if they
Wait, but
do
hold on.
or if they
Cooley.
don't. Please map it on. Go ahead. No, I want to hear soy pill.
Right. So if you're saying like the everything comes down to preference, and the only time
think
it
so,
really
Michelle.
matters is if men are enforcing this for women, and men could take it away at any point, right? Like this is the Andrew Wilson argument, right?
True polygraph.
If you understand force, it's an argument. It's not an Andrew Wilson argument. It's just an argument.
All right, I heard it from him first. I just attributed it to him.
Andrew Tate even
It's an
used
Andrew
this. I would,
argument.
Yes,
I
every
would
dumb
say that
Andrew
I've
says
heard
it.
it
I
even
understand.
before.
What I'm saying is, like,
before
are
him.
you prescribing anything from this based on the
All
fact that
Andrews
men
are the
have
same.
monopoly on
Let's
force?
be
Or are you
real.
just
No, what I'm saying
at the end
that
of the
is that
day,
it
men could do
reduces
that?
down in your worldview. It would reduce down to force, and since men have the monopoly on force, you would think that is sexist. If you don't yourself, some people within your
Farce
worldview,
doctrine.
since it's preferences,
Absolutely
they
owned.
would believe that it is sexist that men are the only ones that can enforce rights.
Preferences are not a worldview.
That's good,
You
Fuzzy.
keep trying to do this like weird thing where it's basically people have your specific Christian worldview or everyone else has the same worldview where it is subjective, definitionally subjective, right? Because we all believe different things. But you really are lumping me and Soy Pill too in with a belief system that we just don't abide. So
Nope.
no, I
Soy Pill
agree
already
with you that
conceded on
men
it.
You tell him,
absolutely,
Tolly.
men
You tell
absolutely
him.
have the monopoly on force. That's not sexism. That is a a reality based on biological difference of a sexually dimorphic species. But I don't think you actually put the connection together. You said, okay, even if I concede that my argument is also based on preferences, how do we determine whose preferences are correct? You said by who can enforce it. That's not true. That goes back to the sort of argument that we were making before about like the state. Like, okay, well, just because the state put something
my
into
position
law.
accurately. Once again, anytime I say valid, you guys use different words. You would say, well, who would we honor? Which preferences would we
I didn't say honor.
and
Fine,
all of
valid.
these things. We're speaking about how can you validate.
Womp womp yo mama.
How
True.
can you
True.
Okay, got it.
You guys want to vibe code something while we wait for this?
How can you validate? Yeah. So how can you validate if it reduces down to preferences? So it's my preferences versus your preferences. If this is what it reduces down to, if you are utilizing utilitarian
create
ethics, or
a
harm
single
principle or
file
anything, it's still
HTML5
going to
app
reduce down to preferences. And when it reduces down to preferences,
all
I'm saying that
the
how
creative
give me another
features
metric,
we
another
usually
way
discuss. I think it has
that we
memory,
can-
right?
We can see who's more valid within
Make
their
it
preference.
explain
So that actually matter,
right?
whether
hold on,
or
Sid,
not
just really quick.
sexism
Yeah, sorry.
is
That
good
doesn't,
for society.
You haven't proved, at least to me, that who has the force does validate whose preferences are more valid.
Damn, Garuda,
yes,
that's crazy.
men are
That's
going
crazy.
to
He's
have-
up.
But
He's
who
up.
can? Who can validate it? Who can make
Oh,
it so?
Men can validate it. Men can only validate the
All right.
preferences. We can enforce.
So by
right.
validate,
It's men.
okay, so by validate you mean like manifest into society, make it so that it is law. Is that what you mean?
If it's only a construct in our mind, then how else
Construct.
are we going to make it into reality? What other determining factor are you going to use to validate your preference over mine if it's all in a mind? You can go ahead and
Okay, so
utilize
you're
metrics.
off.
Hold on,
so you're
hold on,
off
hold
the
on, hold
moral
on.
question that you tried to pull in before that.
Well, not only that, even if it's you're utilizing the force doctrine to stand behind your preference, what if all the men preferred sexism is not good?
Yeah, what if 60% of men
It
voted for
doesn't
abortion?
it doesn't hold, right? And that's what I was trying to say earlier is if we're all baseline on preferences, fine.
It would
we're
still
there.
be sexist, Sarah.
Yo,
It's not sexist. This is biologically true.
Yeah, this sounds woke because that means that
It's
racism
very
is
woke.
inherent because white men have a monopoly on force over black men.
Right? Like,
That's totally
Like, it
yeah.
sounds like you believe in
First
systemic
off,
racism.
you're
That's
looking
very
in
woke.
one area of the world.
Yeah, one
right?
area of it.
There
So
was times that white
America.
people
This
did
app kinda
slavery.
cooked.
We're talking about America.
Like I don't know.
Look, globally, black people.
I'll just go ahead and grant it. Okay, and
So,
point.
Yeah, the world is just
hold on.
inherently racist, but
So
that sounds
what,
pretty woke. to
what
me.
we're trying
How
to
is
get
the
at
world based off of U.S.? You just said the world's inherently
Look,
racist because black
we have
people
the
been
biggest stick.
enslaved.
I'm sorry. You believe in force doctrine. We have the most nukes. We have the best military. Like we can enforce our will on pretty much anyone. And yeah, I don't know what those.
Well, I
other
mean, white
are gonna
countries
do.
are running circles around black countries, so actually this does seem.
God
to
damn it,
extend beyond the
Tally.
United
God
States.
damn it, Tally.
They have the say in their countries.
See, Sarah thinks that's hilarious
I
for
just feel like
not
we're
good
just
reasons.
ignoring
It's
the
true because of
patterns and choosing to
exploitation.
focus on
To be
other
to be
patterns.
fair,
and say that
but
there's more white people in positions of more white men in positions of power, and they have the Donald Trump. He got a nuclear button. Putin. He's white. He got a nuclear button.
Why aren't the black countries building
Why
their
don't
own
the black
nuclear bombs
countries
and
got a
buttons
nuclear
for them?
button? At the end of the
This
day,
is-
the thing is,
think
what
it
you're
has to
trying
do
to
with them
enforce-
because we don't let them, we
Easy,
stop
let me
them.
just- I got you. Real
I don't
quick,
know.
'cause
Does
they're
it have to
making
do with
poor-
women being women? I don't know.
Well,
making
Yeah, that's why there's no
Okay.
matriarchy that's ever survived because women can't
Oh
be
my
the ones
God.
holding
I'm
all the
not
power.
calling for a matriarchy. Certainly not.
Also, matriarchies
Right,
were not
so
structured the
that's
way
sexist
in the same way as
society, right?
patriarchies.
to uphold our society.
The whole race and sex correlation is terrible because we can go ahead and grant that and say, yes, this still does not refute the sexism argument.
Fine. So wait, you're granting that the world is inherently racist.
What are you? No one
against
said
black
that.
people.
What are you speaking
No,
about?
you said
no
you could
one
grant
said
it
that at
because
all. No one said
I'll
that
grant
at all.
it.
Sorry,
We were
sorry.
speaking about enforcement.
In this comparison, that
The black
was
diaspora
the
is
that
oppressed
was
in many
the
ways
opposite.
across the
No,
globe.
stop
Whipple
it.
literally
You're just-
said,
I'll say it.
Okay, that's pretty
I'll
woke.
say it.
Then you could say
No,
that actually society is
wrong.
inherently
You're straw
racist
man in the
because white
position and you
men,
don't even know
because
what
white
you're
men.
in his
Soy
argument.
pill. Is that not what you said?
We are moving on.
We're speaking
We're
about-
moving on.
This
Real
isn't. No, I
quick.
don't, Christine. This isn't
You guys
YouTube.
can't even
that
tell
one?
me what race is. is
My
they
YouTube
want
is
to
dark
talk
mode.
about race.
See?
We're gonna put a pin in the race.
Who's that handsome guy?
You're the one who gave the woke definition of race.
We've got the median wage,
Nope.
and we've
Call
got
me
the
good. You know
race.
they don't even know what a
Wait,
matriarchy is. These motherfuckers.
Oh my god. Matt Skinner says send 4 L's for 4 tards. It's 2. You spelled 2 wrong, Matt. You can't call people tards and spell 2 wrong.
Yeah.
It's too embarrassing to watch anymore. Keep on carrying on, Sarah. And you spelled my name wrong too. I love you. Thank you though, Matt.
What a retard.
Uncle says, Soy, when you point out the fact that Cooley is black to support your argument, do you actually think it makes you appear intelligent? Just curious. Thanks, bud. Are you smart?
W. and Nup says, Jews believe in 2 messiahs. Orthodox believe in 1. Okay. Thank you for that.
Oh, Lord. Neve says, wait, so Cooley now believes in objective morality. What did you mean when you said
Don't worry,
your
I'll defeat
views were
Tully.
based on preferences then? Dude is not ready for an open
I'm gonna
panel
put on my
and hasn't even made an
sexism
argument
No,
yet.
I have
to
to
defeat
steel
her.
man Cooley here. Cooley was very clear that he was
Calm down, I'm
operating
real.
in our worldview. He believed in objective morality. He did not argue on those stances. So Neve, you're just misunderstanding. it.
Yeah,
He was
man.
just
Low
doing
IQ.
our thing. But to be fair, his objective morality is retarded. Just to throw that out at the end.
Yeah, I
Christine,
already know
easy
this is why I didn't
solution,
make an
don't
argument
be
for it,
wrong.
because you think his preferences anyway. So yeah.
Subjectively
considered?
retarded, to be fair.
That's true. No, that's not true. God.
I disavow the R slurs. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stop saying that myself.
BB says, I find it extremely sexist as a man to be denied entry to a female-only gym. Do I care? Nope. Prefer a peaceful workout. That's
Peaceful
fair.
workout.
I think that's fair. BB also says, in a workspace as a
Thank you,
manager,
Common
I've
Good.
never seen a sexism claim from a man to a woman. My observation would be women utilize these for advantages.
Let me ask something based on that last super chat there, Sarah.
That happens,
Soy
definitely.
Pill. Soy Pill, would you say, and Tally, would you guys say it's good that at bars and nightclubs they allow women in for free because men are the ones that are more likely to spend the money there? So letting the women come for free attracts the men there to spend the money and then drive the economy up. Do you think that's a good thing?
I think it's
Sure.
good for business. I don't know if I actually agree with the principle.
Sexism is good then. Gotcha.
Bro, they
caught
can
me,
see
dude.
What
it
is
on
that? The
big
fifth
Good for
concession
business.
now?
He said
You
Fifth
got me.
concession now?
I
Fifth one?
concede, dude. I concede the whole argument. You got me, bro.
Oh my
Do you know they also
goodness.
have like sex different bathrooms too? I should have thought of that before I agreed to this.
Yeah,
So
yeah. We
stupid.
should keep people that think they're the boys that
Damn.
think they're girls and the girls that think they're boys in the sex.
Not the transphobia. Not the transphobia.
What would that be?
Would that
Sexism.
be sexist?
Dummy.
Oh, Lord.
Don't agree with that.
BB sends 10 just for me. to
Tully,
tell
stand
you
up for
all
the
I
transes.
love you
Come on, girl.
So much right now. Paul Long Nate says, let's fucking go, Cooley. The historical record.
Tully is a chaser. Stand up for the
Christianity
transes.
Had created the foundations for multiple lasting societies. Inside of 100 years, feminist societies are declining. Any thoughts?
100% true.
Yeah. Literally, if you just have the religion that exists,
Societies are not declining.
Around, you could say
Society's
the same
not
about
declining.
Muslim societies and how they invented a bunch of math. You could say the same about Jewish societies.
Except for in terms
But,
of
we're
the
pushing
current
away from that
leadership.
now because we realize how backwards and dumb it is, and we're moving towards better things.
All right.
My
Kaz-
preferences. That's what you're moving towards, and you can't even validate.
No, God
them.
told me not to be religious.
Can't even
He
validate
just-
them.
He just said it to me right now.
Yeah, great.
Is he the one who told you to wear that gay hat too, or
He
you just
did.
that
He
on
was
your own
like,
volition?
"Son, look, you're too masculine. You're gonna intimidate these guys. Put on the gay hat so they don't feel so bad about being so retarded."
Oh, Lord. Casual Crip says, without a transcendent anchor, secular morality rests on shifting human consensus. What is good today may be evil tomorrow, leaving no enduring ground for the moral truth.
That's true for Christians too. That's true for Christians too.
How long Nate also
As
says,
if Christian
yes,
morality's
yes,
been
the girls, the
consistent.
whites don't
My
love
ass,
themselves,
dude.
they deserve
Come
our
on.
Contributions because of this high tier content. Divorce should be as rare as the faults that lead to it.
One suppose was forced stay in a
And yes,
relationship
the chat
was
did
one too
meet their
many.
goal earlier.
I didn't say that exactly, but I would say that's
Taking your
I would say that's bad. Yeah.
Sarah, would you say that
I would
your
say that's
kids have,
bad.
like worse outcomes because you divorced what I presume to be a not good marriage? You don't have to answer that if it's too personal, but
No,
I would assume you have
actually-
beautiful, wonderful kids who are doing great.
They are amazing. I'm very happy and proud of my children. But actually, most people don't read the whole study. They only read kind of like these topical little pieces. The study actually goes down into further demographics. So,
What are you
like
doing?
single mother households, like in the suburbs, that like father is still involved and weird things like that. They're divorced, yada yada yada. Like their kids actually do just fine. It's when you get down into other demographics like inner cities, poverty, there's race involved, and so on and so forth, where that is where it actually shows the criminality. So like most people just never deep dive the whole study. It happens.
Sounding a little like Tally there.
Stop.
Is that good or bad?
I don't know.
Always a compliment.
Depends on how you
Always a
feel about
compliment.
it.
War Dog says a divorce is the
Yeah, that's definitely a Nazi
generational
account.
wealth.
Definitely a Nazi account.
Yeah, generational wealth isn't like a thing
Yeah.
anymore, really.
What? Of course it is.
Not
What are you
in the
talking about?
grounds. It's only for the 1%ers, I think. How long?
It was always generational wealth was always for rich people. What? I'm losing it, dude. I'm fucking losing it.
To break oaths at will.
Yeah, I think that determining.
Oh, Umbrella needs water. I'm sorry, guys. I got a thirsty boy. Hold up.
City or country are much higher stakes in terms of entering a contract than saying, "I love you, let's stay married." I don't think it deserves some sort of state enforcement.
When the kids are involved, you don't think this adds an extra measure to how you're going to impact
Oh,
the society around you?
100% does. And I will concede, obviously, like I did, that there are things that a two-parent household will ultimately, on a whole, on average, have better outcomes for. But there are also things where unhappy marriages will have worse outcomes for those children. It's a trade-off. There's no perfect solution. And I don't think the solution should be forcing people into marriage.
Well, no, see, this is the language you use that is wrong, right? You wouldn't be forcing people into marriage. You would be not letting them get out of marriage for just any nilly-willy reason.
Yeah, that's
right. Nobody's saying to force people to marry each other.
You can say the same thing as I said with more words, but it's more efficient. Have you heard Shakespeare said brevity is the soul of wit?
Yeah, your wit is garbage, bro. Your troll level is level 0, my guy.
No,
it's not funny. You look stupid.
So
You look
marriage
like you're wearing a
counseling is
one.
forcing
Like, do you
people-
identify as a 6-month-old with the hat and the
shit.
onesie
Well,
on? Like, what is wrong with you?
Well, essentially, though, for
All
marriage,
this limp dick fucking attempt to get
marriage
pussy is
and-
sad.
They cry about the word force in this context. It's so dumb.
Hold on.
What would you do if someone tries to leave a marriage and if we took away no fault divorce?
Some women's back doors when they're lonely.
You're true. I lie to every woman to try to have sex with them. It's true.
For marriage and divorce, though, if
True,
you
Michelle.
get married based on religious beliefs and you do the vows and you hold true to that and all of those things, getting a divorce would go against all of those vows and against your belief system, so on and so forth, right? So that is like the Christian ethic or the religious side of marriage. But if we're talking about the government piece of paper,
Gotta do his
between
vitamins.
people, that is based on secular levels of things. So why are we trying to push ethics into a secularist viewpoint for whether we should or shouldn't have no fault divorces? These are people who aren't religious or don't hold true to those religious beliefs or don't stand behind that ethical or moral system.
Well, Sarah, to be fair, they said in our system, nuclear families have better outcomes for children. So even if it was like completely secular, they would say that if you keep them in that, you're going to have better outcomes for the children. The way I counter that was saying there's lots of things that would have better outcomes for society that I don't think the state should enforce because I think there are trade-offs to said things. I think that forcing the marriage is one of those things. By the way, to be clear, forcing the marriage is technically keeping the marriage from breaking up, not forcing them into marriage. I understand.
That's right. You're forcing it to continue.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Anthony says, for the grift, 5 more to go after this. And then Anthony follows up with
Sarah
10.
is religious,
Ben
Garuda.
follows up with 10. Hall follows up with lazy chat.
Sarah is absolutely religious.
Yes, and they, of course, they got their
And
goal.
she didn't want the
They
divorce.
have their open panel. How long? Nate says, marriage
said
is
Wi-Fi.
a religious commitment to life with that
All good.
person for the
Get a channel
purpose of
membership.
raising
Show me
children
who's
in a
boss.
congruent manner. Secularists made it a tax benefit.
We have lots of cool emotes that you can use if you get one.
I mean, that's true. I just don't think the commitment to life needs to be enforced by the state unless it has some sort of state benefits. If it had 0 benefits, I unironically can see some arguments for being against gay marriage. If it's like, oh, marriage is just only exclusively the specific thing that the church says, it has nothing to do with how the state, gives you tax benefits or, child tax credit write-offs. If it's just specifically this thing and they don't even like gay marriage, then yeah, whatever, then just call it a civil union. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. So.
Okay. Vincent says sexism being bad for society implies sexism is objective. So today's perception of sexism is as immoral applies to the past. The suffragettes were
Fuzzy's
actually
right.
the minority and were considered immoral bitter, divorced women.
Well, you can defeat my ideology by buying a Radical Coder channel membership or supporting the channel with a super chat.
I mean, sexism is objective in our definition that sexism is discrimination based on sex. But if we're going off the sexism is inherently a bad thing, then yeah, it's not objective. People say it was sexist to force women in and to get jobs because they can't survive without jobs, and they were happier in staying at home and taking care of the kids. But that's you'd have to run pretty wild with the definition of sexism there. But we did that, so.
How long? Nate says, keeps the chats coming. At will divorce encourages selfish behavior in a marriage to excuse breaking a contract.
That's a victim of at will divorce right there.
Wahira says, a 90-day waiting period. This is a woman's argument.
We gotta break the seal, Wi-Fi. Break the seal. This is the place to do it.
I'd agree with this one. The waiting period is a good step to the right direction, I guess, but it's still no fault divorce.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, now we can just go and do
it was
whatever
instant
we
coffee,
want, and then in a year we're gonna just
I had some
sign
in the
off,
freezer,
and then I can just go do it again. You can literally get married and then apply for the divorce right away.
I used to have a really good French press coffee when I worked at a fancy company back in the day.
On you at their wedding,
we had a farmer's market.
Then that wouldn't be a no-fault divorce.
Yeah, but you can apply for it, right?
You're so big-brained, buddy. It's amazing.
Did you know that when people were before no-fault divorce, the rates of women killing their husbands was much higher? Did you say that it's good?
Was it?
True.
Yeah.
True change.
No, it's not made up. You can look it up.
Hey, Sarah, I got
pretty sure that's true.
But I do appreciate.
He's running. He's running.
The spirited debate. I don't hold anything against Soy Pill or you. And shout outs to my teammate Speakeasy.
Coolly running from Coder.
I hope you all a well life.
Wait, I agree, but Cooley, can I have one last request? Is that I saw in the last thumbnail you made of us that me and Wick were both just random AI women. Could you put my real gay propeller face instead?
Yeah, this thumbnail, your face is there, man.
Hell yeah, thanks, buddy.
Nice. Have a good one.
Sorry for interrupting your closing statement. I'm quite the interrupter. Thank you.
All good. It's all love over here.
Women be talking. Let's be real. Women be talking.
But yeah,
all right.
have a blessed one.
Peace. You as well. Thank you so much for the evening. How long? Nate says yes. Naomi needs to go on panel. Naomi, are you coming up on panel? Get your butt up here.
Let's go, Naomi.
We're winning.
Vincent says laws and policies that affected the family unit was bad for society. No fault divorce 1970s allowed for a huge increase in one area that isn't serious. Irreconcilable. Say it for me.
Irreconcilable differences.
Thank you. 40% of
women be token. Women be token. Where's Charlie?
40% women initiate 70% of all divorces.
It's a weird way to conflate. I think it's just women initiate 70% of all divorces.
Fuzzy says, I be typing.
I do want to comment on that. The reason you see this more and more, I think this is backed up by data, but this is me pulling something out of my ass, Speakeasy, is that I'm pretty sure that men are more likely to not meet certain needs that women are looking for. Now, whether or not those standards are too high, that's a different question. But I've seen men be shitty husbands in a lot of cases, and I can understand why men don't really have as many expectations on their women and don't divorce as often. But
well, I see these things though. I'm not disagreeing, and I see these things as a reason to make sure there's
Charlie's good people. We love Charlie
here. Just getting married willy nilly. Having no fault divorce there would mean that they're gonna make a better decision on this long-term commitment. Because the whole point of marriage is a lifelong commitment for you both and the children you're going to produce in society.
Unless
you take away from this one.
I agree.
So you know what? Her tits are sagging a little too much, and I'm not happy when I see her tits now. So I'm leaving.
That's so real.
That's garbage, dude.
State-enforced boob jobs. That's what I say.
True. Let's go.
Here, and I agree with you. Like, I think people shouldn't be getting into marriages willy-nilly, knowing that, oh, I can always just get out of it if I don't want to be with this person. A similar argument can be made along the lines of contraception, right? That people are not taking sexual interactions with the gravity, perhaps, that they should, because they know that they have it out and they won't have to raise a child because of it. So these are facts, and these are.
Me when Nuxus is gone.
I don't think we should ban them all, but these are facts and trade-offs that we definitely should contend with. I don't think that we should ignore these things. We should contend
all
with
titties
them.
matter, Michelle.
And we
all
should
titties
try
matter.
to influence the culture so that people are making better decisions. But I don't think that we should necessarily just ban all of these things as a solution.
Fair. How long Nate says, I won't torture the chat with my lagging audio, but Soy is still a professional simp. I don't know. I don't think.
I don't get paid to be a simp, but I will say I have had more opportunities to get laid because of the hat than I would assume Speakeasy has for any other reason, which is pretty funny.
That is sad,
That's
Josh.
not why
That's a
I
really
wear
good
it.
point, guys.
Fair enough. Taylor says, my belief is that marriage is a vow to him, not about love. Why do non-Christians need Christian values to...
Oh my god, womp, womp, validated.
Validated.
Why didn't she backspace instead of...
Yeah, I know if you send us...
Bro, this is the Christian brain rot. Instead of backspacing, they add...
Autocorrects your autocorrect. It's weird. And sometimes it can take me a whole 5 minutes to get something in because it'll keep trying to put in words that I wasn't even trying to put in. How Long says, what nobody seems to get is that Andrew's force doctrine is the ultimate description of rights in a secular world. Human rights only exist congruently in a created world/religious society.
No, it's just kind of reductive.
Yeah, I think the force doctrine is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard. Like, the only idea is, like, hey, people that enforce rights are the only people that are allowed to, like, that's how rights exist, which is true. I mean, like,
it's just
you're not
it's
born
not dumb
with the right to
insofar
do anything.
It's a descriptive statement.
It's a description. It's a description, but it's not really an argument, and it does get
Well,
wielded
he uses
as an
it as a
argument in
prescription,
ways.
which is why I think it's dumb. Yeah.
It's an accurate description of the world.
Wait,
sort of.
I think you have it wrong, right? When he's not even saying might makes right. He's saying
he says might makes. Yeah,
yeah.
Don't worry, I understand.
All that is saying is to have a functioning society, it all comes down to force. If me and you have a disagreement on what we're allowed to do, it's the force that decides who's allowed to do what.
Yeah, ultimately, all power.
Not necessarily. We don't have to get into a physical fight. We can disagree on certain things, right?
Because it goes into this idea of, like, all men could do this to all women, therefore men should, and then women should, and then you get all these prescriptions from that.
But Andrew does
saying that,
talk about willingness to use force
rights
as well.
Force. Yeah, of course. That's descriptive of how reality works.
And and then it goes on to say that men have the monopoly on force, so rights come from.
I don't understand what that means.
That's all that's saying.
Yeah, well,
I don't think
white
that's
men
true.
have the monopoly on force over black men, and I don't think that should.
Yeah,
be
men's
prescriptive
rights
to how
come
things
from
work.
men too. Yeah, you're not saying anything different.
No, trust me, it's different from what the prescriptions are.
True.
No, I don't. I think you have it wrong, but
okay.
Michael says, "Are we
True. I like
human
RTP.
or are we deontolog?"
I think he streams every day, Common Good, or like Monday through
He's trying to
Friday.
ask, like, utilitarian.
But he's like during
all
the day.
humans deserve rights versus.
He's not a
like,
big nighttime
there's
guy.
some inherent ideal that should be followed.
He's not
by
nocturnal
others.
like some of us
I have no idea
psychos.
What it's in response to. So I'm a human.
Sicko psychos.
Fair enough. Well, shout out to
I'm
the
a lesbian.
humans.
True.
I'm just being here. Let's kick off our panel.
She be gay. RTP's a chill guy, Wi-Fi. He's a chill guy. Well-read guy. Pretty wise. Of course, Wi-Fi. Garuda. Many such cases.
For the record, I love watching everyone get crazy backstage when that jam comes on and everybody's like back there doing this, and I'm like, yes, another win. I think most of you, yeah, everyone up on screen right now knows my rules. Keep your interruptions to a minimum. If I'm talking, you shut your mouth, and especially if I'm reading a super chat, because people pay for me to speak on their behalf, and I'd like to do so. So kindly, thank you. And then also, if you are new to our audience, if you don't like anyone on
Dave
screen,
with the
you can
Transformers,
pay a
so
good
funny.
$10 to boot them to the back, and there are a whopping other whole line backstage trying to get on who are gladly waiting for you to boot someone. However, the only people you cannot boot would be Speakeasy, Soy Pill, and Tally, because they are the panelists and guests of the evening. They
You
are
super chat me 100
unbootable.
in my YouTube chat. You can boot me.
That's only 100, really?
Mhm.
You're missing all the content for only $100. Won't you make more if you stick around longer?
You're worth more than that, Soy. You can do it.
I'm a cheap whore, all right?
Oh my goodness! And speaking of $100, if you want to boot someone for the night, it's a full whopping $100, and they are booted for the evening. But if you want to revive someone, you can pay to revive them back, and it's a fun balancing game. We love playing. If you want to see my head spin, just start making me do math on screen. It gets comical. Okay, let's go ahead and open up the floor. Corinth, you were first in line back there. Why don't you go ahead and kick us off?
So I was asking someone a question. I wondered, Speakeasy, did you know you were applying Kendi's definition of racism to sexism through that whole debate? Did you move over to be a true Kendian like me?
Based?
I use the definition from the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
No, this is Kendi's definition of racism.
I use
Bro, they just dropped 100 for me.
Dude.
Holy
this
shit!
Troll thing you want to try and do? I'm not going
you were
for
doing
it. So you can
any
talk to yourself.
inequities.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go.
Can
take
I make a
piss while you have this
statement?
Conversation with
Isn't
yourself,
any
buddy.
inequities.
And
Corinth, the answer to your question was no. He didn't know that he was using Kendi's definition.
Hold on.
Damn.
We have a full boot already. I'll give it 2 minutes. Okay, and if anybody wants,
That is cold.
if anybody wants to keep Ryan, I always want to give them time because sometimes it takes a while to get super chats in. But if you want to keep Ryan, if you want to keep Ryan, it's $100. But because let's see, actually, there's the boot, but then there's if we get another $100 and it bounces out, then there's another boot. That's,
Ryan deserves
that's
10%
going to the back.
residuals,
But,
I think. For
well,
those.
now if somebody throws 100 down, then Ryan will actually have a $10 credit to keep him on screen. So if you want to protect him, you got another minute.
In case that doesn't happen, do you guys mind if I make just a very quick statement? I prepared a little syllogism here. So I believe that a society that wastes talent, reduces productivity, and shrinks consumer power harms its economy. I believe that sexism wastes talent, reduces productivity, and shrinks consumer power. Therefore, sexism harms a society's economy. No one on this panel will be able to defeat this perfect, fantastic syllogism, and they will pay hundreds of dollars to make sure that I can't defend it. So.
White knights.
Ryan, real quick,
gay,
is that
get
all
out of here.
sexism?
Defeated.
Is that all sexism or some sexism?
I guess the majority of sexism. I'm not aware of sexism that doesn't do those things, but you can propose some sexism that I might be okay with.
I'm just saying Tally conceded on some, viable forms of sexism that made sense. So that's why I asked.
Well, Sean. So the second
bathrooms make society less productive.
Yeah. Well, exactly. So
Pill and I, we don't really consider those things to be sexism in the way that we're trying to use it here as some sort of derogatory word, but using the very broad definition of any type of discrimination in the way that you interact with someone or something like that, then yes, sure, there are acceptable forms of sexism, but that's not really the meaning that Ryan is trying to get at here.
Yeah, and I clarified that, right? In premise 2, hang on, Corinth, real quick, because I might be gone in about 30 seconds. So my premise 2 was that sexism wastes talent, reduces productivity, and shrinks consumer power. So I'm speaking to any sexism that does those things. If you have sexism that exists outside of those, then we can have a separate conversation about that. But the sexism that does waste talent, reduce productivity, and shrink consumer power, I think that is making society worse.
Well, Ryan, women's bathroom actually reduce productivity because they take too long, and there's always a line. So I actually do think there should be
ban women's bathrooms.
There is some consumer power that does need to be regulated. So no, that part I would actually argue with you against.
Which part? Elaborate.
Consumerism, right?
Consumer
so
power?
Everything needs to be sold. Yeah, not everything needs to be sold.
What if
and
I mean?
Ryan, I'm gonna let you respond, and then we're gonna have to say goodbye.
Like people's butts.
Yeah, I agree. There are some contexts where, there are some contexts where we should ban certain like products. Yeah, I agree with that. Sure, but I mean, the vast majority of things we don't ban. So let's talk about those things, I guess.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know how much longer you're gonna last.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm so sorry. That was fast. That was.
It's fine. I expected it. I'm happy to make Sarah money. I know I love the haters and losers. I am actually streaming on my side as well. So if anyone wants to come, detract from Sarah's channel or come over here and support the channel by bringing me back, I will be around. So, is what it is.
And it's still applicable later if they do it. I'll reach out to you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan.
R.I.P.
Crazy guys, crazy. Common good. Someone dropped $100 to boot me immediately as soon as the panel started. So
Even hear you. He's,
well,
you see what they're saying about me.
Definition.
R.I.P. Ryan, man.
Yeah, real.
Gone too soon.
Because I pulled up the Merriam-Webster definition of sexism, and
Because they fear me. They fear me, common good. They fear me. Thank you, John the Neo-Evangelist. I appreciate that. It's crazy because Smokey paid once to boot Andrew Wilson and Sarah never did. Another reason I lost. Yeah. The Andrew gets although I'll say I do get I do tend to get a little bit of a buffer, right? Like she does tend to give me a moment. Like she waited a couple minutes for someone to donate against that and usually when I get booted, like she lets me give like a closing statement and stuff. So I appreciate it. Sarah doesn't want to boot. Sarah likes me on the panels, I think, generally. Sarah knows that I make her. I mean, even if she didn't like me on the panels, which I think she does, like Sarah and I are friends. But like even if she didn't want me on panel, she would continue to want me on panel for the sake of bringing in money. Like if she was just grifting, like then, yeah. I disagree with you, but I never get the hate. Yeah, we trigger the haters and losers, But we appreciate people who are not childish enough who are not so childish to let their emotions override their ability to engage in argument. A moment. Yeah, no, I hear you, Christine. I hear you. Yeah, Andrew didn't. Yeah, I've seen times where Andrew didn't get kicked at all. Yeah. Well, common good. It can be frustrating, but like it is like the business model. It literally is like that. That's how she kind of supports the channel. Sarah's fake. She kicked you off and asked for money to boot you. No. She made $110 right off the bat. Like the first two donos were a hundo and a tenner that were both to boot me. But she never booted Andrew and took the money to boot. Yeah. I agree with that. That's frustrating. Yeah, and it's the clout, the Andrew clout. Yeah. Earning is radical. Rip Gramps. Thank you. Yeah. Unc Ryan has been dismissed. But thank you for being here, Dux Y. Andrew does help Sarah. Yeah, that's true. Who is scared of you? I guess whoever donated $100. Let's see. It was Eclipse. Said boot Ryan for $100. This is a new, or I don't remember this person as much. I mean, like you have your look. I'm defensive of Sarah for a lot of reasons, but I don't blame anyone who has negative feelings towards her. I myself have some negative feelings towards Sarah, but they are definitely they are superseded by my positive feelings. Sarah does like you. She likes most of the debaters that come on, but you can really tell when she doesn't. Yeah, no doubt. She was pretty upset with me, I think, during the abortion debate the other night. That was rough. She was also really tired, and people had been fighting with me about abortion for hours and hours and hours. Do you have intuitions about who's scared of me? I don't know if they were actually scared of me. I don't know that I'd say that's really what's happening. I think they don't want to hear my arguments. That's it. They don't want to hear them from me, at least, either way. It is wise to believe in Jesus. I'll consider it. So Sarah's being selectively sexist. Now I have to debate her and show everyone how low IQ she is. Yeah, you show her, Garuda. You show her. You are like the chud at the start of Shark Week. That's hilarious. I really am. Sometimes I literally, like, I will go on Sarah's panels even when I don't intend on being part of them, just because I expect to be kicked. Like, there was been a couple times where I've, like, prepared a few statements, and I'll just go on, I'll make my statement, and then I've, like, ended up getting stuck on because people didn't boot me. And I'm like, okay, well, wait, I didn't plan on being here this long. Is Corinth the only feminist on panel? Let me see.
And none of
That's
you
wrong. Is that
dudes you ever faced when
By the way, if you want more Corinth versus Speakeasy with a moderator, since Sarah's pitting them against each other like this, I actually hosted a debate between Corinth and Speakeasy on abortion a couple of days ago. You can go check out after this conversation, obviously, after this stream. You seem to try to be logical, and that's triggering enough for some. Sure, I agree. I don't even know if he's a feminist. I just assume he's intelligent enough to not hate women. Yeah, he's definitely ideologically a feminist. Rip Ryan, there was nothing I could do, 07. You gotta sell those Transformers and save me. Sorry, buddy. That's the only way. I gotta pull out my Pokemon card collection and start selling off to save. It's to save the Republic, you know. If I keep getting booted, then Sarah's not pro-abortion, Garuda. What are you talking about? We have to give up some earthly materials to save the Republic, you know. It is what it is.
Is that why
That's
making
you look like
friends?
this. Easy. That's yeah.
But yeah, it'd be Corinth, and so I think Soypill's a feminist. But yeah, other than them, Corinth Mike Fund. That's funny.
Yeah, but you're point Speakeasy. Are you
not gonna yell?
You still bitching out? You still bitching out of it,
what?
Speakeasy?
What did I bitch
You
out,
still
dude?
bitching out, Speakeasy?
That's crazy.
Sure. So what's the answer to the question? You're
When I said I'd fly you out for a boxing match and you pushed out 2 seconds after saying you beat me.
Pushed out. That's crazy. Pushed
Dumbass
out.
off. You're a big pussy, bro. You challenged me to a fight and then back out seconds later. Why didn't we mention about that? About backing out. You want to talk about backing out? Why'd you back out of the boxing match? Why'd you back out of the boxing match?
Hey guys, did anybody before this shit show? Wait, you actually think Sarah is not pro-abortion because she did not? No, Sarah is a pro-life ideologically. Like she argues against abortion. Like that's her position is pro-life. And not even like the smart pro-life, no offense to Sarah, not like the smart pro-life where it's like we focus on contraception, access to contraception, and like comprehensive birth control, or I'm sorry, comprehensive sex ed. Soy has shtick, Corinth has knowledge over shtick every day. That's fair. I agree with that. Soy is well read, but not in all these domains, and he leans on the shtick quite a bit. Declare it in a debate. What do you mean by that? That Jesus exists or whatever? Or that Jesus is Lord? I believe Jesus probably existed. I've been convinced of that. Or I've been convinced that like a reasonable historian would believe that. I myself am not a historian.
Speakeasy is a trans woman.
Wait, what happened? Speakeasy, is it true the first woman winner of Verbal Combat is a trans woman? Is that true, Speakeasy? Answer for your crimes.
Well, it's a dude that thinks they're a woman.
It's Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, it's WNOP. Or WMOP.
So if that's your definition of trans woman.
Trans woman is definitionally, yes, a biological male who identifies as a woman. Yes, that's true. She literally argued Andrew, Jim Bob, and Rachel's talking points to get kicked off their platform. Literally argue to get kicked off their platform. I don't understand what you're saying by that, Garuda. But no, I genuinely believe that Sarah, I think Sarah votes Republican. I think that's where she falls ideologically.
Yep, definitely.
I guess that is the definition.
Literally
Rip
definition,
Corinth.
yes.
Wow, yeah. Push off the only other person like giving real pushback. I mean, Dave maybe, but Dave's not even on panel right now. He's got a transformer.
Corinth, it is time for you to head to the back. I'll bring up our next person.
I didn't even get to give an Umbreon cameo on stream. That's sad.
Eve says, Speakeasy throwing rocks from his glass house. How can you call Corinth a fruitcake? You unironically made an AI samurai god and thought, yes, this makes it cool.
Neve kind of cooked him there. Neve kind of cooked him there.
For verbal combat, it's a bear wearing a Raiden hat for the Mortal Kombat reference.
That's not a bear.
You guys are so obsessed with my picture. You know why though?
It's not a bear.
Actual looks because
it's a dog.
Pray for the chicks would pray for a dude like that looks like me, and this guy Soy Pill looks at people like me and thinks, damn, I wish all those girls weren't leaving dudes for like that look like this. I understand.
Wait, Soy Pill looks way more traditionally like attractive as a man. Did he just throw? Was he just throwing shade? I mean, Soy Pill, for whatever criticisms, he's a handsome guy.
I look like Post Malone.
Okay, I don't understand it by my own experience.
That's funny. The Post Malone.
I understand.
But also, to be fair, women love Post Malone too.
Logically.
Okay.
Wait, looks like the type of guy.
All right, Eli, you look ready to go. Let's go. Get us back to the top.
Yeah, I just had a question. So, to
Women
Tally, whenever
love
you say that
Post Malone.
there are some applications of sexism that could potentially be positive, and forgive me.
Yo, we got is it Levy or Levy? I don't know. But Water Kai, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good to have you. Yeah, it was good being on the panel with you the other night. I appreciate that. Seriously.
A bigger portion of the debate, but I'm really just trying to understand y'all's argument. So how does that not negate the prompt?
WM Nop, I am baptized, good sir. Yeah, didn't expect that, did you? I was baptized in the Mormon church when I was 8 years old. I was baptized. I'm saved. Yeah.
That if it can, in some cases, be good for society.
Like the river in hell. I don't know how that one's pronounced either.
Where's the argument it's not?
So really, we would quibble like on what determines sexism. So we're using sexism to have the negative connotation, basically.
Oh, so it's not Lee the Water Kai. It's Levy Water Kai. Levy Water Kai. I got you. I think I got you.
To have some type of legal discrimination, even. I'm sorry about my dog.
Well,
we love dogs here.
But so we were basically saying, like, I was actually floored when the examples of sexism that the debate was opened with, which I guess maybe you missed the beginning if you didn't see the whole thing. Okay, so in his opening statement, Speakeasy was like, sexism is good. Look around. We've got sexism everywhere. We have men's and women's restrooms. We have.
Oh, Leafy. Okay, Levy Water Kai. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Lethe. I'm getting multiple leth. So Common Good saying Lethe. You're saying like Leafy, like Lethe. Ryan gets his own planet. Let's fucking go. True.
We have men's and women's sports leagues, and it's like, well, okay, that's what we're calling sexism. It's like, well, if I have to concede that that is sexism because we are literally making distinctions between men and women, then okay. But that's not. We were trying to get to like what is the real meat of the debate. What are the things that you think that we don't discriminate against currently in our society that we should, in fact? Like what aspects of sexism would you take further?
Yeah, they lose their minds when you engage like directly with anything. They have a lot of They really are, they accuse the left of this all the time, where it's like, oh, this left is all these talking points and buzzwords, but it's like it's all they do. It's all they do. And they just hammer them down over and over and over.
Ended up making my question because those felt like really silly, trivial examples to call sexism, or like letting women and children off of the Titanic, like letting them off the boat first before the men. And it's like, right. Is that sexism, or is that just recognizing the biological reality of who is more vulnerable in these situations?
Sure.
Okay.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Not my favorite of the clips. I like the one, the yoga girl. We're a big fan of the yoga girl here. Not the yoga girls. There's a yoga girls one, and there's a yoga girl. The yoga girl.
That's for Soy Pills viewers. There's your horse video. He likes it. Don't let him tell you not to.
I got a question.
I apologize. I interrupted.
So that was good.
That is the closest evidence to me being gay that you'll have.
For sure, Lethe.
Then I'm going to play the fireman for you next.
Eli, I famously love that one.
That clip is sexist. A little bit.
Eli, I interrupted you. Go
ahead. No, you're good. So I agree this can be very nuanced, especially when, so sexism is like a discrimination, and in the bathroom example, there's a discrimination, but we wouldn't necessarily call it a bigoted one, right? It just makes sense. Eli. But then it's like, I think that's a good starting point to kind of sift through the nuance, because then we can go a little further and further up the ladder. Like, for example, if there was to be some kind of hypothetical executive order where women just were no longer allowed in any, let's say, combat role in the military, maybe not the military at large, but in any combat role whatsoever, which I think it's kind of sort of close to that anyway. I'm not an expert on it, but if that was just a blanket stamp of approval, would that be a form of sexism that's then been?
By the way, guys, Nuxus just posted a emote And this emote was actually added tonight during the stream. I added it just for Nuxus. He asked for an emote inspired by his name, and I produced this in real time. We created a nuke explosion emote. And if you want the chance to have your own emote, best way to support the channel is with Radical Coder channel memberships. So not only do you unlock all of the best emotes in the game, which I'm about to spam the chat with right now, but you also have the chance to get your very own personal emote. Just saying, something to think about. Something to think about. It's so weird how they claim Eastern Orthodox to be able to claim Christian values uncontested. Yeah.
And bigoted, in your view.
So I'm going to lean a little bit into our poor fallen soldier Ryan's argument, which is like, bigoted might not even necessarily be the problem, but it's like, is it productive? Is it effective? Like, I'm not necessarily even inherently against that, but I would wonder, like, is doing that going to make us have the sharpest military in the world, or is having a super high standard that most men and most women can't clear, and maintaining that standard, is that the best route? And again, I know even less, I'm sure.
Like, if you look into this, I mean, women make very good snipers, women make excellent pilots. Like, there's plenty of roles that women are actually very
probably good for
at.
target practice.
The statistics
also.
against women.
How to get emote. Ask nicely, and I may consider.
Combat roles are mixed gender combat frontline roles, sometimes have less effectiveness because men will like go out of their way to disobey an order to protect a woman, which is more about how you train them. But there's arguments against that versus mixing all combat roles. There's like not a good argument for it.
Or the fact that women will be then fighting only men because other countries only have men in their militaries. Like what?
Yeah, no, listen, there could be lots of good reasons. There could be lots of good reasons to do that. Again, I would wonder, like, is that, I want us to have the strongest military possible. Like, the only example that I have any reference for is, like, is in Israel. Their military is, they draft men and women, right? And they obviously don't overwhelmingly go in the same roles. I don't know. I know women are on the front lines, but I don't know exactly.
And they need help from everyone.
In terms of,
Dangerous loaf of bread thirst posting.
Yeah, they're at war. Like,
Levy, with a membership, I'd probably give you one. I fuck with you. I might give you your own emote.
Yeah, even when they're not at war.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Garuda. Like, if you ask, are you asking me for one? Do you want? Nuxus specified what he wanted, sort of. He asked me for a emote inspired by his name, and I agreed to it last stream. Mormons made a dialectic dude a god. Look at the handsome fireman.
Okay,
we
so
stand handsome firemen
thanks.
and
What does
firewomen.
that mean next time if you're gonna?
Lethe with the Power Supply Unit membership. Welcome. If you have a request, and Gorilla Biscuits too. Gorilla Biscuits with the gifted membership. Congratulations, Wi-Fi. You all have access to these most radical emotes. Congratulations. Yeah, perhaps if Lethe or Nuxus, or I'm sorry, Nuxus already has one. Garuda, describe or request an emote. I very well may make it, especially if the chat vibes with it.
Speaking of firemen,
Real quick, I want to finish up one part of our conversation with Tally. So now we've established the discriminating based on bathroom. That's okay. And then you said you might even possibly be okay with a male-only combat role. So now, can you give me examples of sexism that you would be against that you think is not good for society? That's part of your argument in this debate.
I've been tilting easy for a long time. We go way back. Back when I used to stream a lot in 2023, I would go on his show and fight with him.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's even like arguably something like chivalrous, if you want to say paternalistic, about like saying that women shouldn't be on the front lines in that way. But again, really, I think that like if the reasons for not having women, I guess it depends on what the reasons and motivations are, right? If the reason is this sort of paternalistic, like we want to protect women at all costs, and so there's no need for them to be out there. The overwhelming majority of them are not going to be as fit. That's one thing. If the argument is fitness, then I do think you can just like have that very specific standard in strength, in speed, in endurance, in psychological stability, and all of these things. I don't know why it needs to be determined on the basis of sex, because there could be like some women, a couple of women, right, who would be beneficial in that way. So I would prefer the standard to be.
Well, I think it would be both. I think it would be like a chivalrous thing and a biological thing. But I was asking specifically when you're speaking the negation that sexism is bad for society.
Yes,
yeah, right. What do we have there?
Yeah, right. So I don't want women to be precluded from entering like any job in society, prevented from entering the workforce in any domain. I think women should retain the right to vote. Things like this, like where in places where you're not allowed to discriminate on the basis
defend women's right to vote, Tally.
Of race and religion and all of these things, I think you should also not be allowed to discriminate on the basis of sex.
You do understand that a job is not the same as like a government making a law that discriminates, right? So when you're saying that you don't want someone to be excluded because of sex from getting a job, so as a business owner, I retain the right to hire and fire who I want, and that doesn't matter whether you're this sex or that sex. So you do understand
that's
that,
not
right?
true at all. That's a violation.
No, that is not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. The 14th Amendment.
Do you not know what Title 7 is of the Civil Rights Act?
You think they're forcing all the bricklayer companies to hire women? Is that what you think?
You can't fire them for being women if they can't.
Oh my God! I can fire them for any reason I want. I just don't have to tell them.
You can fire them for sucking at the job.
You're not legally allowed to fire someone.
No, yes, I can fire someone.
I'm gonna play another stupid video.
Look, we got Mandy over in Sarah's chat. Does she even know that she was gifted a Radical Coder channel membership? I haven't seen Mandy all stream.
Keep going. Kazoom sends a big five to say, not letting women in managerial or leadership roles would be an example.
Okay.
BB
Just
says
get in
2
the
questions.
truck.
Is it sexist for men to use force against women in self-defense? And then also, is it sexist for women to use force on a man unprovoked, probably? Unprovoked?
It would be more sexist of them not to use force on a woman, to say, oh, you're so weak, I'm not going to defend myself. They should absolutely beat the shit out of any attacker, regardless of gender.
Well, this is like a difference between sexism and like chivalry. Like, yeah, I think everyone should defend themselves. You probably, I don't know, most men are probably going to hold themselves back from beating the shit out of a woman. They might even do the way they might to a man if they got into a fight in that way. But that's not sexism.
Well, and I'm mostly just trying to go up to speed here, but I think I could also make a point about
These are the like equal rights, equal lefts kind of people who are just like, they're like, well, if feminism, then I get to punch women, right?
where the conversation's going. So now that I've asked you those questions to Speakeasy, was there any point in your argument that was saying, well, we should like bar women from working or from having these jobs? Like, where were you taking your sexism argument?
Not all jobs, no. So I think because we used to have specific labor laws that barred women from working heavy industrial equipment that most women weren't able to work, and plus a lot of chemical plants that even if they weren't pregnant, it still had a risk to the reproductive health. So we stopped women from going there because not only.
Yeah, Corinth, your voice was coming through super choppy as well when you were on.
It's to protect the women from being able to have children. It's to protect society being able to reproduce itself.
Exactly. Well, so this is what I'm kind of pointing at, is that I'm seeing a lot more, as you said, concessions from their side, like especially when it comes to like, well, I think I could get behind the military thing. We totally think that this kind of neutral or, malevolent bathroom discrimination is okay. We just don't want, I guess a form of bigoted, well, you can't join because you're a woman.
You're really going to call having men's restrooms and women's restrooms?
No, it's a starting point. There's nuance. But what I'm saying is what you just said you could possibly agree with the military thing. You could probably also use the same logic to say, okay, we don't want them with heavy machinery and construction and these kinds of things as well.
So you know what? So hold on. So
that she doesn't want to bar anyone who's capable of doing it from doing it. Not that we should have a law that says women writ large can't do it, right? So these are different things.
Well,
I think women can't be Navy SEAls, but not because they're women. It's because they literally can't be standards. But that's fine by her standards. It's fine by my standards. Clearly, you guys can't be.
But if like G.I. Jane showed up, you would like. I guess that's what I'm saying is that like it's kind of you know how we say we don't. It's like an exception to the rule. Well, we don't make a rule.
Ryan, do you forward your chat when you end stream? Because I'm falling asleep and don't like waking up to another stream. Let's see. If I say yes, then you're going to leave. But if I say no, you're not going to know that I send you anywhere else until you wake up. So just stick around. You never know. Maybe I'll just end it.
A rule based on an exception. I think that, and I'm not a utilitarian, but if somebody was speaking like from practically, utilitarian ways, it's like you're not going to see any major drop off by having these rules in place. And what my next argument would be is that the actual social.
Can we address the first one, right?
Yeah.
Don't you see how these Navy SEAL rules are not discriminatory against women whatsoever? It is literally, hey, you must meet these requirements. If you can't do the job, you are not allowed in, and they're not being bigoted whatsoever. Like,
right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that if you were to tomorrow say that women can't join the Navy SEALs, nothing's changing. It's not like all.
Yeah, but I don't want to lie to him, so I'm leaving it up in the air. I'd feel bad.
These women candidates are like, damn, I was going to be the next G.I. Jane and change the force.
Women have tried out for it, and you're now saying, no, you're not even allowed to attempt it.
What I'm saying is that if you're speaking from
people who aren't making like the role that.
Oh, okay. Bye, Kaiser. Bye, Kaiser Gaming. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you sticking around. Yeah, I am. Since you've already made your decision, I will admit I'm going to send you. I will at the end of my stream likely send you guys to another streamer. I will. I apologize, but I appreciate you being here. Regardless, you're welcome back any other time. Yeah, Dave with the transformer the entire time. You're gonna leave you're gonna permanently leave the channel if you. Okay, well look, I'm just gonna let you know up front then right now so that you don't ban yourself from my channel. I do send people to other streamers, okay? At the end of my streams, I like sending my viewers to other streamers. Number one, because I feel like it's good to support the ecosystem, and number two, because I like to make people aware that I'm streaming, and so that when they are ending their streams, they are more likely to send viewers to me, which has already paid off because the other day I was streaming. Or like a week ago, I sent you guys to Straight raid, and then a few days later, she raided me. So paying it forward. It works out.
That I went into was actually like considered in the special forces units, and it had only recently, before I went in, been opened up to women. But you just had to pass.
Rest easy, Kaiser.
Wait, Sarah, you served?
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. Just when I thought you couldn't get cooler. That's fucking sick. Base. Fucking base. Oh, man, that's cool lore to learn. Anyway, but no, I mean, what I'm saying is that just strictly speaking, it wouldn't really matter, but that's where the next argument comes in, is about more of a cultural zeitgeist level argument about gender roles, about social cohesion, about what kind of culture and the way that we view our men and our women makes for a better society, right? So, okay, we've established that saying that women can't be Navy SEALs really isn't going to affect the success rate of the SEAL enterprise, right? But what it also does is where a lot of people will probably like, the crazy fringe leftist screech and and all this stuff. But what we're enforcing is a normative standard about deeper coded gender roles between men and women that I think, even though it's going to piss a lot of people off, it's going to piss the people that it pisses off will identify themselves as the problem in society, and it's actually going to make us stronger, because these deep cultural things that we want to see, at least on my side and in my camp, is going to increase the social cohesion. So that would be a further argument for why this is good, and why, in certain areas, sexism does make society better. And I really haven't heard the reason for why.
I don't get this social cohesion thing. I feel like restricting people from doing things they want to do that are generally unharmful. I feel like that doesn't increase cohesion. In fact, it adds friction to a society, right? You should not want to get into the Marines. Juice isn't worth the squeeze. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I come from a Navy family myself, but yeah. Air Force, Navy, or just get a job. Yeah, my whole family was like bunch of Navy. We're all the first generation to not be part of that.
For why it doesn't, I've heard a lot more reasons for why it does.
Eli, just to be clear, correct me, this isn't trying to straw man, but I'm going to say this in a way that you might disagree with the framing. What you said is we should ban women from being Navy SEAls, which will functionally do nothing because there are no women Navy SEAls, but it will piss people off, the right people off, and this will increase cohesion. I don't think.
Right. It's a crazy take.
It sounds crazy, but I actually believe that. Yeah, like basically.
It would only increase cohesion among people who also want that, who also want those people to be mad, right?
It's on a deeper. Like if you want to I know you're not trying to straw man it, but even if I allowed you to, it's like yes, but I can actually explain why. Because
I think I understand your explanation. I just don't think that's going to increase cohesion. I think if anything, like you said, it's going to piss people off, and you're going to people.
Yeah, but it's going to. But that's the thing. I mean, I'm a Christian populist. I believe that we should take over the current secularist, progressive zeitgeist and make the cultural norm a Christian ethic. And I think that Christian ethic really thrives on gender roles that are being implicated, the order of the family, all these different things.
And when you have a bunch of people who don't want to be part of that, then you're going to have a whole bunch of friction in your society, just like there was before. There was a bunch of people who didn't want to be part of that exact rigid structure before, and that's how we got rid of them in the first place.
Things. And whenever we have a culture that kind of goes, well, yeah, obviously this is a man's job to be the tip of the spear, the cultural implication of that has more of a positive than any practical utilitarian negative.
How committed are you guys to watching the rest of this? I'm kind of bored, to be honest. I kind of want to show off the look, I made this app. This is where I got that syllogism that I came in with, because I made this app earlier in the stream. Right, an analysis, and I didn't say prove sexism is bad for society. I said make an app that explains whether or not sexism is good for society. And it asked the question, is sexism good for society? And it says the question requires a clear definition and careful examination of the evidence. And if you guys hate what I'm doing right now, feel free to tell me to go back to the panel. But I came back to the screen and got triggered. Sexism is prejudice, stereotyping, or discrimination, typically against women on the basis of sex. To analyze its impact, we must look at its effects on individuals, economies, and the overall health of a society. Let's explore the arguments. I think that's a good premise to start with, right? So this is the first one that I pointed out. The syllogism that I came in with was about the economic costs of inequality. So a society that practices sexism operates with a handicapped economy by limiting opportunities for a significant portion of its population. It creates inefficiency and loses potential. Well, I'm going to show you, Waterka. I got you. I basically made this app. I vibe coded this app in Gemini, right? And then I took this and I threw it into ChatGPT and I was like, give me a syllogistic. Sometimes I tell it Ryan core because it knows my tone. Using a formalized argument is a massive W in BDE, true. So sometimes I ask it to be Ryan core because it knows my tone and my like the kind of what my values are and how I would infuse them into it. So it generally approaches what I want to say anyway. But yeah, so a society that practices sexism operates with a handicapped economy. By limiting opportunities for a significant portion of its population, it creates inefficiency and loses potential. It wastes talent. So when people are denied education, jobs, or promotions based on gender, their skills and potential contributions are lost. This shrinks the talent pool available for critical roles in science, technology, business, and government. I think this is just obviously true. I think that if you bring this up to a lot of those guys, they'll be like, oh yeah, well, we don't need women in these roles anyway. But I mean, anyone who is aware of these industries knows that women contribute massively to them. So I don't know what to tell them. The gender pay gap, which Tally denies, but Tally has a lot of terrible takes. So paying one group less for the same work is not just unjust, it's bad economics. It suppresses overall consumer spending power as a large demographic has less disposable income. A 2017 report by the World Bank found that gender inequality in earnings cost the global economy an estimated $160 trillion. That's not good. That's not Gucci. Same argument I use against black nationalists. Fair. And then reduced productivity. Workplace discrimination and harassment create toxic environments that decrease morale, increase employee turnover, and lower overall productivity. Companies with greater gender diversity on their executive teams are consistently more profitable than those without. So, the conclusion, from a purely economic standpoint, sexism is demonstrably bad for society. It acts as a drag on growth, innovation, and prosperity. That's where my syllogism came from. It was just this one. I didn't even go into the harm to social fabric, which would engage with what Eli's saying right now. I didn't even go into the examining flawed justifications. Number one, because I haven't even looked over these yet. But number two, because I just didn't have time because someone paid $100 to boot me from the fucking panel.
In negative that even may exist that I don't think exists.
So I don't agree.
Also, true Nuxus, we are 55 subs away from 1K. So excited. So excited. I know like nothing really happens. I think I unlocked some new like monetization options. Nothing really super big happens at 1K, but man, is it gonna feel good. I have a stream kind of planned for the 1K celebration. I have like a stream title in mind. I'm not gonna reveal until we hit it, but help us get there. Like and share the screen. Like and share the stream. Like and share the stream.
Like, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a populist either, but I'm sympathetic to a lot of what you said. I mean, I cultural issues were my biggest concern in the 2024 election. I voted for Trump. I share your frustration with the progressive zeitgeist and with the overreach of the left in our culture, but I would like to see a return to just, I basically see the liberalism or the progressivism that you're talking about as religious in its own way, and I want us to move away from that and move back to
100%.
the secular norm that we have.
Get her soy pill. Get her soy pill. Come on.
Right, and so I just I think there are ways to do that. There are ways to improve our culture and bring it back to a baseline without. I don't see how it benefits.
We were on the same track until you said the secular norm that we had. I want to go back to the 90% Christian population that we had.
Right. Well, and we're speaking different languages there, right?
Okay, right.
That's not
my. I think it's still a secular norm. I think that all this craziness.
Well, so insofar as I believe that our country was founded on Christian values, I support that too. I think that's the success of Western nations. That owes a great deal to Christian morality. But so I think that's already really baked into the cake of the sort of secular separation of church and state, liberal democracy that I.
Soy pill destroyed her on this nonsense before. Yeah, I was actually like super. I was kind of glad that Soy pill and Tolly teamed up because I think they work good together. I like seeing them fight as well. And Tolly's been on this channel. Like we've had a conversation before that was pretty amicable. I like Tolly. I say she's my problematic fave because she has absolutely terrible takes, but I like walking through those takes with her.
That I'm arguing in favor of.
Well, sure, and I mean even like liberal democratic values, I believe have a basis, as you said, in Christian values as it started. Like even freedom of choice of religion was an inherently Christian thing, that we're not going to convert you by the sword. Everybody has the free will to come to God, and that's actually the most Christian move you could do. And that's why we were so unique in this. People want to say that's evidence that America wasn't Christian, that we allowed for a freedom of religious choice, but it's like actually that was a Christian ideal that allowed for that thing to happen.
Yeah, Christians notoriously secularist,
but yet you're praising the Christian values. I'm not trying to put you too much on the spot here, but what are the values of secularism that you think we should return to? Because I think that what you and I are both agreeing is bad right now is the fruits of secularism, not some derangement from it.
Sure. So that's where we.
Wait, did KO Dave change the Transformer? Oh my god, he did! When did that happen? We got to find the exact moment. Dave's here. Slavery was encapsulated in Christian values and lasted 400 years. Go figure. Yeah, for real. Like they make this argument. They're like, oh well, without Christianity, morals are your morals are changing. Oh wait. Here's the yoga girl. This is my favorite one. I like the yoga girl.
All ways. And speaking of women's equality.
This message is sponsored in part by.
What can I say?
Be on a construction site. Are these AI? These are all AI, right?
Ah, Dave switched during Yoga Girl. That's hilarious. You can see his hand. You can see his hand changing. Look.
This message is sponsored in part by.
His hand. Well, I didn't catch it that time, but his hand was like, you see his hand pulling away really quickly. That's actually really funny.
Are these AI? These are all AI, right?
Yeah. That would be so funny. That would be so funny if you had AI to get that girl, but she's got a construction hat on and she's like in the blue collar.
Why is she on like scaffolding? Why is she doing yoga on a scaffolding?
No, these are actually women's YouTube channels. This is how they get away with not being OF girls, but also staying within like YouTube's okay stuff.
Such a funny way to put that, Sarah. Get away with not being an OF girl is crazy.
Physical abilities? Do you have eye exams? And do you wear glasses? Can you talk? Can you see? Can you hear? Guaranteed position. I was locked into my specific career. I already knew the job. I got a bonus for it. Like all of this stuff. But they won't give you that if you can't pass this.
Skyrim. WM Nop says Skyrim. I don't know why, but he says Skyrim. Oh, Def Nut's here. Def Not says, did you say nothing big happens? 1K you get to earn from ads? No. Oh, is that true? That might be true. I don't know. I'm kind of a dummy. So you're probably right. I knew there was new monetization things, but I think you're right actually. That would be huge actually now that I think about it. Sarah's not a loser. She's playing the system like a pro. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. She monetizes me very well.
A standard test in order to get into that job role to begin with. Now, if I
love that, KO
sign
Dave.
up and say I'll take any job you give me.
You're running the panel,
when I
dude.
Get to boot camp, they have additional qualifications if you.
Like unironically, that kind of like trolling, I think that is the appropriate. To some degree, that's like an appropriate way of engaging with debates like this, because like, man, what an absurd debate title. Like, sexism is good for society. We're gonna have a debate right now about whether sexism is good for society. That's what we're going to talk about. That's what we're going to talk. All the political issues across the world, all the things going on, we're going to say sexism is good. And we're going to fight about that. That's where we're at. I think Transformers, bring on the Transformers.
If you like, you put in your like top 3.
It demonstrates
jobs,
the goofiness of the whole thing.
And if you qualify, if they have room for that specific job, then they'll send you to qualifications at boot camp. It's not a wasted resource. It's not like you're not wasting anything.
I have a question for you.
Real quick, I just want to point. I'll let you go after this break, but she said she doesn't want to see standards lowered, and I'm not trying to attribute this directly to what she's saying, but I just found this interesting that there is different physical fitness standards for men and women, like in the Marines. The Pentagon just eliminated the lower fitness standards for women in 2025 on April 1st, but there was like 15 push-ups for women versus like 30-something for men. So, and if women came into the Marines in 1948, that would effectively say, okay, we allowed women in and we had to lower the standard for them if we want them to keep coming in.
But think about
next debate topic, littering good for the environment?
How many young boys we would have saved on Omaha if there had been a bunch of women in front of the MG42s? Like, don't you think that would have been good?
No. It's just, I'm legitimately confused because like you're saying these like jokey rhetorical things, but I feel like this agrees with your opponent's arguments than your side.
I think no, I don't think they should lower the standards. If they can fire the rifle and do everything else that the man's supposed to do, I think it's fine. If they can't, then no.
They can't fire the rifle in the same capacity. They can't handle the shell shock the same way. They don't have the same pain tolerance. There's like a litany of other. No, hold on. There's a litany of other things.
They shouldn't be part of the thing. If every single woman, as you proclaim, can't do it, then they shouldn't do it. But I know that's not true.
Most women cannot.
Good.
True.
Right, most
they actually have better breath control than men.
Here's the thing, though. You won't know until you've already spent $100,000 training up this, or however much it takes to train up a soldier. I don't know what that number is, but until they spend all that money and deploy that person, and then they go to fucking shell shock as soon as they hit the beach. At least with the men, it's like we have no other option. It has to be men. But if you now
wait, you'll argue it's economically, like sexism is economically good? Because I think we just went through a pretty strong case for why it's not economically good. Or are you saying that it's economically harmful?
now are taking space off of a craft to throw 10 additional ladies on it to meet some fucking quota. Now that unit is
you're baking in all these things that we're not arguing for.
No, but that's what life
quota
is.
to lowering a standard, like that's not what we want.
No, but that would be the reality.
Yeah, I want to hear your argument.
It kind of is because your argument is that you don't want.
Oh, littering. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I got you. Well, you know what? Now do one for littering. Let's see what we get. I'm kind of curious what kind of arguments there are.
A thing, but yet, at least in practice, whenever we've allowed women to enter a thing, we've had to lower the standard in order for that.
Is kicking puppies good for animal rights? Well, is the dog attacking another dog? What if the dog is killing kittens and then you kick it? You're protecting the rights of those kittens, no? Curious.
For that to happen.
Do you think the U.S. military is or isn't the most effective?
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. If you bar women from it, sexism. I don't think. Again, despite like.
Oh, littering is good because it produces jobs. Okay, there's something to that.
Office roles, and I'm sure like administrative logistics. If we're talking strictly in Marines,
roles
it's
and
not. But
other roles. Like
when we talk about these roles that
rip in peace, Christy Gnome's dog. Rip in peace.
Require the fitness standard to a certain degree, you're not going to actually see any change in us being the strongest military in the world.
Well, if that's the case, then just it seems like it's going to work out in your favor right now.
I would like to ask this
But like I
I
said,
just feel like
20% of the
you're
military
to the other side whenever you make these arguments.
You're all talking over each other, so I get to talk. Hall says Tally really used the Brianna of Tarth argument.
I don't know what that means.
All strong women from Game of Thrones. They're like, oh, so there couldn't possibly be a woman who could be.
Wait, Brianna? Isn't it Brianna of Tarth? It's not Brianna of Tarth, is it? Brianna of Tarth? Look, I'm not a Game of Thrones guy. Brienne of Tarth. Brienne of Tarth. Yeah, it's Brienne of Tarth. All right. Come on. Get it together.
Jaime Lannister, and it's like, well, there's one, but most of them might have done.
But she only beat him. He had one hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So
once again, Nerf, the greatest sword fighter of all time, lost his dominant hand and still almost whooped the bitch's ass. It's crazy. Anyway, sorry.
So the inherent question here that I wanted to ask.
It's crazy.
Yeah, let Britt go because I spoke over him earlier.
I appreciate it. So the inherent question I want to ask, and obviously you don't have to go personal, but once a month, women have pain. And if that is the case, how does this affect your role in military action, police action, and, dare I say it, being a firefighting? Yes.
Can you be a policewoman and also be on your period? More at 11.
This is the thing. When you're a firefighter.
Why do these people want a woman firefighter showing up if they're in a burning building trapped under something?
So how does that?
Each one of them would be pissed.
Bro, this is such a terrible. Like we literally have a shortage like across the country of firefighters, don't we? Like we literally need more firefighters, and they're like, no, we don't want women in these positions. Get them out of there. Like we literally need firefighters right now. Like we need people who can do the job at all. Like even if they're like weaker at it, right? I swear right wingers weren't this bad at arguing 4 years ago. What happened to the debate sphere? Well, the bar is like way lower because Trump's in office. Like they have like a way higher. Like when Biden was in, they had to put like a best foot forward so that they could push for Trump to get back in office, right? Yeah, but we don't want those firefighters. Yeah, exactly. Rihanna Tarth. That's hilarious.
Pissed if a woman showed up. I'd be pissed if it was some firefighter.
I'd be pissed if you showed up as a firefighter. I don't think
True soy bill.
If a woman could pass the fitness test, I'd be happy to have her carry me out under big muscle.
I would take
Give me a muscle mommy firefighter over Speakeasy any day.
Woman any day.
Speakeasy. Hold on, Speakeasy.
UFC fighter, whatever you wanted.
Really? Okay, wait. Will you fight Ronda Rousey for me?
Scouts, you got banned from Sarah's chat for saying "Blessed be the demons." Wait, who did it? Scouts. I don't see this. How long ago was it? Or was it on the... No, wait. It wouldn't be on the Raging Tomato. I don't see that. Wait. It's right here. Your comment didn't even get deleted. I don't think you got banned. They turned on subscribers only mode. Are you not subscribed to the Gauntlet? But you're subscribed to Radical Code. Well, I'm glad you're... Because I also have subscribers only mode on. So I'm glad that you're a subscriber here. But it looks like your comment didn't get deleted. I'd be able to see it if it did. Because I'm a mod over there, right?
I have advantages as a man. My hips are wider. My grip strength is stronger. I can take more pain physically.
You really think you can fight a UFC for women?
You're gonna take the greatest female fighter of all time. How about we just take an amateur?
Why are we talking about fighting women? I would like an answer, but from Soyville.
Yeah, what's up? What's
specifically, I would like the answer to that question. How does menstruation? You can answer this surely because you're a woman, right?
Got me.
How does that play into what happens once a month to military, to police, and to firefighting? How does that play?
I think that periods, I don't know if you're married or you've been around women who have frequent periods, which is most of them, that doesn't affect their ability to function in most roles. And I know a lot of emotional.
Well, if you had been Skelts, it would tell me like the user has been removed or whatever. So I don't know. I think you might not actually be banned.
Men that I've met tonight that couldn't do any of these jobs you just described. So
I'm not talking about emotion. I'm talking about.
Oh wait, maybe because I'm in live chat or I'm in top chat, not live chat. By the way, switch to live, not top chat. Live, not top chat. Very important. Very important. Oh, it's gone now. Maybe it was deleted.
Yeah, if it was debilitating pain at once.
Yeah, Tristan Thomas. We got a raid from Sarah the other night and brought us up like 50. And then last night we went on Ruby Space K's panel and I was crowned the #1 new panelist, won $50 and got a handful of subs from that as well. What the goal at, Ryan? I don't want to switch streams and hit ads. You mean on Sarah's? 3 out of 15 super chats, but I should have a goal here. Here. Feed me and Umbreon. We'll do any colors. I'm only gonna go for another hour. Maybe less. But yeah, also good to have you here, Tristan. Let's see. Rousey would make Easy cry. Yeah, it'd be hilarious to watch. Let's see. Wasn't able to type when I reset after 5 minutes too, and I never comment on their dumb shit. Oh, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. Well, unless you say some insane shit, you're not gonna be banned here. So we are a very diverse intellectual space over there, the Radical Coder channel. Despite my staunch progressivism. No, not for you to start one grifter. Look, I'm providing. You are here in my chat. I gave you your very own emote. I gave Nuxus an emote and he's calling me a grifter. I gave him an emote. I did that for you. That's crazy.
Once a month where they literally couldn't get off the couch, then they shouldn't be in any of these roles. But that's
now we all know that that's a possibility with women because all women have menstruation, right?
You think men can get stomach aches?
I agree. Jay Dyer's a fool, and that was demonstrated in my brief debate with him, which is on my channel as well.
Menstruation.
Do you think men can eat too much and their tummy hurts and
women
they
should probably
can't go
be
pick
on
up
birth
people in the
control.
fire-burning building?
Women should probably be on birth control if they're in the military. Now that I'm like thinking this through, right? 'Cause we definitely don't want people getting pregnant while they're in the middle of a war zone. And that
True.
would, I mean, there plenty
I'm
of
okay with that.
completely eliminate.
I'm really
maybe not forced, but I'm open to that. Free birth control for women in the military.
I'm really not trying to be a dick here.
A never forget Harambe emote. Okay. I kind of like that. I really fucked with the Harambe memes back in the day. So I might, and that's funny because you got your membership at the same time as Gorilla Biscuits gifted another one. So that would kind of be kind of fitting to the moment.
Well, wait a minute. I want to ask because men get man colds too, right? And when you guys get them, you're stuck in bed, you can't move, and you cry about the world. Like, what happens if you get a man cold?
Well, my theory with the man cold thing is we only act that way when we're around you guys because we just want to get loved on. But like if we're around a bunch of other dudes, we're gonna tough it out, you know.
This message is sponsored in part by.
You guys are big babies. There you go, Naomi. That was for you, doll.
Yeah, like what even?
The Orthobros First Amender. Wait, are you referring to like the debater dude First Amender, or is there a deeper joke there that I don't know? I don't watch a lot of First Amenders debates.
The blue flu. So like even before that, like it's been years since I've actually gotten ill without like maybe drink. So like it's been a long time since I've actually been sick. And so when I look at that and I go, okay, you know, as a man, I don't get cramps, don't get sick. Like I'm right for going.
You don't get, dude. I've gotten cramps. I used to run a lot. You changed Transformers again. When did he? Oh, was it just now? He did it again. This man's unstoppable, you guys. Check it out. Look, purple and green. We got the Incredible Hulk former. Then we get the butt, and then we have a brand new Transformer with a spinny Beyblade on top. Pisco had the best reaction to that. Let's see. The MDB, yeah. He kind of replaced me. I think because I used to go on Modern Day Debate all the time, and then there was a while where James stopped reaching out, and then the last time he reached out to me, I actually didn't reply, and I kind of feel bad for it. I should reach out to him and apologize and go on. I am going to DebateCon, or at least I'm going to Nashville for DebateCon. I don't know if I'm actually going to the Modern Day DebateCon, unless we raise enough funds for that.
I haven't been actually ill since like before the flu. So like even before that, like it's been years since I've actually gotten ill.
I had COVID like 3 times or twice at least.
It's been a long time since I've actually been sick. And so when I look at that and I go, okay, as a man, I don't get cramps, I don't get sick. Like I'm right for going to fight, right?
Why aren't you doing it?
But a woman, she does once a month get debilitating pain.
Clay, protect us.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, not every woman has debilitating pain. Periods are very variable. Okay, for some women, this can be literally.
You want to hang out at the Crucible party at DebateCon if you go? It should be pretty chill, surprisingly. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I will. I'm sure I'll hang out around there. I mean, like they obviously know who I am, and I would have a drink with a lot of those guys.
2 days. For others, it can be like 8-9 days, right? So there's a lot of variance.
It still causes emotions.
Be Umbreon.
Yeah, I'm gonna say PMSing.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah, I want to say, did you have a bunch of PMS and like did it cause you to almost like kill your fellow teammates? Do you do any friendly fire?
I am
or,
more
pick up the rifle
likely
because your wound hurt.
The winner of
I am more likely to pew all of you-tards than I would have ever been to harm my teammates during a cycle.
For sure, Corin.
Not only that, the more
that's why women shouldn't be.
It has to be in the smoking section for Andrew.
Not only that, the more active you are physically, and if you're in a stressed out situation, high adrenaline, things like that, your period can actually just not come altogether because your body's like, hey, now's not the time, guys. So your body actually acclimates to what's going on and it functions accordingly. And wouldn't it kind of be a good thing to send a bunch of irritable, hateful, raging bitches out in the middle of
True.
No, because the reality
absolute
is,
warrior women.
that I have to be drugged out of there. As much as Soy Pill over there has been a gay male feminist all night, I'd still want him over you trying to drag me out of that field.
Well, yeah,
I was about to say, Sarah, can you imagine you're about to be killed by like an Afghani insurgent and fucking Post Malone bursts
Another
into the
reason
floor,
we
like how
should be in the
fucked you would
military. You're
feel?
checking them all off. It's exactly what I'm saying.
Easy. I have no empathy. How long, mate? How does a random deployment for weeks without a shower fit women's cycles?
Stink. That's what it does.
True flag.
That would be horrible.
You guys still have stinky butts anyway, so that's like.
Get it together, Christine. You got to come back at the right times from now on.
I mean, men obviously have stronger body odor than women. I don't even know why.
Yeah, no, but no,
Anyway.
see, no, we're more frowsy. No,
It's
no,
not
when
your
you're
body odor will attract
got your
men
thing
to
going
women
on.
Stealthy,
We're
so
more
women would be
frowsy.
better
Right.
than men would.
No, we're more
I don't.
frowsy.
Here's the thing. I don't think. I don't think any.
I don't know, some women be
of us, or
stinky.
I don't think anybody up here is.
Let's be real.
recommending
Some women be
war zones.
stinking.
I don't. Has anybody said that? I don't think any of us
Well,
have.
I recommend. I mean, like I said, there's plenty of women who do very well as pilots, snipers, and sometimes even frontline infantry. And I'm not going to say they shouldn't do it just because they're women, but if they can't meet the standards, they shouldn't do it.
And that's
Women just cover up their body odor
Soy Pill
better.
is saying they should be in there in combat roles.
He's not saying they should. What he's saying is, look, it's an open door policy, but you have to meet these requirements to get through the door.
Yeah, the same for men's sports. It's the open league. If a woman could, play football as well as John, Madden or whatever, not John Madden.
You wanted to be
John Madden.
Yeah. I went too far back.
That's really funny.
If you had like a woman who could compete with Kobe Bryant, like sure, let her, but she can't, and there's not going to be one. But that doesn't mean you can bar them. Period. Eventually,
We don't have a women's league so we can keep women out of men's sports. We have women's league so that women can compete at all.
Damn, Trippy kicked him. Trippy finally kicked him.
Yeah, but this is getting to the point. I mean, there's a reason there's a distinction. The NFL doesn't have like an open door for. Oh, it does.
Yeah, it does.
A woman
A woman could walk on. A woman could walk on.
We finally lost Dave. We finally lost KO Dave, the Transformer. Absolute tragedy. Let's jump back forward to the. Jump back forward. Who knew? Shit stinks. True.
These things and initiatives to try to diversify these different like work domains and stuff, right? Trying to incentivize like bringing more women into STEM and making more male teachers and nurses. Like, I don't think that we should be trying to unnaturally change the natural demographic makeup of these different domains. However, I think that the people who are the exceptions, when they are competent,
you want to put a negative connotation on it and only argue the
Dave is KO
negative
Dave.
part of it. This is just dodging the whole debate in general.
Well, because again, I don't think that having women's and men's bathrooms is an example of sexism. I think it's a
neither
luxury.
Charlie does
it's a
anyone.
luxury
in
of
I use it as a starting point to sift through the nuance.
So did I. So did I, and
think
that's
it's a
fine
valid
because
start, but I
if
don't
you're
think it's an actual valid
discriminating one
starting
sex from entering
Is
the
that
washroom,
discrimination, or literally is that a luxury of living in a developed society? That is literally just a private
Hold up.
thing.
Hold up.
You look at it as a luxury
men
because
and
we
women
live in a
stop,
developed society.
Tully's actually making an interesting distinction here.
Exactly.
There are still 2 bathrooms. We each have our own bathroom.
Yes, this not the separate but equal, but yeah, but it is unironically, it's like actually separate but equal. Like, you know, like when it came down to separate but equal stuff, I mean that was bad for other reasons, but also the things were not even actually equal. Like everything was worse for black people.
Right.
Yeah. Sexist to say men go in this bathroom, women go in that bathroom. You have equal.
At its core, it is
opportunity
sexist.
That's
for
like
your
saying
own
feminism
bathroom.
isn't sexist because we have men rights activist groups. You see, that doesn't make any
something's not racist. Like
Also, feminism is not sexist because feminists also address men's issues just through a feminist lens and understand how patriarchy hurts men and women, and Speakeasy can never comprehend that for whatever reason. The best men's rights activists are actually feminists.
Because one thing exists, they're both.
Well, I have a question.
For the bathroom
It's
thing.
actually retarded that you guys are arguing that it's sexist to have men's and
like,
It is sexist. It's retarded that you take a negative connotation and think, oh, that's not sexist because I think anything sexist is bad.
No,
That's
the problem is
retarded.
that you came
You're
here
the
with that
retard
notion of
here. I don't know if
sexism
you
and
realize
imagined that we would fight you on that because it's so fucking stupid.
Moron
Of
over
course,
here.
no one's gonna push
Well,
back.
I think it sounds bad, so anything good isn't sexist.
Wait, what was the typo here? Women can't use wipes and men wouldn't slash their balls with your water. I totally missed that. That's a hilarious typo. Rights for all based. The issue with separate but equal is it separated people into unequal opportunity. Yeah. I mean, that's the main issue. There's other, like, even if black people during segregation were given like equal opportunity out, like in separate, I still think that would be bad to like do forced segregation. I still think that would be bad.
You're saying that we are being like unfair in some way because we're only taking the worst negative aspect of the problem. Okay, well then you're only making the dumbest fucking argument. If you're coming, then you're not even here for a serious debate. You thought we were gonna fight you on whether it's okay to have men's and women's restrooms. So that would be your argument against sexism. And that's not even engaging in anything interesting.
How is it discrimination to separate bathrooms?
Based on sex.
True, Sarah.
It's technically true.
No. But
discrimination based on sex.
You
say
equally have
only,
a bathroom.
Get him, Sarah. Get him, Sarah.
But equal, Sarah?
That means
You know we got rid of that.
anyone who doesn't have a penis. It would be the same thing as if you had blonde-only washrooms. It would be the same thing.
Real quick, I want to.
Well, I can't help you. KO Dave, I don't know if you're actually even in my chat. I think you're probably just sending those messages in the back chat of StreamYard, and that's why they're showing up here. But look, if you guys want to donate money to save KO Dave, send it to me. Even though I can't save him.
I don't understand how this is so hard to wrap your minds around.
So Sarah, what it is that some folks are actually
trying to make everybody the same?
discrimination from good from bad. Discrimination isn't inherently good or bad. In fact, you can discriminate between what is right and wrong. The word discriminate.
There is actually a good point to it because there is some discrimination which is like morally justified. Like right now, I discriminate. Oh, well, welcome, KO Dave. But I discriminate against gray names in my chat. I find them disgusting, offensive, and I don't want them here. I want them to change their names to be green. I think we should have green names in my chat. Green and blue names only. Only green and blue names. Preferably blue names. Or I'm sorry, preferably blue names. God, I just did it again. Preferably green names with a blue icon next to it. Just saying. Radical Coder channel memberships. We could use some. Umbreon loves them.
Discriminate is being used in a bad
Don't you want
context,
Umbreon to like you?
and that is not accurate to the definition of discrimination.
Well, and this is where I wanted to hop in real quick. This is what I was kind of critiquing their point about, is that like I would maybe even like agree to a certain way that the kind of sexism, when I asked her, well, what's the kind that you think is bad that you're positing as your negative? It's like, just saying you can't be in the workforce just because you're a woman. So, we kind of have this like caricature of like a big cigar guy. He's like, abroad in the office? Hell no,
It's not a caricature because No Fugazi comes on and he's like, hey, the world was better when women.
No, I'm sure those guys existed. That's fine.
Part of this debate.
Yeah, they don't just exist. They were part of the debate.
Listen, real quick, let me finish what I'm saying. But when it comes to the bathroom thing, I legally can't go in this room because I'm a male, but for a good reason. So what I'm saying is that we've already kind of determined through their worldview that they are willing to say that, yes, it's okay to discriminate based on sex if there's a good reason, which would be just a form of like pragmatic sexism. But in that case, at least as far as we're looking at the prompt, pragmatic sexism is good for society. We're just talking about like a bigoted one that's like, I just decided because you have tits and a pussy, I don't want you here. But if there was actually a pragmatic reason, then it's okay. This is leaning the needle more towards your opponents. I'm just
I don't see how this is even sexism. I don't see how this is sexism.
There is no like law barring you from doing it. They're just going to call the cops and say you're disturbing the peace and find some other reason to like.
Well, okay, fair enough. I mean, so they're going to call law enforcement. I mean,
yeah, but it's not illegal.
Okay, well.
Also, Waterkai, I just saw you follow me on Twitch as well. Thank you for the Twitch follow. I need to start streaming. I got restream, so I should be able to stream on Twitch and Kick and everything at the same time. But I need to start doing that.
See, here's what you have. This is what I'm saying. The person with the weakest argument kind of has to grasp at straws like this. You know what excuse me. You know what I meant.
Well, what you're saying is like this is like some. Like if we talk about sex as it is discrimination based on sex, it's like yes, obviously, like everyone, like that's what we were trying to explain with the racism example. But there's so many like options of this being okay, where it's like, hey, you cast for a black role, or hey, you have like a black role. Like this is so like okay.
What I don't like about being sexist
good. Hold on.
Then, to say racism is good.
Then is it ageism? Hold on. Is it ageism then to like if I'm at the amusement park and you have to be this tall to ride the ride, right? Is it ageism if I don't let my 5-year-old ride the roller coaster? Is it ageism?
It's a form of it.
People have differences.
Yeah,
you cannot
have to be bad.
Is it ageism? Is it stop for a second? Is it ageism if we do swim parties for teen night swim parties at our local pools, and you have to be a teenager, right?
But that's what they're saying, Sarah. That literally is technically ageism. You're discriminating based on age. Saying only teenagers do it. But that's okay. We're saying that's okay. And if the debate prompt was, is ageism okay? And then you brought that up, we'd be like, yes.
Just found out about you, and I'm glad I did. Yeah, seriously, really happy to have you here. Yeah, it's cool. It was nice interacting with you on the panel the other night. But I've been in the space for, or at least like a viewer, for a long time. I was kind of adjacent to the space. Like I used to be on like Politically Provoked and all those like in Modern Day Debate and stuff all the time, like back in the day. But I used to watch. I used to watch all the Prime panels. I was actually there. I was actually watching Prime. I was watching Prime Kai the night that like Dylan Burns rated him for the first time, like when he was like a I don't know, like a 10 viewer Andy. I don't know why I was in his chat that night, but I was watching him just randomly, and then that was like the night that he first like really kind of got a real following. So I've been around for a long time. I've been watching you guys. I've been watching and learning. Yes, thank you, Fuzzy, for dropping leave these link.
Like, yes,
that's exactly what it is, Soy Pill. That's exactly what ideology is. It's the isms. Are you so dense that you can't figure that out?
I'm literally saying that is technically ism. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you.
I just think we've covered.
We're trying to use the colloquial definition, basically. Like again. So yes, I agree with whoever said before. Like discrimination is a neutral term, right? It doesn't have to have the negative loading. It is literally discerning.
Right.
Yes, this is true. And so we can. We are trying to use the colloquial loading of sexism, right?
Okay. Well, here I want to be fair to you. And I want to give you an opportunity. So can you give us an explanation? Again, I missed most of the debate, so forgive me if I'm being redundant. But can you give an explanation of the negative uses of sexism and how that has negatively affected society?
I don't think we live in a sexist society.
It's called affirmative action. That's what negatively
Tali
has affected your society.
I would agree with that.
I agree with that.
Say that again.
I agree with that too.
Oh, I hate it here. These people.
Number 2, you cannot say that all people are the same when everybody is not the same, including class wars, aka the money versus no money. You can't do it with gender. You can't do it any other way because men have over 38% more muscle mass than women do. Women do not belong on the front line of the military. We have our place, but that's not where we belong.
But I guess I'm just saying, so you're arguing that sexism.
Speak for yourself, Nova. If there are women who can do it, then let them do it. She says we.
Isn't good for society, but when I ask you, okay, can you tell us how it's bad for society? And you're just like, well, I don't really have any examples.
I just don't like
debate talking
Me
about
or who?
historical sexism.
Taylor says women and men are different. Can we agree on this at least? Pay gap and all after that would be resolved.
Nobody disagrees with this. Tali does the say 2 good things and say 1 horrifically wrong thing. Yes, that's so real.
Solved.
Yes, that was my opening statement as well.
Yeah.
Also, the pay gap is real. Tali's about to deny it. Watch.
I think if you
Oh, pay
control
gap,
for
that's a
almost
good one.
everything, including pregnancy and leave, and like there's still a
Okay,
small pay
she
gap.
didn't.
But,
She
you know, that's,
didn't get the
you can't
chance.
really enforce people to not be
But
sexist,
you
they'll
would.
just learn eventually.
I don't think acknowledging that there's differences, and I know for a fact it's not. It's what people are doing now. But acknowledging differences in people does not make it an ism or something against somebody or making it where they're being discriminated against. That's what they're trying to say, but it's a lie. Because at that point, you would be having to say that children could join the military, and at that stage, you would be looking at a third world country, right? Because that's what they do in third world countries.
And I'm going to discriminate against the viewers if they don't meet the dono goal. Sorry.
Same guys. I will also discriminate. I'm kind of hungry, and Taco Bell is only open for a little bit longer, so I might actually ditch you guys soon.
The goal, then we keep going. But if you don't complete the goal, then we shut down and I go to bed. So it's up to you, chat. But you haven't been doing very well on this goal. You still have 11 more. Figure it out. Christopher.
The pay gap is real, Ryan. Really? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know that all your favorite YouTubers have told you that the pay gap has been debunked, but that didn't happen. They're lying. They lied to you. The pay gap was not debunked. It didn't get debunked. It is true that women do get paid less overall for the same job with the same experience. It is just true. Like, I don't know what to tell you. People are obsessed with denying this fact. Like, I don't know why. I don't know how it became like a truism online to say it's not. It's less than often. Sure. But it's real. It is real.
Christopher says, wouldn't the inconsistency of women's cycles be even more of a reason against women in combat roles? If all women had the same cycle, that would actually work in favor of the argument, but they don't.
Same thing for allowing trans to be down there, right? Because they need hormones and crap, right? It makes them a liability on the field.
Yes, that was my argument.
And I haven't been here for the whole time. I've only been here for the last 15.
Thank you, WM Nop. Trans people don't need to take their hormones like on the battlefield. Like they right, like, they don't have to be like in the middle of, oh man, I'm getting low on estrogen right now, or I'm getting low on test right now. That's actually a good idea. I think a pay gap debate would be a good one. Because like the numbers simply agree with me. Like
15 minutes backstage. So.
And we haven't even brought up like women that are prisoners of war are more likely to experience rape. You know, so I think this is a thing that we should protect our women from, right? Because you guys act like it was only a pragmatic thing in the sense of eligibility,
but men can also get sexually assaulted when they're like kidnapped in war, right? That can and probably also does happen.
Also had mentioned that not sending our women off to die is what protects the reproductive class of our society, right? All of in America's history, women were looked at as a protected class, but now you guys want to make them that. Let's make them like men.
Well, again, I don't think anybody recommended that being like the suggestion, right? Nobody sat here and said we should send women to war. It was more just like, hey, look, you passed this, you can move on.
But they're arguing against barring them from war. That's the whole thing.
Both sides. But realistically speaking, though, what are the chances of all the women passing that physical fitness test or whatever those standards are? You've already said.
That's more of a reason not to be against it.
Speakeasy, do you think we should?
See, Sarah's got the right take on this one, and so she's getting frustrated, but I appreciate it.
Should make it so men can't leave their houses, because then we'll protect them from getting crime.
Do female streamers get paid more than men? Probably on average, yeah.
I'm down by other men, right?
Did you ever get a job, Soy? I was just kind of curious.
Do you know what the 4 components of GDP yet, or you still haven't?
Yeah, actually, I do. And by the way,
Soy worked for Tesla, right? I think Soy actually used to work for Elon. It's fine when it happens to men because of worldview. Yeah, right.
Hey, by the way, honey, I let them do most of the answering because I don't want to deal with fucking retards.
Here we go.
Did you know that?
Let's go. Soy versus Nova. Soy's gonna destroy her. Nova's so dumb.
I don't remember all of them. But one of them is expenditures. Obviously, personal consumption. The other one would be like business investment and marketing and all that shit. Government spending, and I can't remember the last one. But guess what? Unlike you, I've advertised.
Okay, wait. She actually did well there.
Overseas, I've had clientele internationally, and I did manufacturing, which is a hell of a lot more than you, taking tips and donations.
You have no idea what my job
from liberal upstarts who want to push their agenda so you can read off their script.
Okay.
Now what?
Well, I'm really proud of you that you had those 3. The last one was net exports. I actually also forgot it, so I want to say I was just as clueless as you were. I had to look it up.
I'm not clueless, honey. I've actually done business for well over 15 years. Why are you still sitting at home?
Wait, what do you mean? Are you sitting at home right now?
Go get a job.
This is my full time. What do you think I was doing?
Yeah, I know. You're busy taking donos from
networks.
and people who want you to push the left agenda. I know what you're doing, honey. I know what you're doing.
Before I did YouTube, what do you think I did?
I don't know. Lived at home off your mom and daddy.
No, I didn't. Well, at a certain point I did, but I also had jobs. What jobs do you think I did? What do you think I'm qualified to do?
I don't
have
know.
a degree. What do you think my degree's in?
I don't know jack about you, and I'm
Well,
not
don't say I
really
don't
all
I don't
that
know what his
important.
engineering. Some engineering degree.
Right?
Say what?
What if I had a business degree and you talked all this shit about me, and then I was like, well, here's my business degree. I went and pulled it up.
I don't care about your degree. I don't care about.
I don't understand how business works.
Paper, honey. Paper is nothing. It don't mean anything. It's what you can get done in life.
It helps me get a job.
Show me experience. Give me
My
that.
experience?
Tell me you made over 300K a year like I did. Then we'll talk.
I only ever made 150K a year.
Sorry, I made well over 300K.
Okay, well, honestly, I'm jealous, and one day I hope to be making at least half as much as that again, because that'd be awesome.
Cool.
I made 6 figures for 1 year. 1 year. It was pretty cool. I miss it.
Now next time,
help me make 6 figures again, guys. One great way to support the Radical Coder making 6 figures a year again would be to donate to the stream with super chats, or support the stream with memberships, super stickers, tank top brethren. Yes. No, you should hop on. I also am in the tank top gang. I haven't worn them much recently. I've been in my black shirt era.
What did you make 300K doing? What were you doing?
Raven's Mark.
Pokemon cards? I want to know what you did to make this money, because now I want to make this money. What did you do?
That's none of your business.
Well, you can't talk shit about it. I want to know what you did.
I've been in the
industry.
industry. I am from the industry.
What?
The industry.
Entertainment industry.
What sort of
entertainment? No, don't go there. Not that. No.
What were you doing to make 300K
I sold. I was one of the top leading vendors of all memorabilia in America and internationally.
You sold memorabilia. Interesting.
Yes, I did.
What kind of
memorabilia?
Antiques. I'm done talking. No, I'm done talking about. No.
Some of the memorabilia that you might have sold.
No, I'm done talking about it right there.
Why do you talk all up about it, but you don't want to like defend? I want to know.
I defend
the industry.
Write a book about how to make 300K a year.
That's why I'm segueing to my author, who's backstage with me.
Thank you for your. You're welcome.
We're working on all kinds of stuff together.
How to make more money?
How to make more money? More money.
Yeah, like, are you gonna write a book? Can I buy it?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Hell, take my course like everybody else does on YouTube, right?
Of course.
Some stupid course, right?
No, hey, look, if it works, I'm not gonna trash talk you on it. I'm just curious because you have all these big ideas.
I don't have big ideas. I did it. No, I found a niche. It's important in business to find a niche.
That's not a. You said you were top vendor of memorabilia in the whole country. That's like the opposite of a niche.
Speaking of a niche, if you guys can name another YouTuber who's combining vibe coding and politics and debates and just like education in general, and also being a silly goose. Name me another YouTuber who's doing those 4 things. Because I think we found a niche. I think the Radical Coder channel is quite niche. Name another one. I'm not aware. If there is another one, I wanna team up with them. Should just have a good boss lady look. Yeah. Such big business and the shoulder pad seams make it make sense.
Niche. That's like a very widespread thing. Right?
It's a widespread thing, but I targeted a niche in order to make that money. Not everybody can do that.
Okay.
So I've got a lot of experience with celebrities. I've done acting. I've been in the studio. I used to be a professional dancer, and then I started moving on to other things.
Wait. Don't brush that last one.
Huh. Professional dancer.
What kind of professional dance?
Real dancing, not strip and tease, bump and grind artists. Video girl stuff is where I was going with it.
Look, you have an impressive resume. I'm very proud.
I have a weird impressive resume. Yes.
I just want to say
I was also in the news media. Yes, go ahead.
I could also do impressive things, but I'm out here because this is my passion, and I think it's great that you pursued your passion. And
Love the game.
I don't have a problem with people's passion. I have a problem with people's integrity.
You know what I have a problem with?
Pursuing my passions?
You know what I have a problem with? The donut goal.
It's not being met.
Well, someone out here made at least
I was seething in the back, Sarah. It's fucking bullshit.
I don't have that much money for it.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna meet the donut. Wait, is it?
Did somebody leave the back?
It's 50. It's yellow super chats, guys.
So I can introduce.
Now this is where reasonable Destiny viewers should be. True. I am a recovering Destiny fan myself. I don't watch them anymore. It just hits different. But yeah, I agree. Bring the people who leave. I don't want to cross over into too much of the DGG orbit because it's kind of toxic. But also Waterkite. I don't know if you're aware. Or do you remember Destiny's math debate? Oh, well, Kazak saved the stream, just like he did ours. Do you remember the racist math debate that Destiny had a couple years ago with that crazy guy, that crazy progressive guy? That was me. I don't know if you saw that, but it was me. I was there. You provide what Destiny does without the BS. I appreciate that. I provide a slightly different thing than what he does, but yeah, definitely the progressive debate, bro. Yeah, that was me. The math is racist. Allegedly, that was never my position, obviously. But yeah, that was me in that debate. I've been back.
There's no Raven backstage.
There was. Let me find out. Did he leave?
No, there's no Raven. There hasn't been anyone by the name of Raven back there.
And that the fact that I was framed after that debate as being like the racist math guy for so long. Why do you guys keep saying I'm back? Did I disappear? Did the stream fail for a second? What happened? Are you guys just gaslighting me? Oh, Kazak saved me. Oh, shit.
I just point out that Nova had highlighted that finding
Yo.
a niche in business is critical.
Let's go. Oh, studio's full. Damn it. And I just closed it. Wait, YouTube.
He's cool though.
No. He can breastfeed.
Wait, Sean,
Well-
are you actually one of? I know Andrew has like a bunch of children, and Rachel has multiple.
actually,
kids,
yes.
So I didn't know.
I see what you guys were saying. You guys were saying I'm back, as in like I got invited, or I can come back on.
No.
No, Clips, no. Look at that. How'd it get 13 likes in like a second? People fucking hate me here. This is wild. The gaslighting's
Oh my god.
I was so ready. I was so ready. Back to the river Styx with you. That's wild. Wild, dude.
No, sir, you have to bring him up and you just kick him mid-section.
Yeah, you gotta at least let him. I want to see his face, dude. I want to.
Or Ryan, yo. The sad part is Ryan actually came in like with a pretty good argument, good faith, and just got booted.
Here's what I'm gonna do,
Many such cases.
Ryan. Whoever Ben Church is, I'm gonna boot you from the backstage. I'm gonna let nobody else jump backstage. I gotta let Ryan come up. He can give his thoughts for a moment, and then we'll let him go again. He came
Let's go.
back, right? He saw the bat symbol. He came in. So we're gonna let him go ahead, Ryan. Hit
Hang
the
on one
link.
second.
Come
I'm
on
joining,
in.
I'm
There's
joining.
42,000 watching, guys.
42,000.
That's pretty hilarious. Eclipse.
I'm
That
gonna
I just want you to
lose
know that 100 was worth the joke. That's pretty.
Well. Oh wait.
Hi, Ryan.
What's up, guys? Good to be back momentarily, I guess. So
there's been $200 spent just for you.
300 by the way.
Oh, there you go.
There was 100 to boot me, then there was 100 that brought me back on, and then there was 100 that's now booting me again. But I guess I'll take this opportunity to give a second syllogism that no one will engage with. So my first premise is that any behavior that drains public funds, reduces property values, and deters tourism and weakens social cohesion harms communities. Oh wait, fuck! This is my littering one. I'm sorry. This is my sexism one. I just totally face planted. This is my littering one. Oh no, I'm sorry. We had a meme on my channel a moment ago. And so we were talking about littering. I was like, "What the fuck's going on here?" I'm so sorry, guys.
This is what happens when you don't make your own argument.
Pick it up.
Wait, I do have I reduced it in the wrong thing.
Save women.
That's so embarrassing. Okay, premise one: any system that restricts human potential harms health and erodes trust, damages society. Sexism restricts human potential, harms health, and erodes trust. Therefore, sexism damages society, and no one will engage with this. They're gonna talk about bathrooms, they're gonna cry about bathrooms, and it's gonna be a disaster, but no one's gonna engage with what I said here or my earlier syllogism. It is what it is. Umbreon's a sleeper, I'd pull him up, but yeah.
Yeah, I will. I have an argument against your argument for health. I would actually say that there are many instances where sexism promotes health, i.e. tampons.
How is that sexism?
Syndrome. I don't know.
I don't know if that's sexism, right?
They're not for men. I mean,
So?
are they?
Some men, trans men use tampons.
It's because of the fact that we have women that tampons exist.
Tampons are not.
How is it?
A dude can buy them.
If I
Sexist.
It's a
Unless you
product.
put them in your butt or something, I don't know.
if I had a nosebleed and no other
Yeah.
option, I don't know.
There we go. Yeah, nosebleeds.
Your back door.
Did you mention?
Where's Umbreon? Hang on, while I'm up here, I'm gonna wake
You had a
Umbreon up.
nosebleed
Yes,
and
we
you
wanna
went to the
see-
store or you went into your
No, I said and had no other option. Like I got a nosebleed and I'm
No other
lost in the
option, like-
woods or something.
Yeah.
Coda, did you mention potential in your
These crazier things have happened, man.
premise
You
at the
look under a
beginning?
rock.
Yeah, it came off the tampon tree.
We got our boy.
Hey,
We got our boy.
Stand up and turn around again. We want to see. You got a tampon in there?
You wanna see the cake?
Your dog's adorable, but
Shake it, baby. Shake it.
There it is.
Oh my god.
Ryan, you have
got
more
the
gut
tampons
than you
right
do.
What?
Thanks.
Look,
How you slinging?
I've been trying to gain weight. All right, listen, I used to be a skinny bitch, okay, for a little while there. I'm trying to gain weight. Let me cook.
At least you got a second.
Let the guy cook.
Yeah, Coder, did you mention anything that blocks the potential?
Restricts human potential. Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So sending women off to war, the one that's the reproductive bottleneck of our society, this would limit the potential of future human beings. So
don't you think it?
So you think it's bad?
Wait, it also wouldn't blocking them also limit their potential from engaging there?
What?
Wouldn't blocking them from entering the military also limit their potential that they could demonstrate by joining the military?
No, because they don't meet the standards.
But they do sometimes, right?
If we're talking about health or paperwork or something like that.
There are there not women in the military currently?
Yeah, because of lower standards.
Do you think Sarah didn't meet the standards? Sarah was in the military. My mom was in the military.
Sarah, what was your role?
I didn't know that.
So they met the standards to get in, right?
Whatever Sarah's role was.
Yeah,
though,
they
like,
lowered
wasn't front line.
standards. That's how it goes.
Sarah said she might have killed people. She just can't tell us.
My job it wasn't special forces, but it was a piece of it. We supported that position, and it was actually a very physically demanding job that required a lot of physical fitness testing before I could even sign up for it.
You know, in Zero Dark 30, where they killed Bin Laden.
Yeah,
and
no
the
one said
helicopter
there's no
crashes,
physical
she was the
testing.
helicopter pilot.
It's just not the same as men.
She was the one that crashed. Or what?
No, the test that I had to do was the same test for anyone who wanted that specific position.
Was it SEER training?
It was. I was went into being
So you had to match the same push-ups and pull-ups.
I had to
as
match
a male
everything.
counterpart?
Actually, the funny part is I blew a lot of the guys out of the water with a lot of those.
Pause.
Like,
Blew a lot of the guys out of the water. All right, guys, that's it for me today.
What
That's why we need women in the military to make sure that all the men
Oh,
have
guys
that
have the water. What?
intellectual frustration.
and the funny part
God.
so
There's no chance of drowning that way.
I had to do the test.
My
with
parents did
recruiter.
meet in the Navy.
I had to do the test. I had to do the test with my recruiter. That all went fine, and he's like, "Oh my God, like, okay, great. You know, you passed everything, wonderful." Then I went to MEPS, and in MEPS, they actually made you like you had to lift over 100 pounds over your head, right? Well, the liaison there didn't believe that I could do it because, of course, I'm 5'2", and at the time I think it was like 100 pounds soaking wet, and he's like, "There's no way." He's like, "Let's just start off slow." So he put it at 25, and I'm like, "Okay." And he put it at 50. I'm like, "All right." He put it at 75. I'm like, "Okay." And then he put it at 100, and I lifted it, and he's like, "Damn. Did any of the other guys have to lift all of that weight before doing the final test? No, but I did with like fucking flying colors." Then when we get to our actual in-doc course, they make us do the test again. And in that, like the numbers were ridiculous. The only place that I didn't do well was the ruck test because I have tiny little legs and carrying 70 pounds on your back is not really ideal for a 5'2" person with a short stride. So doing the ruck was the only one that got me, and that's where I was just clear behind everyone. But everything else, I kicked ass. I took names. Fuck off.
Yeah, I got booted again, so I won't be around.
Yep.
Yeah, so because someone did pay. Hang on, someone did pay to kick me again. So I am not going to be up here much longer. So I just want to reiterate, since no one's going to engage with this, just like they didn't really engage with my last one. I'm just going to reiterate my syllogism. Any system that restricts human potential, harms health, and erodes trust, damages society. Premise 2: sexism restricts human potential, harms health, and erodes trust. Conclusion: therefore, sexism damages society. Radical Coder out.
You just
double on B. The English language that has
Just
no
made a
real
bunch of
effect.
mistakes.
Topic proper.
I'm also gonna drop my I'm gonna throw my channel link in Sarah's chat. There's a bunch of people watching right now.
Is sexism is good for society?
School us, buddy.
Sexism to
Tell us
racism, to
what we're
morality,
missing.
to no-fault divorce. Everyone agreed with each other and then went into race again.
If you wait a day, you can get a double-decker taco. I don't really fuck with the double-decker. I don't like the crunchy tacos unless they're unless it's in a crunch wrap or not crunch. I'm so sorry. That too, I guess. But unless it's in a gordita crunch. I like a gordita crunch. So you like your drinking water with a strong hint of beef jerky, then the taste of musky almond? What? What the? Someone paid to boot Ryan and replace him with me right now. I was already booted.
What the heck? Like, I don't even understand this.
The double-decker taco, the adhesive is refried beans. And I like the refried beans, but I don't love... no, it's not. Because in a Crunchwrap, the adhesive is beef and cheese. There's like, it's a 12-inch tortilla, or a 10-inch. I think a 10-inch... No, it's 12-inch. Yeah, Crunchwrap's 12-inch tortilla, and then a scoop of beef, spray of cheese, and then a circular tortilla. So the adhesive for double-deckers, I believe, is refried beans. Ryan, you tolerate me too many times. I tried. No, you're good. You're good, man. Yo, I appreciate you. You have supported me quite a bit. I appreciate you bringing me on. Yeah, I used to. If you can't tell, I used to work at Taco Bell. I was a Taco Bell steamer for quite a while. I was one of the fastest steamers in the game. For those who don't know, a steamer is the person who has a headset. They're on the line, and they are the first ones to start orders. So, like, whenever people are ordering food, I'm throwing their taco shells on the grill to warm them up. I'm heating up the tortillas, and I put the meat and cheese and things like that, and then pass it down the line. I was damn good at it. Sometimes I think about going back, like getting a part-time gig at Taco Bell, just because I loved working the line. Like, it was a really satisfying job. I didn't like everything else about it, but I liked just making the food. Was like super fun. It was actually a really fun job. When I was a little coder, although I was actually big coder at the time because I weighed like 250 pounds. So steamy.
And like,
can you say algebraic for me?
Algebraic.
Yeah, nice. You're doing a good Finn cosplay. I don't know if you knew that on purpose.
Oh shit, Rick. Oh.
That's
Can
funny.
you
explain to us?
Time, Finn, he always says algebraic. A lot of people like that.
Algebraic.
Yeah, past your time. I don't know.
But what's it called? Speak.
Dude, I agree with that. I would work at Starbucks again, no problem with the money. Where, yeah, like it's just fun. It's fun to like have like those kind of line jobs. It's just like a very satisfying thing. The classic double stacker is the cheaper hidden gem. What's on the double stacker? Wait, is that the I might even have one in my cart right now. I have the classic stacker, yeah, where it's basically kind of like a folded quesadilla, but with beef and cheese. I love that shit. Yeah, we didn't have those back when I worked there, but I've been ordering those lately.
Speakeasy, I actually did have a question for you. When you said no country drafted kids and stood the test of time, I believe you said that earlier on, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
When you
were arguing about like any country that's.
Power bowls and cantina bowls are good too. When I was like eating really healthy, I would get like the power bowls.
It's like throwing kids at the front line.
Yeah, you said no country drafted kids in that country still alive today that stood the test of time.
What are you talking about? I never made this argument once.
He did. Yeah. Well, okay, just feel minute.
I bring up society storing kids at the military. That's what I brought up.
Yeah, you said no country drafted kids and it stood the test of time. You said that. I'm just trying to clarify. Like you
All right,
said.
go on. Just go on.
True Nuxus. If someone could send one yellow super chat, that would be super great. I would really appreciate it.
I didn't say that.
Pretend like you did.
If you want to do this,
I've never
if
heard
you
him
can
make
play
that
me back saying those words, I'll send you $100. All right. Cash App.
So maybe just a mistake there. Maybe just a mistake. Maybe just a mistake.
Although, to be honest, even if you do, which you definitely should, don't get me wrong, you definitely should. Actually, I'll hold off. I want some Taco Bell, so I'm probably gonna get some soon.
That's what I mean.
I'll run through it because
Umbreon.
No, I'll run through it then right now. Sure, that's not a problem. But
who is Eclipse and what's the beef? That's the funny part. I have no clue. I don't know who the fuck that guy is. I have no idea. This is actually my I'm pretty sure this is my first time seeing Eclipse as a donor. Like he might have kicked me before. Yeah. Donate to help me pay for tacos. True. yeah, I don't know who they are. They're I don't know them from Adam, as they put it. All good, KO Dave. We know. You got all the Transformers that you refuse to sell in support of the Radical Coder stream. We know.
Are countries that have, like the USSR, they beat Germany because of it. I'm not saying it's good. You should not draft kids, but
was that why they beat them? Like because they drafted the kids? That was
No
why
one
they
made
beat
an
them?
argument about kids.
So what? Now we're advocating for sweatshops. What are we doing?
And how old are the kids? Wait. Time out. Say kids. How old were the kids?
16.
Because okay, well 16 is damn near a grown man. There's a lot of 16-year-old kids who are on par or close to being
okay, Jeffrey.
They were on D-Day. D-Day was made up of 16-year-olds.
You mentioned that nobody was staying on topic. How is this topic?
Yeah.
You said nobody's staying on topic. How is this topic? Chaos.
Nah, you
guys drinking
right.
I just want to know the answer on that. What you said about
over. So I was just curious.
Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe you heard wrong.
Oh no! I'm so sorry, guys.
But just to be fair, the USS.
I'm so sorry, I'm sorry for your ears and for Umbi. You got squealed. Only because I just ordered some stackers for work. Well, thank you, K-Zach. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Huge. Absolute all W's in the chat for K-Zach, and apologies to Umbreon for getting pinched. I pinched him. He's a good boy though. This dude a libertarian. 16 is damn near a what? True. Yeah, that was a wild statement. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for the ears, but thank you, K-Zach. That is you just you paid for my Taco Bell for tonight, or at least part of it. I appreciate that.
USSR drafted everybody because everybody died. So at that
Poor
point,
baby boy.
it was kind
Poor
of just
baby
like
dog.
fuck. And then luckily for them, they had weather on their side, and then the Germans were too spread out. So that's kind of how that went, and a whole litany of other reasons as to why.
Since we went off a little bit off the topic, I'll try to bring it back. So soy pill. I was
Before,
just wondering.
Before you do, Eclipse sent the 10 to help meet the goal. Dreadhorn sent the 10 to shout out to Eclipse for the big hundo. And there's super chat.
That's wild.
To boot Ryan indefinitely. It's $100 per stream. And Draco says, didn't Ryan call Sarah racist? Yes, he did.
Oh, he did.
I didn't call her a racist. I said Sarah low-key kind of racist. And she was making a comment where they were talking about crime statistics. And she was arguing implicitly, and I clarified this with her, that this is maybe not what she was saying. What it sounded like to me was that she was arguing that what's the point of crime statistics except to form stereotypes about people? And I was like, well, there's a lot of other reasons, like understanding where crime might be manifesting and understanding why that crime might be manifesting in those areas. For one.
In what context?
Oh, I was there for that. That was hilarious. I wish I had popcorn for that stream. I just sat
I want to know the context, Sarah. Why did you call you a
because we were talking about data and statistics and regarding
crime.
She didn't exactly 1350, but she was. It was adjacent to a 1350.
Yeah, crime, and I said, well, saying that something was
like racial demographics within the statistics,
I said, well, why else do we collect the data based on race if we're not utilizing the data to determine different things, going forward?
What determine what different things, Sarah? Be a little more specific about what you were saying.
Sarah?
Huh?
What are you trying to say?
Shut up, Sean. But then Ryan called me a racist. I'm like, well, then why else are we? Why?
I didn't call her a racist again. I said Sarah Loki kind of racist. I didn't say she's a racist. I said she was being kind of racist, and she was. She was being kind of racist. And I told her again when I came up there that it would be she probably could benefit from doing some deconstruction on her ideas around race, and I stand by that.
why do we collect data based on sex, race, like where you live?
I don't know what you're trying to get
what your
to.
job
I don't know
is,
what
like
you
all
want.
this different stuff.
What is it? What do you think is
Christopher
up
says,
here?
to be fair, you actually don't have to pass the APFT prior to going to MEPS. You just need a recruiter who doesn't mind lying to meet their quota. Well, I worked my ass
calling you a
off.
DEI hire. He's calling you out.
I worked my ass off. Listen,
I don't know what he's
Linda,
trying to do.
I am a very strong young lady.
He's like staring up at my shelf over here and just like, there's nothing up there that he even likes. I don't know. It's a known fact Sarah and these people super chat to each other, making it look like people are actually donating. Is it a known fact? I'm not aware of that.
One would argue, Sarah, that he was gonna pass you even if you only lifted the 25.
Wait a minute, hold up. Look at his
And then he
fucking
wanted to see the
avatar.
rest.
Hold up.
He wants you to he wanted to watch you bend over, Sarah.
Look at this fucking fat ass avatar sitting here telling me that
Brutal.
I can't meet the fucking quota. I could probably knock you the fuck out, Christopher.
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit! Don't ever sit there and.
I don't know if you can punch through that beard, Sarah. That beard
That's
looks
the one
tough.
thing.
Like it's
That's
never
the
been
one
washed.
thing. Listen, even my trainer.
Turn them on.
Even my trainer doesn't like my right hook. Okay, she still cries about it, and her hands.
Ryan did nothing
Like, fuck you,
wrong.
Christopher. Fuck you. Don't ever
Fist.
ever negate my work ethic or what I can and can't do or what I have done. Fuck you very much. I have the DD 214 with SEER written down on it. Go fuck yourself.
Wait a minute. So you do the boxing thing and do the mitts? Like you do that actively? The boxing training?
I haven't done it in a while, only because I shifted my workouts differently. But for a while we did the boxing stuff. Yeah.
You know how you have all these videos that come in between? Like you need an edit of you doing that when people are pissing you off. Well, that's such a missed opportunity. Like this heavy metal music, fucking giving them the right hook. I don't know. I think that'd be cool.
That would be pretty cool.
I'll look for that over here.
Yeah,
Still
just
think
to
about it.
respond here to chaos quick. I think you're talking about when I said no matriarchy has.
All right, look, guys. It's 2 a.m. I'm a hungry boy. Talk about closes in an hour. I don't want to be there right at closing time. Joseph Romero says, honest question, do you believe sexism is strictly towards women? Mostly. See how she's always talking about hitting men? I rest my case. Damn. Well, yeah, like I said, love you all very much. Make sure if you have not gotten a Radical Coder channel membership, you can get one. And you can use these awesome emotes, including Nuxus, who got a new emote tonight, right? Go now, come back. Actually, that could be the move. We could do a follow-up stream. Eat some for me. Maybe, yeah, I might actually just go live again when we get back. So we'll see. But for now, I guess I'll send you guys who's live. Let's see. Let's see who's live. Like, I could send you guys right back over to Sarah or like Soy Pill or something. There's not really many people on that I want to send you to. I'm gonna send you guys over to Soy Pill, so you can keep watching the stream, and then maybe, yeah, I'm not sending you guys to Sarah. I'm sending you to Soy Pill, and maybe in Soy's chat when you tell him where you came from, you tell him learning is radical. You tell him over and over learning is radical, and maybe you go, hey. If Ryan's live when you're done tonight, maybe you should rate him. Something to think about. You all have your own autonomy. You don't have to say anything, but you should definitely say learning is radical, and definitely suggest that he raid me when I come back. So Pill's done right now. No, tell him to wait 30 minutes. Oh, he just left. Yeah, you guys are right. Damn it. Terrible timing. Absolutely horrific timing. What a disappointment. Wait, okay, let me see. I'll do that anyway and tell him to get a better hat. Love that. Okay, well, let's see. Let's change that then. Instead of Soy, since he's about to end, let's send you guys to... Oh, nobody's... I guess I could send you guys to Relly. Relly's streaming. I think he just went live. You guys like Irrelevant? What do you think about Relly? Say send them to Sarah? Yeah, Abe Dinkus is alive too. That's true. We could go to Abe. What do you guys think? Abe or Relly? Maybe Abe. Abe and I are both... Although Abe... Wait, let's see. Let me see how many subs Abe has right now. I know Umbreon. How many subs does Abe Dinkus have right now? Abe Dinkus. I know Umbreon. We're going to go, I promise. He's at 947. What are we at? We're at 947. See, if I send you guys over to Abe, then Abe's going to pass me in subs. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pretty big trade-off. We're in stiff composition. We're in stiff competition right now. But you know what? I'm a good sport. I'm a good sport. Just stay live and go get food. Actually, not the worst idea. No. No, I'm gonna send you guys to Abe. But look, if I go live again, which I might, you guys gotta come back. And maybe we'll even go on an Abe stream. Maybe we'll go on Abe's panel. But I'm gonna send you guys to Abe for now, okay? All love. Tell Abe learning is radical. Sniff composition, true. Bye-bye. Wait, okay, Zach, don't spend $100 on Sarah's stream right now because I can't